Hi, this is David Ayers. Coming up on Free for All Friday, they're coming. Severe thunderstorms, tornadoes, tropical storms, yep, hurricanes too, and a lot more. What to know, what to do, when to stay, when to go. Flagler County Emergency Management Director Jonathan Lord in the studio, along with Palm Coast City Manager Lauren Johnston. Free for All Friday, live with my co-host Brian McMillan, following the news at 9 and Pierre's Reality Check. Now with studio cameras on Facebook and YouTube with easy links at flaglerbroadcasting.com.
Recycling right. Recyclables in Palm Coast are removed once a week. You can find your service day by visiting our website or contacting customer service. Recycling materials should be placed in appropriate containers that are clearly marked as recyclable. All recycling in Palm Coast is single stream, meaning there is no need to sort different types of recycling material at home. You may place the clean plastic, cardboard, paper, and glass and metallics into one bin. Please note that all of these items need to be empty and clean. Sadly, many items made of recyclable material are often not recycled due to contamination. Contamination occurs when items that are placed in the bin with remaining food grease or debris. Moreover, many items that are collected, such as plastic straws and bags, eating utensils and pizza boxes, yogurt, and takeout containers often cannot be recycled. How to do it right? Be sure to rinse out jars and cans. Flatten and break down cardboard boxes to 2 feet by 2 feet. Most plastics numbers 1 through 7 are recyclable with the exception of polystyrene and styrofoam, which is sometimes labeled as number 5. Thanks for watching.
Hello Palm Coast, I'm Charlie Gambaro here with our project manager Tyler Gibson. He's going to give us an update on our road improvements.
Thank you, Councilmember Gambaro. Yeah, in 2024, City of Palm Coast staff, we identified a few of our key arterial roads that we were going to resurface in order to show our commitment to maintain safer and well-maintained roads.
Excellent. Could you tell our residents about the 5-year pavement management plan?
Yeah, absolutely. We assess all of our roadways based off of the volume of the roadway, users, the condition of the roadway, and also the impact on the residents themselves, and we try to prioritize them based off of that over our course of our resurfacing program. Right now we have a microsurfacing plan. We're going to be actually doing a high-performance microsurfacing on about 30 residential roads in the city to try to keep the condition and the durability of those roads and extend the life of those roadways quite a bit.
And what does that mean for you, the residents? An increase in your property values and just a better experience overall.
So I'm here with Chief Berryhill at Fire Station 25, and we're discussing the upcoming Fire Station 22 and 26. I just want to talk to you, Chief, about how that's going to contribute to public safety in our community.
Fire Station 26 is going to be an expanded service area for our team. We're actually covering that area now, but not from the correct location. Additionally, we're going to be faster to where our residents sleep, which is where we know some of the worst and biggest problems occur, while still being able to maintain great coverage along the 100 corridor. And Station 22 is going to be an expansion of our ability to respond in our oldest kind of neighborhood here in Palm Coast. So we've been responding from a building that was never designed for 24-hour emergency services. We're going to have a much greater ability to cover that corridor based on that, and we're going to be, each of these stations is designed, intended to, with two things in mind. For our firefighters to be the fastest to our citizens, and then for them to do it in the safest way possible.
Well, Chief, we appreciate everything that your department does for our community and for our city, and we look forward to 2 beautiful new fire stations in our community.
We're really excited. It's our privilege to serve our citizens.
Thank you, Chief.
Here at the Southern Recreation Center with Project Supervisor Eric Gibo to tell us what we have for our residents to enjoy here.
We've expanded our tennis and pickleball courts through a partnership with USTA, adding clay courts, upgraded lighting, and spectator areas for both casual and competitive play.
That's awesome. I know we just hosted our first USTA tournament here at this brand new court earlier in the year. But there's more than just tennis and pickleball, right?
Absolutely. Well, here at the Southern Recreation Center, residents can enjoy our community gardens, versatile multi-purpose rooms for events, easy access to the Lehigh Trailhead, and complete with the scenic trails and a dog park.
That's great. So plus we have Redefined Food Company here at the center of everything for residents to enjoy as well.
All these amenities and enhancements yet to come are designed with our residents in mind, promoting health, wellness, and community engagement.
Thanks, Eric. So we invite you all to come visit the Southern Recreation Center and explore everything it has to offer for you.
One of our newest projects that the utility is producing is the expansion for wastewater treatment plant number 2. As the City of Palm Coast grows, we need to increase our wastewater treatment capacity. This project increases the capacity from 2 to 4.0 million gallons per day, improving the system, service, and preparing for future. Well, we're working towards enhancing our headworks, which includes a screening system, a grit removal system. We're also adding another module, another component for the membrane bioreactor system, including some reuse pumping, as well as some other appurtenances that are all associated with running the facility, including the chemical feed system. The project started in 2022, and we've completed some major work, including sludge holding tanks, and we're fully expecting the plant to be online in May of 2025.
2024 has been a milestone year for Palm Coast's economic growth. From new developments to workforce initiatives, we've made great strides in shaping the city's future. Let's take a look at some key highlights. We launched The Promenade, our first mixed-use project in Town Center, adding new residential and commercial opportunities to the heart of Town Center. Our economic landscape also expanded with Astor Defense USA selecting Palm Coast for its first U.S. manufacturing and testing facility, bringing high-paying jobs and strengthening our presence in advanced manufacturing. Workforce growth remains a priority. Our first ever Workforce Development Roundtable brought together industry leaders to address skill gaps and strengthen our local talent pipeline. We also launched the Business Retention and Expansion Program to build relationships with local employers, identify growth opportunities, and support business expansions, because keeping jobs here is just as important as attracting new ones. Our target industry feasibility study analyzed key sectors for economic growth, identifying aerospace, advanced manufacturing, clean tech, logistics, and hospitality as prime industries for expansion. With Palm Coast's strategic location, workforce, and infrastructure, we're well positioned to attract and grow these industries. We also revamped our digital presence, launching selectpalmcoast.com with enhanced property listings and workforce data, and creating our first ever economic development LinkedIn page to show Palm Coast strengths on a national scale. As Palm Coast continues to grow, we remain focused on innovation, investment, and opportunity. The future is bright, and we are just getting started.
My experience with attending the Citizens Academy was really exciting and very informative. My favorite component about the Citizens Academy was actually with the water department. I did get to learn a lot of how the city functions and a lot of the things that many folks talk about.
I was looking for something to get involved with, and when they were looking for somebody to volunteer for the Residential Drainage Committee, I decided to hold my hand in the air.
That are not on today's agenda. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Dennis Sokola. I live in the F section of Palm Coast. I moved here because of the core values of this town, and I was living a dream until March of this year, when you passed opening it up to short-term rentals. I went from living a dream to living a nightmare. Other towns that passed this kept it out of residential areas, only in commercial areas. I've lost many nights' sleep. It's affecting my health and my wife's health. Being woke up all hours of the night's ridiculous. I was here on the 13th. On the 14th, that night, 2 days later, I woke up at 3:30 in the morning. From Friday night this weekend until last night, I go to bed around 11:15. 11:30, quarter to 12, the party starts. They come out of the bars, they go back to the house where I live. It's behind me. It's got a heated pool, and the party starts there. It's ridiculous. I'm at my wit's end. My wife and I are both losing sleep and getting sick about this. I don't know how this got initiated or who influenced anybody to vote on this, but it's ridiculous. If you did your research and seen that other towns restricted it from residential areas, you wouldn't have made this mistake. It's a deep, deep mistake. And I don't know any other way of taking care of this, but maybe litigation. I don't know. But you're supposed to be helping people, keeping their quality of life there. I don't see any quality of my life anymore. 14 years I lived in this house. I've done so much work on it. I've got it perfect the way I want it. I have a heated pool too. I have a big lanai. I have a big yard. I don't go out. Our neighbors don't go out in the middle of the night and scream and yell. These people that come here from other states, mostly from out of state, come here. They have no rules and regulations. The VRBOs have no listing on Palm Coast, like this piece of paper I got here when I first moved here. That's the code and ordinances and stuff like that, okay? They don't care about what time it is. They go back to that house and they party. I'm sick of it. I'm really sick of it, and I shame on all of you that voted for it. And I wish you would do something about this, because I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm not moving. I'm too old for that. It's ridiculous. I got a house that's worth $650,000 after I fixed it all up. And now I got to sit there every night, put my head on the pillow, and have a crapshoot whether I'm going to get woke up or not. And I've been losing 85% of the time.
Thank you for your comment, sir. Good morning.
Mark Webb, Palm Coast. To follow up with that gentleman, I was here for the 13th meeting, and the meat of that meeting had to do with code enforcement and the plethora of things that the city is trying to work with, whether it be chicken coops or whatever. And I found the consistent conversation was enforcement. There is no enforcement other than citizens pointing out issues to other citizens. Now, I'd like to expand that to bring to a challenge to you guys at the city with this upcoming 2026 budget. I'm a big proponent of lowering the speed limit. Some of you on the council have been working with me for years. I walk my dog. I'm out there on no sidewalks, which is the majority of the cities we have here. The number one issue that was brought up in that traffic assessment that I saw was the failure of people to follow the posted speed limit. I think it said something like 80% of the people that they observed on Florida Park Drive and other places exceeded the speed limit. Where is our law enforcement? Where are the people that I pay annually to enforce those speed limits? I go to the Sheriff County Daily Records Report, I think it's called the Commander Report, and it shows how many traffic stops are done. But that's it. Were they warnings? Were they a value added? Do we need to get to the point where I'm sitting in my front yard with a camera, my cell phone, and taking pictures of people speeding by to make reports? Because that's what the city code enforcement relies on. The citizens to point out, to tell on, to take pictures of trucks and chicken coops and all of this plethora of things. Do we really want our citizens doing that level of law enforcement for speeders? No, we don't. We don't want a society where we're throwing each other under the bus. We hear too much about that, sadly, every day politically. Your job is to get in front of this, find out why the sheriffs aren't doing what they want, find out why maybe we need our own police force. Just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Anybody else for public comment? All right, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the dais. Any response substantively from our acting city manager?
Yes, Vice Mayor, thank you. If the resident who was concerned about the short-term rentals, if you could please provide your address to Mr. Jason DiLorenzo in the back so that we can look into that, as well as Mr. Webb, if you don't mind filling out a comment card so we have your address and we can put in, and Commander Woodward would be happy to speak to you about the traffic enforcement and speeding in your neighborhood. And not related to those two comments, but since it's kind of urgent, do you mind me bringing up the ACH fees that you guys asked us to look into at the last meeting? That way, if we're making any changes, staff can do it during the meeting today.
Yes, would you mind if we allowed council to respond to the public comment, and then we'll circle back over to you?
Sure.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Councilman Miller?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, I was just going to mention that in terms of the Airbnb, we didn't vote to allow Airbnbs. They were allowed by state law. We voted to restrict them and to create a permitting process and an enforcement arm. So if there are any issues with Airbnbs in your neighborhoods, please report them so that the code inspector for the Airbnbs can specifically go out there. The way we also did it was pointed towards the owner of the Airbnb, not the resident. So one of the issues was people come, they cause a problem, gets reported. By the time someone gets out there, they're already gone. A new tenant, so to speak, is in there. So you couldn't kind of hunt down these people coming from out of state. And so it's more focused on the owner of the Airbnb so that they have a responsibility to do the right thing via the community. Otherwise, they would lose their ability to host an Airbnb. So that's just wanted to provide some clarity on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, just on the short-term rentals, while I was on the county, and I hate to always bring this up, we went through a long process, and it took many years of fighting to ensure that we did have an ordinance concerning that. I believe the ordinance here, I wasn't here when you did it, is similar to what the county did, and it again, is aimed at getting the owners under control and provide some safety. You also have just basic disturbing the peace after certain times at night. If it's that situation, there are procedures to take care of that. And so I know it can be very difficult for people, in a residential neighborhood when you have high volume activity after 10 o'clock. But I think the ordinances that you put into effect are about as far as we can go, given the state laws and everything else.
Yes, thank you. Councilman Gambaro.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. City Manager, on the, I know after we passed the ordinance for short-term rentals, we were looking to quickly move to an implementation plan. Can you give us an update as to whether or not that's up and running, where citizens can go to look at the procedure, things of that nature?
Yes, so our citizens can file, normal complaints, whether it's code enforcement related, or even if they're having extreme and dire circumstances, they wanted to call law enforcement in the middle of the night. Those are for them to be used. And then as far as short-term rentals, all the short-term rentals were required to register with us. That form and application is located on our website, as well as pay the applicable fees. And any further information is on our website.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes. Really important note on the short-term rental issue as well. State law actually precludes us from outlawing the short-term rentals. So as my colleagues have said, we've done, I think, as much as we can to regulate them. I did want to make a comment about the traffic enforcement. So traffic enforcement has, been an ongoing issue, I think, and concern for our residents, particularly in our neighborhoods. I did reach out to Chief Strobridge, and he let me know that Sheriff Staley has authorized 3 additional deputies this year to expand traffic enforcement unit. And he is also going to kind of mobilize the appropriate staff within the Flagler County Sheriff's Office to kind of beef up or come up with some campaigns to help with traffic enforcement. So as we continue to grow and we continue to see more housing, particularly with our infill lots, we know that traffic is going to increase, And we want to make sure that people are minding the speed limits. And I think the Sheriff's Office is obviously very sensitive to that, and it is also very concerned with that for obvious reasons. So they are looking into it, and they're being communicative, so very appreciative of that. With that, we'll go back to City Manager regarding the ACH.
Sure. So, City Council, you asked us to look into the ability to absorb those auto pay e-check, and we further dug into that, and we came up to the conclusion that we receive about 40% of our collections through auto pay. And that's a mixture of payment, whether it's credit card, ACH, et cetera. And you have the ability through policy to absorb those fees, which would be about $200,000 a month. Now, that is dispersed between the various accounts.
I'm sorry.
I'm
Ms.
sorry,
Johnston.
200,000 per year.
Okay.
Sorry.
Give me a heart attack.
18,000 per month. Sorry. I misspoke there. And that's estimated. So estimated of 18,000 per month or 200,000 per year. And it's split between the various accounts, whether it's utility, solid waste, or stormwater, because all of those fees are on that one bill. And if you wanted to look into just absorbing auto pay for e-check or ACH, it's about 30,000 a year spread across those distributions as well. So it's, do you want to incentivize the auto pay and absorb the collection of those fees, or do you want to just simply look at auto pay and e-check only? So I would just need kind of your consensus to move forward, because this is scheduled to start June 1st.
So if we decide that we are going to absorb those auto pay fees, we need to budget the $200,000 additionally.
Correct.
And that would be between the, well, at least two funds, stormwater and utility?
And solid waste.
And solid waste. Well, no, where does the solid waste funding?
It's its own fund. It's an enterprise fund.
Okay, okay. So it would be three funds. Okay. Thoughts?
How are we paying for it now?
We've been paying for it.
Right, so it essentially, we've been paying for it, so it was in the budget, like it or not. I mean, you were paying for it. So what we're talking about is a fee that like everything else, is hurting us and doing our actual full job of operations of the equipment and people. Is there a trade-off between if people start writing checks instead of doing the automatic payments, is there an extra cost in processing checks?
No, if they mail us a check, there is not an additional fee. And sir, if they also look into their bank may also offer bill pay, which eliminates the fee. You know, every bank is different. I don't want to say for all, but majority of them waive the fee if you were doing bill pay through the bank, and they would not be charged a fee from us for that service. This is just third-party fees.
Yep.
So if I may, we had this all kind of come back when we were doing the contract for the payment vendor. And if I recall correctly, I believe it was roughly about $700,000 total in fees per year. And that was when we kind of looked at whether, you know, and residents are paying it either way, right? Either it's through their taxes or it's through the fees on the bills. And so the thought process was to try to make that operation work as a business and do the same thing a business would do, and pass on those fees in that way versus just absorbing them but still paying them through tax collection money. And so, or user rates specifically, I think, for an enterprise fund. But ultimately, we decided to pass that on. A lot of residents utilize ACH and e-check kind of auto pay systems. And so there's been a ton of feedback. I think mostly some emails, phone calls, but also a lot of social media about that. That's a primary method of payment that most people are concerned with, and they don't believe that they should be charged that fee. The difficulty is because of a third-party payment system, they charge that fee. Other places don't necessarily do that. Other businesses don't do that because it's a third party. they collect a fee on it. So I think, in my opinion, looking at kind of these two ones that people use a lot, I think that 200,000 is kind of a trade-off, right? Instead of going the full 700,000, which is what we had coming in June, we could look at kind of these ones that are the normal avenue for most people to pay, and if we could allow those without a fee, that would make life easier on the residents.
So you're saying that anybody who's enrolled in auto pay would not experience a fee, it would be absorbed by the city, rather than just parsing out those folks who use ACH rather than a credit card auto pay. The credit card auto pay and the other auto pay would be 200,000, but if people just use ACH for auto pay, it would only cost us 30,000 a year, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to, if I just want to make sure there's a method that's convenient and easy for someone to pay.
Agreed.
That doesn't cost money. So if it's just one version of that, so it's ACH only, and that's much cheaper, so to speak, then I'm okay with that too. I want to make sure that there's a way that residents can do it easily without feeling like they're getting ripped off.
Correct. I'm with you on that. I think if we give the option of some type of payment without a fee, and it's on auto pay, that's the best way to go. Councilman Gumbar, did you have any thoughts?
I support either course of action.
Yeah, I think what's tough for me is, like, to your point, if residents don't pay a fee, then essentially, let's say one resident A pays via credit card and it costs $3 in a surcharge. Is that about right, Acting City Manager? $2 or $3?
It's 3.5. I'm sorry, it's $1. If it's online, it's $1.95 per transaction. But if they come into customer service and pay that way, then it's 3.5% or a minimum of $2.50.
Okay, so for ease of math, we'll say $2. So $2 per credit card fee, but you've got resident B who pays via ACH and it's only 50 cents. Then essentially resident B, if we absorb all of those fees, resident B is through their user rates paying for resident A's ability to pay via credit card. Does that make sense? So I almost feel like we're forcing other residents to subsidize the convenience of resident A. So I want to provide a fee-free way for residents to auto-pay their utility and stormwater bills. I think the best way to do that, and to not make other residents still kind of absorb the choice of some to pay via credit card, I think the best way to do that is probably to only offer no charge for those who are paying via ACH auto pay. To me, that's the fairest way to do it.
Yeah,
I think that's the most common way people would pay as well.
That sounds reasonable, but in general, it's the cost of doing business totally.
Right.
And is there some way, if somebody insists on using their credit card, we can charge just them the extra? In other words, so we don't spread it over everybody else.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So
I mean, that's kind of where I would come down on that, if it can be done without a lot of extra cost.
Yeah, so everybody who's paying via credit card would still pay the fee, but if you pay via auto pay and ACH, then you get no fee. We're waiving that. That's one of our options, right?
That is one of your options.
Okay.
That would cost you $30,000 if we're only doing ACH on auto pay.
Mm-hmm. And then you hope more residents will make that choice.
No,
and
it should
switch over.
incentivize people to move to that form of payment, which then makes everything operate at a cheaper rate.
And that's 30,000 per year, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Legal counsel, do we need a motion or do we just need consensus on the direction? Okay, so do we have a consensus? Sorry, you go ahead and speak into the mic, Marcus.
Just consensus is fine.
Do we have consensus on one direction or the other as far as moving forward?
I think so.
Okay.
But 30,000?
The 30,000 ACH use.
Okay, so we're going to waive the fee for anybody on auto pay using ACH.
Okay, understood.
Thank you.
Thank you
for looking into that.
Sure.
Sorry about changing direction on it.
That's okay.
All right, with that, we will move on with the agenda up to item E, presentations. Number 1, ordinance amending Chapter 29 impact fees, Article 2 transportation impact fees, Code of Ordinances of the City of Palm Coast to adjust the rates based on a comprehensive study, including an extraordinary circumstances study. Staff?
Good morning, Vice Mayor and City Council. For the record, Fong Wing, Senior Planner with Community Development Department. Before Mr. Jonathan Paul provide the presentation, I would like to introduce him to you briefly about his experience. Mr. Jonathan Paul has 25 years of public, private, and university sector experience in land use and transportation planning, traffic impact analysis, impact fees, and mobility fees. Mr. Paul holds master's in planning from University of Florida and a master's in public administration from the University of South Florida. He has worked as a concurrency and impact fee manager for Alachua County, I think one of the first county that has adopted mobility fee, and interim in transportation planning director for Sarasota County. Over the last 15 years, he has been the principal of New Urban Concepts and worked with governments and developers to create innovative land use concept mobility plans and establish creative techniques to fund mobility. Mr. Paul has served on numerous land use committees, land use and transportation review committees. And last year was the author of the mobility fees chapter of the nationally published book called Development Impact Fees. So with that, I'd like to also let you know that our last update in 2018, Mr. Paul also did conduct the technical report for the City of Palm Coast. So with that, Mr. Paul.
All right. Thank you, Fong. Good morning, council members. My name is Jonathan Paul, principal of New Urban Concepts. There's a lot of technical documentation and information we're going to go over this morning. So if there is a question that you all have, I mean, it is a workshop format, so it allows some opportunity for feedback as I'm going through this. If something's unclear, please let me know. You know, I've been doing this for a long time. Some of the things that are clear to me may not necessarily be clear to you all. So I just want to make sure that you're comfortable with what we're doing here today. And it's our goal to just give you the information that you need to make an informed decision on this matter. So the transportation impact fees for the city were last updated in 2018. They've been roughly adjusted over the past few years at a rate of 2.7% a year for inflation. That last adjustment actually occurred in January as of this year. Those rates have been relatively conservative, but in line with historic inflation rates. The last few years, we've seen anything but historic inflation rates, and we'll go into a little bit more detail on that as part of the extraordinary circumstances. Transportation impact fees are a way for new development to mitigate its impact. They are not fees or assessments charged on existing residents or existing businesses. This is only a one-time fee for new development to pay for their traffic impacts. The fee itself is based on the needs for capacity between today and 2050, and it utilizes, to the extent it's available, the most recent and localized data.
May I ask you what the percentage increase was in 2018?
I'd have to look back on that. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was in the magnitude of like 40 or 50%.
Okay.
But, you know, the city's been relatively good about updating its fees every 5 years. You know, what the city's experiencing now is what a lot of local governments in Florida are experiencing is just the last 5 years. Inflation and costs have just gone up dramatically. And this isn't necessarily something just to Palm Coast, but this is happening throughout the state of Florida right now.
I just want to point out is that prior to 2018, we were on a different evaluation of our impact fees. Prior to that, we used what we call it consumption-based. And then 2018, Jonathan came in with LTG, modify and change it to a plan-based. So there's two different type of basis in order to justify impact fees. So if you compare that 2018 to the prior impact fee, it's not a true comparison in terms of fees, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question with the 2.7% adjustments. Is there a CPI, like a transportation-specific CPI that we're pinning that to? Or how are we doing the percentage increase for inflation?
Historically, Department of Transportation would issue a report, and a lot of local governments would follow that, or it would go anywhere from 2.5% to 3.5%. They stopped issuing that in 2022 with inflation going up dramatically. So there are a lot of local governments just kind of scrambling, and then there are some local governments that have specific caps in their ordinance to say even if it's going above, and I don't know if that's true for Palm Coast, but I know it's pretty standard that if you're going to adjust it, most local governments have not been adjusting it for the 10, 15, 20% a year that we've actually seen.
Right.
They still stayed in line with that 3.5%.
Yeah, I guess my interest in, we did this with the utilities and talking about all of that in terms of pinning it to a specific industry-specific CPI so that you have just kind of automatic updates that don't require another study and things like that. And also kind of mitigate the impact of extraordinary circumstances, right? If you say, we've had huge inflation and so therefore we need to increase our fees, if we had been raising them closer to actual inflation this entire time, potentially we wouldn't have to raise them as much. It would be a softer blow, so to speak. So I just wanted to know if there was a CPI that it's pinned to in order to kind of automatically raise it rather than us having to look at it every 5 years and kind of capture all that inflation in one big swoop, so to speak.
There is a construction cost index, and that's something that a lot of local governments have used. Like so many other things that are happening right now, the legislature is preempting more and more of local governments' abilities to do things. And one of those factors that they've been looking at is without studies, is trying to limit some of those inflationary adjustments. So it's probably something that would have to be looked at in a little bit more detail. Ideally, that would be how you address this going forward. But there are a lot of local governments that don't want to address impact fee increases every single year of a 10, 15% magnitude because it does have an impact. But then they bring you to this situation that we are at today where you're talking 130% increase. So I wish I could say there's an easy solution. There probably, whether there's a will, there's a way. But the legislature has been starting to crack down in terms of when you do your studies and how often you update these fees. So it is becoming more and more difficult even to tie it to inflation.
Can I jump in here real quick?
Of course.
So we've asked two questions. What was the increase in 2018, and why? And then Councilman Miller asked a question about what is the authoritative document or process that we've used for the year-to-year increase. You guys haven't been able to answer that. Okay, so that's a due out to us. All right, and especially you, Mr. Paul, that you did this study for us back in 2018, okay? We're asking pretty direct questions because we need to figure out how we're going to proceed moving forward and what the foundational rationale or numbers are. All right, so City Manager, if we can have that as a due out from the staff, please.
Understood.
All right, thank you.
I have another, so I looked up the construction rate of inflation, and it goes anywhere, I think residential was around 3%, non-residential around 3.4%. So the 2.7 isn't terribly off, but we are dealing with a lot of money, so it does add up, obviously. I guess what I'm a little confused about is we have limits, statutory limits, obviously, with regards to what, unless we have extraordinary circumstances, right, that are legally supported. If we come up with a base number that we're going to increase the impact fees by for year one, and then we add this CPI, we'll call it, year after year, do we add, is that CPI in place regardless of the starting point? Or if we say we're going to show extraordinary circumstances, so, and I'm just using this as an example, I don't want anybody to freak out. We're going to go 113% or whatever it may be year one, and then for the next 4 years until the next impact fee study, that's the rate without the rate of inflation added to it, or do we still add that rate of inflation even if we go to that extraordinary circumstances figure?
I may attempt to address that. Due to statute, we cannot increase like we had done before. So the CPI indexing every year, the 2.7% number was based on that throughout the years. So it averaged about 2.7%. The last one was like 3.9% last year that we indexed that. From now moving forward, you cannot basically increase the fee unless you have conduct a study to do so. After that, you have 4 years to utilize that. And let's say in 2 years, we think that the fee is not in par, then we have to do conduct another study in order for the rate to be increased. So moving forward from now on, we cannot just basically adopt 112%, and then on top of that, every year we add a CPI. We cannot do that based on legislation, yeah.
So based on that, we up here have to contemplate the continuing inflation, continuing inflationary impacts as we decide what the impact fees are going to be over the next 4 years. Is that an appropriate assessment then? Because if we can't automatically put on a CPI like we have in the past, we have to kind of build that into the impact fee that we're going to charge over the next 4 years, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Got it, okay, thank you.
Just to clarify on that, so anything above 50% increase is considered an emergency action. So if we increased it by 10% to 60% increase, would we still be restricted in using the CPI adjustments for the next 4 years? In other words, if we keep it within the rules and say 50%, we can do the CPI adjustments. Is that what you're saying?
No. The current legislation is basically every time local government wants to basically increase impact fees, you have to conduct a study to justify for that. And once you do that, that's it. It remains.
So if we wanted to do a CPI every year, we would have to do a study every year. That's what you're saying?
Yes, based on legislation.
In accordance with Florida statute?
Yes.
Crazy. Okay.
All right.
That's efficient.
Do you want us to keep going through the presentation?
Yes, sorry. I mean, this is really important, and it's going to apply to all of the impact fee studies. Yep. So it's going to go a little bit slow at the beginning here, but we'll get there. Sorry, please.
It is, and these are all valid questions we have. We have had some local governments that have directed us to say, project out the next 5 years and include a 5%, adjustment each year, so our cost in 5 years from now reflects 20% inflation. So that's one avenue that you could do. Basically, you're saying your cost, but then when you have some cost increases like we're talking about now, then you're talking about 180% as opposed to 160%.
And in the numbers that you put together, particularly for transportation, because it's well, I guess they all involve construction, but mostly transportation involves construction. In the numbers that you all presented, did you account for inflation in these projections?
As of right now, we're using present day dollars.
Present day, so you did not account for inflation?
We have not accounted for that, given the fact that we're already looking at an increase of a fairly substantial rate. If we were to do that, and we were to adjust for inflation, and we'd look for, say, a 5% or 6% number over the next few years, calculate that already, and then adopt it in your schedule. So your schedule going forward would have already a fee calculated for 2026, 2027, 2028, and 2029. That's how some local governments have been doing it. Others have said, if we're going to experience this inflation again, we will do another study for that. So, historically, it's been DOT has produced a construction index factor. The state stopped producing that in 2022. Most local governments in Florida referenced that index. Because of whatever issues going on at the state level, the state said, we're not reporting inflation anymore. Now we've gone back and I've started using the National Construction Cost Index, which is another national figure tied to transportation directly. So there has been a lot of changes that are going on back and forth, and the legislature has tried to make this more and more difficult to do. They basically have said, if you're going to update your fees, you have to do a study. Some local governments have said an adjustment for inflation is not an update. That really depends on each local government's legal counsel and the desire of their counsel.
Well, I think if you work it in at the beginning, though, it's not an update.
If you do that, that's how we've been doing it now,
Right.
is now we've been starting to say, we're going to work it in up front and then go out there.
But that's just an estimate, right? So like.
It is.
Versus the ability to tie it directly to a CPI, you can capture what the actual, to an extent, what the actual costs are that have arisen, versus us just guessing and saying, well, our crystal ball says 7% next year.
Can I ask a question on the Florida statute? So when you're, Mr. Fong, when you're referencing the statute that locks us in, that we can't do a CPI down the road, is that effective, the law that goes into effect, what is it, 1 July, or is it current?
That's current.
Okay.
Yeah, the July 1st is a different bill that we are basically monitoring. And that one basically define what extraordinary circumstances is and how you would meet that. Currently, it doesn't basically define what that is. So we have options to justify for that. But if it is passed and signed by the governor, then July 1st, then basically we have to follow the requirement. I think for transportation, we have to qualify 3 out of 5 requirements in order to justify for that.
Okay, so the definition changes?
Yes.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Please go on.
All right, thank you. So historically, inflation has gone up 2.5% to 3.5% per year, depending on where you are within the state. At the national level, since COVID, it's gone up for construction costs 13 to 15% a year. The state of Florida itself has gone up 20 to 25% a year. Back in 2018, when we did this, the overall cost was roughly $7 million a mile of the projects that had been identified. This go around, it's $14 million a mile. The 2025 number could have been even higher, but since most of the rights of way that we're looking at have been platted and have room, we have not included an additional cost for right of way, for stormwater, or for intersections. But as you know, as you've likely gone through any of your projects, right of way is often a factor in the construction cost of these improvements. We've also looked at some of the localized data. Historically, design and engineering runs at 35% of construction cost. We've used a 25% construction cost number. So these factors could have been even higher. We've taken a little bit more of a conservative approach, given that inflation has gone up as much as it has. Each of the factors that we look at to update our impact fees have changed or been updated since 2018. The National Household Survey, which gives us travel length data, was updated in 2022. The trip generation manual that references the trip impacts for an individual land use was updated to 11th edition. The long-range transportation plan's been updated. The travel demand model, the capacities that we use to evaluate roadways have been updated. So essentially, all the factors that we look at and all the sources of information that we look at have all changed. And that will come into play as we go through some of the numbers. And there's some land uses that have seen a fairly high increase. Others have seen not as high, and that's largely due to these factors. There are 2 studies that we have performed. One is for the actual impact fee itself, and the second is just detailing the findings, should you all elect to make a finding of extraordinary circumstances, of what some of the facts are that we believe have driven those costs up, and some of the considerations should you adopt a fee higher than what statute allows. And this all came about since you've last updated it. So in 2021, the Florida legislature basically required any increase in an existing fee to be phased in over a multi-year period. If you're increasing it up to 25%, it's phased in over 2 years. Between 25% and 50%, it's phased in over a 4-year period. And you can't exceed 50% above the existing rates, unless you make a finding of extraordinary circumstances. So you all could say, here's our current rate. We're going to stick to statute, so since they all exceed 50%, we would cut them off at the 50% level and phase that increase over 4 years. So if you all elect to not take any action on extraordinary circumstances, but you elect to vote for the study, that is the maximum they could be increased.
Would it have to be phased over 4 years?
If you followed statute, yes, it would have to be. You wouldn't have the choice.
Okay.
So if you make a finding of extraordinary circumstances, it requires 2 public workshops. We had one last week. We'll have another one on Friday. Staff has recommended having this one to you all. There's no limit in terms of how many that you have, but it's to have this level of discussion because especially if you are dealing with increases on that, it's good for you all to know all the factors that go behind it. There is a supermajority vote, so 4 out of the 5 of you would have to vote for this. One of the other factors in the new bill that's passed, coming up, it will be a unanimous vote. So you'll have to have a unanimous vote of your elected officials going forward in the future to make a finding of extraordinary circumstances. This would allow you to adopt.
Pardon me 1 second.
Yeah.
If we can just keep the conversation low, please, so that we can make sure everybody can hear the speaker. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
With a finding of extraordinary circumstances, you can go higher than the 50%. You could either go all the way up to the maximum, or you could go to whatever level that you feel appropriate. You could also elect to do an alternative phase in, voluntarily. So you could say, well, we want to increase these fees up to the maximum level, but we want to do it over a 3-year period, over a 4-year period. That would be your decision at that point under the extraordinary circumstances. And I'm sorry, not as January 1st, 2025, but January 1st, 2026. One of the new factors of the legislation would be a unanimous vote, and then any increase has to be phased in over 2 years. The legislature did talk about a number of other factors, including even eliminating extraordinary circumstances. So in the future, you may not even have this discussion because it may just say that all you can do is a 50% increase. There's a number of factors that we look into in terms of the fees themselves. One is the population growth in the community. Palm Coast has been one of the fastest growing communities in the state of Florida, and we project that trend will continue up to 2050. There's estimates been provided by staff based on some of the state level data available, saying upwards to 157,000 residents within Palm Coast by 2050.
Can we, sorry, I have a question for legal, if I may. On a slide, I don't know, I think it was 2 back, it talked about, it says you could adopt the full increase, but over a multi-year period. And in meetings with staff, I think there was some hesitancy to going that route because there would be a legal challenge to saying we have these extraordinary circumstances, but they're not so extraordinary that we don't need to collect them all up front and we can phase them in. I believe that's correct, right, Fong?
Yes, basically you are trying to justify the extraordinary circumstances fee. And then after that you say, okay, we're gonna collect it over the next 4 years and reduce the collection of that increase. That basically, we open up for litigation by justifying extraordinary circumstances. Mm-hmm. So typically, if you're gonna go for extraordinary circumstances, then we basically should go with the maximum justifiable by the technical report.
Yeah, so I guess my legal question is, if we look at just these impact fees in a silo, and we say we have extraordinary circumstances, and I think from a lot of infrastructure perspectives, we absolutely do. But if we look at them in a silo, we could say, yes, we have extraordinary circumstances, no problem. But then if we're trying to balance other interests, like affordable housing, from a legal perspective, are we permitted to balance those issues, or do we have to look at and I guess the real question is, has the court looked at this and evaluated, is there any, I didn't see any case law on extraordinary circumstances being challenged and then these legal arguments being made, because we as city council can't look at these in a silo. We have to look at how this reverberates in our community and how it can shock the system of affordable housing for an incoming firefighter that makes $49,000 a year.
So to answer your first part of the question, so case law, there's very little case law on this. Yeah. So I'll be honest with you, any path you guys go forward, you'd be kind of defining that if someone challenged it, then that would be most likely the case law. So in my research, talking with Fong there and researching that, there's very little case law on this. Like Fong said, you want to go by what you're looking at. You can consider that stuff, I guess. You could try it, but it's going to be a trial and error, unfortunately.
Yeah. I don't feel like being a trailblazer today. I don't know if I want to be a trailblazer on this. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, and Vice Mayor, all these questions you have, this is probably the 10th one of them we've done this year, just extraordinary circumstances. These are all legitimate questions because it was adopted in 2021 by the legislature. There's been no real clear guidance, and except for 2022, the legislature has amended the statute every year. So it's, a little bit like playing whack-a-mole, trying to come up here giving you long-term recommendations. The extraordinary circumstances is completely a Florida legislature creation. There is no case law anywhere that's been documented on that. So that's completely a construct of that. There are a number of local governments, I think if these things continue, maybe it will be worthwhile for them to challenge some of the things on statute. Because some of these are real limitations. In one instance, you have use your most recent localized data, and in the other instance says you have 50% cap. So there are statutory inconsistencies, which is unheard of. It just depends if what you want to be a local government going up against the state of Florida, and most local governments haven't felt that pain yet enough to do that. But as more and more of them get preempted on, the vacation rentals you have, on the land use laws, more and more you all deal with the direct consequences of that for members of the public. So none of what you're discussing today, we haven't already heard. Some local governments have a very conservative approach legally. Others say we're going to maximize it, the full extraordinary circumstances, just like Fong's recommended. And that ultimately depends on your legal counsel and their level of comfort. So I wish you'd say there's a magic ball and there's all this knowledge that we can pull from. You got some folks coming up behind me, they deal with a lot of the other impact fees. They're dealing with these same instances. And it's really, my role is to give you all at least the information you need to feel comfortable with the decision you're going to make. But there has been no uniformity in terms of how local governments have addressed this.
Just a real simple question. I've listened to the briefing now a couple of times. The third bullet on this slide says requires supermajority vote of elected officials. And then next to the last bullet says, as of January 5th, requires a unanimous vote. It phase in over 2 years. So
it should be 2026.
I think there's a typo, yeah.
Okay, so that's what I thought, because I thought we still had
the
chance
you
of
do.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so if we were to delay this decision till January, then these rules would apply to us then.
But I saw January 1st, 2020. So what are we talking about here? It's already gone by.
I guess when we're talking about the extraordinary circumstances and the phase-in, I guess the reason, in my mind, the reason there may not be any case law is that if you're claiming a large percent increase and the opponents of those as kind of a softening blow, you phase it over time, potentially they're not going to sue to correct that decision because they got a softer version of what was going to happen anyways, right? Yeah. So unless they're just trying to completely wipe out the extraordinary circumstances itself, they wouldn't sue. So therefore, there would be no case law. So.
Well, I think that's the issue here is whether or not there are extraordinary circumstances and it's legally defensible. You said you did roughly 10 of these other presentations. Do you know what other cities have gone with? I mean, have they found extraordinary circumstances?
Usually, if they've gone down the path to make the study, they have gone down and done this. There are some local governments, they don't meet the criteria for it. They have average growth, they have regular needs. I'll recommend not to do it because I don't think you can make a finding of it. Palm Coast, you know, you are one of the fastest growing communities in the state. You've been one of the fastest growing. You know, I think just in population alone, my metric I look at is, are you, as a percentage of population, growing faster than the state of Florida, which is pretty extraordinary. You are. There's not, say maybe it's 25, 30 local governments across the state that can make that case. We're doing Cape Corals right now, which is another one of the ITT communities that's extraordinary growth. We're doing Port St. Lucie right now, another extraordinary circumstance case. But we're also doing Altamont in the Central Florida, where they have average growth, and we haven't historically recommended it. So it really just depends on what your all's needs are. You know, I think you're going to have the growth, and I don't see that growth going down anytime in the foreseeable future, and your costs are only going up. So, I mean, but in terms of phasing, some folks have elected to do it, some folks have elected not to. It just really feels what they're comfortable with, and honestly how much the builders and development community comes out and you know, raises a question on this.
Just another one of my simple questions. On this extraordinary circumstances, I understand the growth part. Is inflation considered an extraordinary circumstance?
Over the past 5 years, I consider it one because it's a reality that we're dealing with. Again, there's not any definition of what's extraordinary. All that we know is historically costs have gone up 3.5% a year, and in the last 5 or 6 years they've gone up anywhere from 80% to 130%. That's pretty extraordinary. It's not something that we've dealt with probably as a country since the 70s, when you had a high level of, you know, hyperinflation. But we went through decades, 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s. You didn't see anything like what we saw the last 5 years. And it doesn't matter, you know, it's eggs, it's food, it's, you know, anything of your daily needs. We've all felt the pain of it, and transportation is just one of those factors as well.
So what are we expecting the inflation rate to be for the next 5 years or 10 years?
I mean, at the national level and the state level, it has leveled off some, but some of the communities I'm running in, it's still running, you know, 5, 6, 7% rates. And the numbers we're seeing now on some of the construction costs, you know, they're $12 to $15 million a mile for a 2-lane road. That 2-lane road would have cost $3 million 5 or 6 years ago. Some of the communities, Port St. Lucie and Cape Coral, some of the 4-laning of roadways, it's $35 million a mile. I mean, these are costs that are getting, you know, extremely high, and, you know, to what level local government's going to continue to absorb this, I don't know. They're going to have to make some real decisions on these growths, but I mean, the one benefit you all have is you do have that right of way, so there's some check in terms of those overall costs, but you know, the inflation and construction costs is real. And you're all competing against a lot of other communities that are growing fast as well.
So I just, for everybody's benefit as we're looking at this, I would say that if in 2018, we now come to 2025, and I don't think we could have anticipated this rate of inflation. But looking forward now, we should anticipate. So I don't know that in when this would be due, we'll say 2030. If we do another impact fee study in 2030, it's less likely that you'll be able to say, oh, and the rate of inflation is an extraordinary circumstance because we've already been experiencing it. But because we didn't experience it previously and then it jumped up the way it did, I would say it now qualifies as an extraordinary circumstance. So probably in the future it may not, but I think for purposes of this study it absolutely does. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine. You know, these are all, you know, really good questions. Population, we just use as a metric in terms of transportation. You know, is your community growing? The real factor we get into is the actual growth or the projected growth in traffic, looking at the model volumes. And here again, we expect some pretty significant growth in traffic in the community. Between 2023, which is our last sort of round of traffic count data, up to 2050, roughly an increase of 900,000 vehicle miles of travel. So that's, the volume of traffic on the road times the length of the overall road system. So, it's pretty significant growth in terms of traffic demand. We look at existing traffic and in fact, what are your existing deficiencies on your network. As of right now, your network as a whole has a decent amount of capacity, with the exception of limited access, which is controlled by the state, and that's really not factored into this. But today, your system's operating roughly how it should be. In the future, we project that these several roadways that we've identified would operate below their level of service standard. And these are the corridors looking out to 2050 that we believe, at least on the model data and the traffic data that we have today, would need to be improved. And those include portions of Belterre going from 4 to 6, Matanzas Woods going from 2 to 4, and then a portion of it near the interstate going upwards to 6 lanes. Palm Coast Parkway, portion of it near the interstate going up to 8.
I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt, but the VMC, what is that?
Vehicle miles of capacity. So you
Capacity,
have
okay.
the travel on the roadway is the
Travel
cars
versus
times the
capacity.
length, and then the capacity is the number of lanes, carry so many cars times the length of the roadway.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Some people say it's volume to capacity, which just looks at cars and how many they can handle at say an intersection. We also identify the need for 2 state road projects, State Road 100 to be widened during that time frame, and US Highway 1 portion of that to also need to go to 6 lanes as a part of this overall study. So we do look at city roads. There's not a whole lot of county roads in the area that we've looked at. We also look at county roads and state roads because traffic and development impacts all those corridors. Whether they're a state road, whether they're a city road, or a county road, it's development in your city using that transportation need. So we do look at all those corridors in terms of what's out there. None of these roadways as of today have any specific funding identified in the long-range transportation plan or in the 5-year work program. That's not to say in the future that won't occur, but as of right now, they're not identified for any type of funding today.
I have several questions on these lists of roads. So my first question is, you said these were chosen because these are essentially the main thoroughfare corridors, right?
These are the roadways that are projected to be over capacity by 2050. Does it matter? We look at specific dates. We have rough estimates of when that would occur, but these are the roadways that we project will be over capacity by that time frame. So that's why they were chosen as corridors to be widened.
And why are we looking at them through 2050 when we know impact fees are looked at every 4 to 5 years?
And typically, we've looked at the 2018. We looked at a 20-year time frame. Mm-hmm. This is the time frame for the long-range transportation model. So we typically look at a longer time frame in terms of transportation need, because it takes a while to get some of those funds collected. You could look at a shorter time frame, and we did initially. I think there's only 2 roads over the next 5 years that need to be widened, but that doesn't necessarily generate a whole lot of funds for that, and I don't necessarily know that. Certainly making a recommendation of extraordinary circumstances based on 1 road or 2 roads in a 5-year period probably wouldn't be enough justification. Here you have enough of a sample of roadways and enough data going behind it. So most of the transportation corridors that we look at, we do look out over a 20-year period.
And we have, so 100% of impact fee, or I should say 100% of these expansion projects can be paid with impact fees, right, for traffic? And then we have 7 years to use them from the time of collection, right? Okay. So this question is for Fong. Do we anticipate, have we done a chart essentially or an analysis that says based on growth, and if we were to, if council were to approve the recommendation for impact fees to increase I think this one is 113% starting day one, over the next 4 years, this is what we'll collect. Have we done that analysis to then see what that will translate to in the construction world? So in other words, if the current rate of growth continues and we collect this amount in 4 years, we'll be able to 6-lane Belterre Parkway from East Hampton to Royal Palms. Have we done that analysis?
We have not done that analysis. The reason is that because it's based on absorption rate, because it's based on the historical construction of how many residential, single-family, multifamily units coming in, and that varies from year to year. We could do an average of the last 5 years, for example, and project it out to the next 5 years, just to get a range of collection of the impact fees in order to look at it. But basically what we have done in the past is that every impact fee dollar that we collected, it goes to a separate account, and then that separate account translate into enough dollars in order to do an improvement that's related to capacity improvement, because we can only use impact fees for capacity improvement only, because that is the intent, is to basically to provide adequate infrastructure for new developments impact. So that's why we cannot use it for anything else. So we have done that. Every dollar that we collected, it remains there, and basically it's going to use for a capital improvement project.
We don't have anything in our impact fee fund right now, right, for traffic?
Very little.
And have we had to, as we get it. Yeah, have we had to dip into any other funds to make up for what traffic impact has not paid for?
Well, portion of the ad valorem tax that council allocated on an annual basis had a certain millage rate in there that would also go toward capital improvement projects. That if we don't have that.
I don't think that's right, Fong.
Oh, we don't have that?
No, Carl's shaking his head no in the background. That was sunsetted a long time ago, back in like 2012, I believe.
Okay, so we don't
Carl,
have it.
let Carl answer for clarity.
Yeah, I don't remember when it ended, but currently in the Transportation Impact Fee Fund, that's been funding itself over a certain number of years. I can't think of a time in recent memory before 2018 or since 2018 that we've used other funds to help supplement the project. We haven't carried a big balance, so using those funds within 7 years has not been an issue. Okay. There's always plenty of capacity projects around the city to do for us to move forward with. So.
Thank you.
And just on this list, since we're looking at this list, State Route 100, right now, they're finishing up an FDOT project, but are we saying that we would, out of our transportation impact fees, we would be looking at changing State Route 100 from a 4-lane road to an 8-lane road between Bulldog Drive and Old Kings Road? That would be our responsibility?
No, what we use these for is these projects give us a cost per mile of roadway improvements. These developments only pay a share of how much they're going to use of the overall capacity that's out there and the cost of that. What these fees are, if, I don't know if you've all done a community development district or a special area district before. So say you have an area of your community that's brand new. You know that there's going to be 2,000 homes there and there's going to be 1 million square feet of commercial. You can identify a network of either resurfacing roads or new roads or infrastructure they need and divide it by those total number of people. Those people would then end up pay their share of that cost of however much that money is. So it's $10 million, they would each pay their share of $10 million. Under a fee, you're looking at what is the cost of the capacity to widen a roadway. If you have one road as your example, that one road could either be too low or it could be really high. So it could either be it costs you $1,000 per lane mile to do that road, or $200 a lane mile to do that road. When you have a CIP that's based on one corridor, that's all you have it at. When you have several or 8 corridors, they tend to give you an average, and that average, in terms of this study, has come out to be about $600 per mile of travel. So then that gets calculated into the impact of an individual land use. So no, you are not expected to pay for these roadways, and no, because this is not driven by a defined development plan, if you have no growth, you don't generate any fees, you don't generate any traffic. If you have moderate growth, you generate moderate impact, and you help pay for that. So it's one way of determining what the fee is itself. What a lot of folks look at is when they see a list of projects, they think, okay, well, all development in the city of Palm Coast has to pay for this list. Well, that's not how we structured the fee. If we knew that there's going to be exactly 50,000 more residents and they were going in this location and you needed these couple of roads to do that, you could divide that number by 50,000. Then every person would have their share of that. But that's not what this is. It's not a special area. It's not a defined area. It's not a master development. It's a city. So the more robust sample of roadways that we have, the more reasonable those costs per mile end up being.
Yeah, I have to challenge you on that a little bit, though, because it seems to me we're using this list to show a need. But to your point, Councilman Sullivan, FDOT is supposed to be responsible for both US 1 and State Route 100. So, or at least giving us a certain portion of funding. Now, I understand that on their plan, if we waited on them, Lord knows what State Route 100 would look like in 10 years. We don't want to probably fully wait on them, but I think it's reasonable to say that we would get funding at least for this. So I know Fong and I had discussed, how would this analysis change if we did get funding from FDOT, and would it lessen our need for in this 10-year future projection? Because I think that it reasonably would.
I have a section where I go into exactly that question of what we've assumed in terms of funding. And you are correct, Vice Mayor. Any additional funding you allocate, reasonably anticipate, will lower the fee. Mm-hmm. Any funding you take away will raise the fee. Mm-hmm. So the fee itself is very sensitive to what the overall cost is for that. And local governments, is it reasonable to think the state would pay for parts of the road? It is. That's not an unreasonable assumption. Could it be 100%? Possibly. Could it be 20%, 50%, what have you? I think there's a wide range of there, but if you wanted to say, as an elected body, we reasonably anticipate FDOT's going to cover X share of these roadways, we could include that into the calculations.
Mm-hmm. Because I think I did see that, is that the 25 million?
Yeah. So that's an example of what we did is, because we have state roads in here and we have city roads as well, the city has roughly received from various sources, from the state, from grants, from just one-off type things, about $700,000 a year. We estimated as you continue to grow, as you continue to be larger part of the Volusia Flagler metropolitan area, that number could increase upwards to $1 million.
But that doesn't include the work they've paid for on State Route 100.
Well, what they've done now is resurfacing. So that's not in these costs in terms of
not a capacity project.
Right,
it's not a capacity project.
They added some lanes. They added some turn lanes.
They did, well, they're in the process, yes, and I think a light too. So I know that there's been some stuff that they've done that we could argue is not capacity related. I agree with you on that, but I'm trying to make sure that what we're doing is legally defensible.
It is. So right now we've conservatively estimated, $25 million. Some of that money would come from the state, some would come from other sources. If you want to say that we believe a higher share of that should be allocated for the state road projects, say additional 25 million or 30 million or 50% of the cost, you certainly could do that. Again, we don't have a basis for it because it hasn't been something historically done, mm-hmm. But it's the definition is it reasonably anticipated funding? So if you have a state road, do you reasonably anticipate the state to have some share of that cost? That's a reasonable assumption. What share of that? I've seen it anywhere from 10% to 90%. It really just depends on, what your historic track record has been. Right now, this community's probably seen most of the money going to Volusia because it's larger. As you continue to grow, the state share of that could start going more towards the Palm Coast area. So you certainly could give us direction to say, we'd like to make a certain assumption on funding of those state roads. Is it going to happen? Well, 5 years from now, you'll be able to make a decision to say, okay, well, it wasn't this percent, it should be this percent. But as of today, anything you have, I think is so reasonable,
I think that in terms of the state-funded roads, if it's going to happen in the short term, we should not anticipate a high percentage of it coming from state dollars. I think through the normal routes of TPO and those things, getting it on the long-term plan and then moving it up to the short-term plan, we're not there yet, and that takes years and years and years and years. So essentially, if we're going to expect them to mostly fund, say, 100's expansion, then it would be on their timeline and not ours. And I don't think that, the basis is that we're trying to fix these problems before they become bigger problems, right? So if we're anticipating doing these within 10 years, then we should anticipate that we would have to fund them. If we want the state to fund them, then we have to be more patient for that to happen, I think, it's what's realistic, I think.
Well, and it is, we are looking at 20 years. So that's what I'm saying. When you make a reasonable assumption, everything you said is 100% correct. FDOT may not prioritize this for year 15 or year 10. Okay, well, we assume in 10 years, 50% of that cost is going to be covered by the state. It's not an unreasonable assumption. I think it's a reasonable assumption to think, if you said we expect FDOT to fund this in 5 years and fund half of it, that's probably not likely. But going out, because we look at a 20-year time frame.
The difficulty is that for the TPO, it's been on the 20-year plan for 20 years. So and it's never made it to the 5-year plan. So getting it prioritized in that way seems to be kind of a very long-term battle, as you mentioned, because of, the way it's structured in terms of Volusia Flagler and things like that.
If I may, Vice Mayor, yeah. Another thing to consider is this. If you look at one of the chart that Jonathan provided, we have capacity right now at 56%. So the other 44% is available capacity. So
on what roads? I'm sorry.
On basically majority
at a network level, over
gotcha.
the whole.
Yeah, on the overall. So what I'm trying to say is this: these roadways have been, projected to be over capacity. For example, 100 from the Hospital Drive entrance to I-95 is currently over the capacity of a 4-lane. So now, it takes a long time for us to collect the impact fees in order to have sufficient dollars for it. But we have to realize that we still have that 44% of open capacity that if development comes in today, they don't have to pay for the impact because capacity is currently available. So you have to wait until capacity is no longer available and their project trips the threshold.
Right.
Then we can collect the impact fee, and we only collect the proportionate share of what the cost would do to go from 4-lane to 6-lane or 4-lane to 8-lane. So we collect a portion of that. So in terms of trying to get, let's say, 50%, let's say we anticipate 50% from the FDOT. How and when are we going to collect the other 50% in order to have a project? So that's a question you have to consider as well.
Do we know on what timeline our level of Service D is projected to drop for State Route 100 and US 1, particularly in these areas that you've got listed?
We can get that for you. It is over the next, is past the 10-year horizon.
Right.
So
Okay.
it's not tomorrow that's happening. Maybe portions of State 100 closer to the interstate, they're probably more in the immediate term. A little bit further away, they probably are 20. I don't have that right on me, but we can get that information.
I think from
for
our
you.
last traffic count analysis that Fong did, it was failing from the hospital to I-95 on State Road 100, but that was the only segment at that time that was failing on 100.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
As part of the overall calculation, we look at the increase in the capacity from those roadways that goes from 2 lanes to 4 lanes or from 4 lanes to 6 lanes, and that factors into the overall calculation. And then, you know, that's just a pure number from 2 to 4, but then you actually multiply that by the length of the roadway itself, and that gets you the vehicle miles of capacity increase, whereas that number is just assuming a mile to mile. Not all these projects are a mile in length, some of them are longer than a mile in length. And then this is getting real detailed into it, but I just kind of wanted to go over each of the factors that we do look at. And so the overall cost of this plan is roughly $160 million in present day numbers. Then we looked at all these factors, so see one of the adjustment
Sorry,
factors.
I'm gonna pump you
Yep.
back to the last slide, because I do want to point out that if we look at the total, and I just did some very rough math, but the total is 157,000. Out of this, State Route 100 and US 1 make up almost like 105,000, or I'm sorry, million. I wish it were 157,000. 157 million, but out of that, these State Route 100 and US 1 projects are 105 million roughly. Out of that, US 1, which I think we're a pretty good ways off from dropping to a level of service D, is 33 million. So again, my concern is legally defending extraordinary circumstances, and then if we're collecting these, being able to use them within that 7-year period, where would they go? I'm just vocalizing some concerns that I have because it's a workshop. I think I have State Route 100. I get it. We all are feeling some pain points there, but US 1 is just, I think that's a different ballgame. So I'm just curious as to why that was included in this study.
Because all the factors we've looked at and the current comp plan you all just went through, all the numbers have looked out to 2050. The long-range transportation plan that's getting ready to be updated is looking out to 2050. So the next cycle for FDOT funding, for state funding, it's going to be looking at the 2025 to 2050 cycle. So all the decisions that are going to be made, over that time frame.
I got you. So
it's-
looking out to 2050 is why US 1 popped up on this radar.
Correct.
That makes sense. Okay.
Correct. And so the question of funding, it's a direct input into the calculation. So you have the cost, you have the funding, and then that gets us a net number. We divide that by the capacity increase of those projects, and then that gets us our rate per vehicle mile of capacity. So when you look at that overall improvement cost and the capacities, sometimes you could have an outlier projects where you only have 1 or 2 projects. They could be either really high or really low. When you look at them over 6, 7, 8 projects, it tends to give you a more reasonable number. The reasonably anticipated funding, just to be clear, there is no funding allocated today. Historically, the city has gotten roughly $700,000. We estimated conservatively, because there are some state roads here, that you likely could receive upwards to $1 million a year on average over the 25-year lifetime of this. Again, that's a conservative assumption. If you wanted to assume a higher level for the state roads, it would directly factor into the calculation. So, if you said, Madam Mayor, I think $105 million, if you said, well, X percentage of that is going to be captured and paid by the state, We take that X percent and add that potentially to that funding, and it would reduce the overall fee calculation.
That 700,000 that we're talking about, that's not including some stuff that's been directly funded by FDOT, right? You know, if, say tomorrow they were gonna do a 6-lane on 100, that wouldn't be a grant to us. They would pay for it and do it, right? So.
In terms of the 700,000, yes, I mean, that's money that's been available to the state, but I think it's money that's come to the city
like,
through
I think
certain
for like,
earmarks,
say, the
correct.
Whiteview project, right? We received a grant to help do the Whiteview project from DOT.
Not work they've done directly.
Right. So that's what I'm saying, that, you know, that 25 million is projected at 1 million a year for the next 25 years. But potentially there's going to be a reasonable anticipation that we're going to get 4 million here for, you know, 100, or, you know, a segment of 100, or that wouldn't be a grant and doesn't come into these calculations. So there should be, I think, a little bit more money attributed to some of these roadways coming from the state. I don't know how to define that, you know.
Isn't it true that in the last year and a half, we changed the mileage of roads that in Flagler County that come under TPO responsibility? Remember, there was a decision was made to do that about a year ago. How does that have any impact on anticipated support from the state as far as our roads go?
I'm not sure. I'm not aware of that change.
Oh, you're not?
No. I just joined the TPO board this last month.
Well, for a long time, there were very few roads that came under TPO study.
Yeah, I know they're doing a lot of like Western County roads as well.
We dramatically changed that
right
about a year ago. So there might be some.
But yeah, to the point, that would further increase potential roads within the cities and stuff like that.
Yeah, Councilman Sullivan. Yeah, basically, last year the TPO adopted the boundary extension of the TPO to the county's line, property lines, basically. Prior to that, it's only mainly within the city limits is under the TPO.
Okay.
But that does not have any effect on funding from federal or state dollars coming into the county or the city. What it will do is basically, if you are still in the basically called urbanized area, then you will be eligible for a different type of funding. If you're in the rural area, you're still going to be eligible for that type of funding. But it doesn't change.
There are some changes that have occurred that may help that.
Yeah, and again, so I think there is probably, we should anticipate more than just the, you know, 1 million a year in grant funding. I don't know how to define what that number should be though. You know, so I'd look to input from others to try to help with that, because I don't want to just guess, right? We should be utilizing some data here to come up with this. You know, whether it's what proposed costs would be for some of these in the long-term TPO plan or something like that, I'm not sure. But I think it'd be more than just the 1 million a year in grant money.
And just to that matter, I mean, any direction that you all give us, when we come back with the first reading of the ordinance, it would reflect that. So if you said, assume this much funding or this percentage, we would update these numbers accordingly and then come back to you with those revised numbers.
Thanks. For council, you know, for instance, if there's potential for us to throw in on some of these projects, right, on 100 and things like that, potentially that one of the factors that the TPO uses is like fundability, essentially, whether it's, you know, capable of being funded. If it's a $300 million project, but it's really needed, it gets axed because there's no way to fund $300 million, and they fund the small things first. So if we're capable of throwing in, potentially we can get this stuff moved up higher on the priority list by saying, hey, we'll split it 50-50 or whatever the case may be. So it may, to the point, add to some of that potential funding because we can kind of incentivize them to move it forward in their plan.
Well, I think to that point too, I mean, even if you look at US 1 and you look at all of the state appropriations that came to the city for the Loop Road, and the impacts that that's going to have on US 1, you would think there would be state interest to provide more funding for US 1 as well. Again, we don't have a crystal ball, but that just makes sense to me. I mean, if they anticipate this much growth, and this is truly a project of state importance, which I know it is, allowing the mechanisms for other through roads, US 1 would be up on that priority list as well.
I was going to add the other, whatever that new road is, 2209. Yeah, so they may anticipate offloading some of that traffic onto that road.
And to that point, I mean, then you would think too that will also relieve pressure from US 1. So again, US 1 presents an issue to me all around. I have issues with US 1 just being on there. I just do not think that is everything else. I 100% agree with. US 1. I'm having some issues with.
And we could certainly, if there is a corridor you don't feel as a unified body don't feel should be on there, it's always your purview to say direction to remove it. I will say it doesn't have as big a bang for the buck as you think in terms of additional funding, because one of the factors in the calculation is the increase in capacity. Mm-hmm. So just because you remove US 1, you're also removing that capacity addition. So then that assignable cost goes down, but the capacity goes down as well. So that's why that number still may stay $500, $600. That's what I said. The factor that's the most sensitive that impacts the fee is the funding.
Well, and my goal is not to lower the fee. My goal is to make sure that we can defend this if it's challenged. My goal is to make sure that we are not increasing the ultimate bottom line to our consumer, who's could be that first-time home buyer, unnecessarily, if we don't have to. So I want to make sure that we are getting paid what we should be getting paid for actual growth that's coming to our community. And then wherever those numbers fall, I'll fully support it. But I just think that we have to start from that base of what is realistic and can be reasonably anticipated. So, sorry, we keep holding you up, but
no,
this is a really, really big one.
This first one will have a lot of the questions.
And you'll see one of the options as we go towards the end of this are all these discussions we're having right now. This is our professional recommendation, but ultimately, if there's a project you feel shouldn't be on there, you could direct us to remove it. If there's funding we should be considering, you can provide direction to that. So we'll get into a little bit more into that, but all these we're having a discussion now, or we're going to have it towards the end, but it's all a valid discussion.
So to your point about the change in the VMCR on the basis of US 1, so just some quick math, the 33,141,456 divided by the VMC increase of 49,875 comes out to like 660. So it wouldn't be an appreciable difference in terms of the rate, so to speak, by removing it, to the point that you made earlier.
You can see, basically, US 1 is one of the bigger projects there. So you would lose $33 million of the funding, but that vehicle mile capacity also comes down by 49,000 as well. So if it's just for a matter of policy, you don't think it's appropriate to have that corridor in there, that's certainly a valid, statement. Again, US 1's not failing tomorrow. It's projected to fail at some point in the future before 2050. So we'll take whatever direction is provided.
No, I agree that I don't think, and obviously we're not looking at all these just in the lifespan of the current rate increase for the impact fees, or a lot of these projects wouldn't be on here. But all these other projects that we're looking at, we can all look at and say, hey, this is already kind of a problem, right, in our community. Mm-hmm. US 1, I don't feel that's the same way at all. So I agree that potentially we could remove that, just in the interest of making it more defensible, that, it's not a need for 24 years or whatever the case may be. So why include it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I tend to agree with that.
Yeah. I agree. We can revisit 4 years from now, like 5 years from now, whenever the next bite of the apple. and looking at these impact fees.
Yeah, obviously we'll get to providing direction here in a little while, but I would like to know, and it can come back simultaneously, but I would like to know when we anticipate US 1 dropping from level of service D based on the current rate of growth. Because if you come back and say, well, we anticipate it'll actually happen in 2030, then I'm going to say, well, then keep that baby in there. But if not, and I don't think it will, I think we're looking out to your point, sir, looking out at because this covers up to 2050, I think we're looking out a pretty good distance, and there are going to be probably 2 and 3 more impact fee studies before that, at least another one before we'll have to start preparing for that. But yeah, it feels like that's kind of the direction that we are going in, but I still would like to see that figure before we make that as a final decision. So, sorry, go ahead.
So all that gets us to the number that we use to calculate the fees. And then each individual land use has its own impact, and that's based on the trip generation of that land use, the vehicle miles of vehicle travel length, how many trips are already on those roadways versus new trips, and then what share of that travel occurs on the interstate system. So all those factor into the calculation of the individual impact fees themselves. And this is actually the primary reason why one number may be 160% and another number may be 71%, because all the factors that we look at and use, they've been updated since the last update. So I'd say on average, the increase is around 120%. So any one of those numbers, that's really reflecting the pure inflation. Percentages that are lower, it's because the underlying trip generation metrics have likely decreased. Ones that are higher is they've increased during that time frame. And then this is the actual schedule itself, but we actually have specific examples because you really can't see that or make anything reference at this level. So in terms of impact fees themselves, where we are today versus where we're projected to be in the future, should you adopt the fully calculated rates. For a single family home, today they're $3,500 a dwelling unit. Under this scenario, they would go upwards to $8,300. That's a 137% increase. Multifamily is $5,200 per dwelling unit. Today it's $2,000. That's a 160% increase. Part of that is the underlying trip generation itself for multifamily has changed more than single family over the duration from the last study. Place of worship, that 120% number is largely reflecting the increase in inflation itself. It's $5,600 per 1,000 square feet. Today it's $2,500. That's a 124% increase. For private education, which would be K through 12, and also, actually I think daycare is separate right here, but K through 12 would be $4,600 per 1,000 square feet. Today it's $2,700. So that actually numbers come down a little bit from where you were at previously.
I have a question on the multifamily versus single family. Fong, you've previously told us that single family actually generates less trips per dwelling unit than multifamily, correct?
No.
I think I saw that in the rate study too, that per dwelling unit for multifamily, there's less trips created than a single family.
Per 1,000 square feet? Yes.
Yeah.
But not per dwelling unit.
Okay, so it's per 1,000 square feet. Got it. Okay, I wanted to, because I saw that the percentage for multifamily actually went up, even though the amount is obviously still less. The percentage increase went up, so I was a little confused as to why, but that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, some of the fees that we're doing now, where we're going from dwelling unit to square footage, but that's where you have a large number of tear downs or, so we're just getting ready to start off Flagler Beach's mobility fee, and obviously they have a lot of tear downs. So, going to a per square foot rate there makes probably a lot more sense in Palm Coast. Most of your unit sizes are relatively uniform, but they're going from 1,000 square foot tear down to a 3,000 or 4,000 square foot new build. If it's per dwelling unit, they get nothing. At a per square foot rate, they'll get the difference between the two of those. So it's one thing we always look at. Just didn't really seem to be that much variation in household size in Palm Coast today, but in the future, maybe something that you'd look at. But Vice Mayor, you're correct. If you did that per 1,000 square foot, multifamily does generate higher. So, you know, a single family home is, say on average 2,000 square feet and generates 10 trips, so it's 5 trips per 1,000. A multifamily is 6.6 trips per 1,000 square feet. 1,000 square feet. So on a 1,000 square foot basis, it is more generating than a single family. For manufacturing, the rate per 1,000 square feet, and all the non-residential categories are per 1,000 square feet, with the exception of hotels, which are per room. But for the manufacturing per 1,000 square feet, be $4,300. Currently, it's roughly just under $2,000. For a hotel, it'd be $5,400 a room night. Today, it's $2,066. So it's a little bit higher of an increase. For office uses, on a per 1,000 square foot basis, it's going to go up to $10,000. Today it's $4,200. And I will say this question's come up recently a couple of times. Has the shift to home at work or the COVID shifts impacted that? Not in the numbers we have, because we're still using the generation rates that were, I think they got listed in 2000 or 2020, the trip generation rates. So it's possible when they update that manual again, the office rates may reflect somewhat lower rates because of some of the transition to work at home. But right now, the data that we have available to us isn't showing that yet. And for multi-tenant retail, the rates would be $11,200 per 1,000 square feet. Today, they're $5,300. And again, that's a per 1,000 square foot basis. For general retail, which would be like a dollar general type of a use, the rates would go up to $16,000 per 1,000 square feet. Today, they're at $7,700. And for a fast food use, the rates would increase from $23,000 per 1,000 square feet to $55,000. Again, these are all, you know, pretty high percentage increases over the last go around. And so some of the factors that we've looked at that I personally look at in terms of extraordinary circumstance, and these sort of form my recommendations to a community of whether or not they should or shouldn't move forward. Most people would assume that Florida has pretty extraordinary growth at a statewide level. Even though we're one of the largest populations, we still have one of the largest percentage growths nationally. So one of the metrics I look at is, are you growing faster than the state of Florida historically? And then going forward, are you looking to grow faster than the state of Florida? Other metrics we look at is, what are the costs that we've assumed in the last update versus what they are today? We look at also statewide inflation, national inflation. Should there be any assumptions about funding? And then overall, you know, what of your underlying studies have been updated since the prior period? So historically, over the last 30 years, the city has grown at a much higher rate than the state of Florida. You know, probably your period of largest growth was between 1990 and 2010. We were growing over 120% a year compared to 20% roughly for the state. Over the last few years, it's slowed down a little bit, but it's still higher than the overall state level during that time frame. So you historically have grown faster than the state of Florida. We look at, are you going to continue to grow faster than the state of Florida? And these are using medium projections going out to the 2050 time frame. And the state of Florida is projected to grow by roughly 22% during that time. City of Palm Coast is roughly going to double that of the state of Florida. So you're going to continue to grow in population. You all aren't necessarily urbanized enough where you're going to have rail or mass transit or some other type of transportation that reduces people's need to drive. So that population growth in the immediate future anyways is largely going to have to drive vehicles to get around in the community. We've also looked at what's the overall cost of inflation. When we last did this, we had roughly 20 miles of roadway, and those 20 miles of roadway cost $161 million. In this go-around, we have 10 miles of roadway, or a little over 10, and that cost is $157 million. So basically, in 2018, it was $7.3 million a mile. Today, as of 2025, it is $14.3 million a mile, which is an increase of roughly 95%, just in terms of the actual plan cost itself. And again, that does not include, we do not include right-of-way cost in that. We included a reduced rate for design and construction from 35% to 25%. We did not include utilities or inspection, some of the other factors. So had we gone, at that level, the number was already high. Had we added additional costs to that, the number would have gone even higher. But those are some of the factors that play into actual construction. At a statewide level itself, we looked at the cost of all the factors back in 2018, and this is just a summary. It goes into a lot more detail in the report. But on average, even the state experienced relatively significant growth just in construction costs, not design, not engineering, not right-of-way, just construction cost of 123% from the numbers that were available in 2018 to those that are available as of 2024. At a national level, the nation takes into account a lot of slower growth areas outside of the Sun Belt and the Florida area. But at a national level, inflation ran at roughly less than 1% construction-wise from 2008 to 2018. Just in the last 6 years alone, it's risen 13.5% a year, or roughly 80% since the study was last updated. So that's, at a national level, that's pretty extraordinary inflationary growth. We did assume, because there are some state roads on here and because the city has received money in the past, we have made an assumption that some funds are available. We've actually even gone a little bit above historic norms and said that roughly $1 million per year could be available that time frame. And this helps to just sort of offset the overall fee. All the discussions we've had previously regarding funding, if you reasonably anticipate some more funding from the state, the fee would decrease. If this $25 million number went down, the fee would increase. So the fee itself is very sensitive to availability of funding. And then lastly, in this, under normal circumstances without the inflation, we would largely be talking about these factors. And so one thing the legislation doesn't capture, what the state was trying to look at is overall cost increases and big jumps and trying to limit those. But there are things that are oftentimes beyond our control in terms of if new trip generation numbers come out or new trip lengths or new land use comes out. Those are factors that have nothing to do with cost, nothing to do with any policy decision. That's just underlying data. And sometimes some of those will result in a much higher fee. Not often, but sometimes they do. One was multi-tenant retail. They took out grocery stores. So the cost of the retail, I think if you look back, it was 71%. The retail numbers went down, but the shopping centers went up. So the ITE used to say shopping centers were part of that. That generated 50 trips per thousand. They pulled them out. Now they said they generate 100 trips per thousand. So that was really something reflected just pure chip generation. But it is one of the factors that goes into why costs do or don't increase. So your options for consideration. You can accept the technical report, and you can say it adequately addresses the background, but we're going to stay with the increase per statute. So that means we would look at whatever the rates are today, we'd increase them by 50%, and we'd phase them in over a 4-year period. So that is certainly within your purview, and that's what statute provides for today. The second option is a lot of the discussion that we've had already. You could amend the list of road projects that we've proposed. You could identify additional funding. You could add projects to it. Increasing funding, lowering costs, potentially decrease the overall rate. Removing a project may or may not result in that, just depending on the capacity that's lost. But certainly, any of our projects are recommendations based on what our projected need is. But ultimately, if there was something needed in the next 5 years, we'd likely recommend to you all not to remove that project. And if there's some discussions, I could probably look on my laptop here in a few minutes to figure out when US 1 was projected to go over capacity. But if you wanted to remove something that is a further out project, that's well within your purview to do so. You could accept the technical report, and you could say we want to adopt the fully calculated rates, but we want to phase them in over a different time frame. So we want to phase them in over 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years. Your fourth option is you accept the report, accept the extraordinary circumstances. When this actually goes to vote for the 5 of you all, elect to move forward with it, and you'd adopt the rates at the fully calculated number or 100% of the calculated rates. And with that, I'm just going to rehash really quickly. The extraordinary circumstances we looked at is the city's grown historically faster than the state of Florida. It's going to continue to grow faster than the state of Florida over the next 20 plus years. Inflation at a local level, just from our plan and construction costs, has increased over 100%. DOT has experienced great inflation as well, upwards to 123%. The national level, they've experienced significant inflation. We have recommended at least a partial offset to the impact in terms of funding available for projects. And then beyond our control, a lot of the data that we use at a local level has been updated since the last go around. That's not always the case. It just happens to be so in this one. So one of our recommendations, at least from a technical perspective, would be to adopt the fee in the study. From a technical basis, I don't have any other basis to tell you other than adopting my numbers, because I think that's what is actually reflected. If you all want to make a policy decision in terms of removing some projects or assuming additional funding, that's well within your purview as an elected body to do so. But from a technical perspective, these numbers are accurate. They do reflect the cost of these projects, and we would recommend adopting them at that rate, but we will take whatever direction you all have, and this is a workshop, so before we come back to first reading, any direction you give us, we will update the studies, we'll update the reports, and your ordinance will reflect those. And with that, I complete the presentation, and can open it up, and I can take a look at that number on US 1.
I know we probably have some more questions,
Okay.
and I'll definitely open up to my colleagues, and then we'll go out to public comment. But yeah, if you could check out US 1 while we're doing this, that would be fantastic. We started down there previously, so I'll start with you, Councilman Miller. Do you have any further questions for the consultant?
No, I don't think so. I think just conversation between us is what I have going forward. So I don't know if we want to start that now.
Oh, go ahead. Go for it.
Yeah, I think to the point that you were making about trying to make sure that this is as defensible as possible, I do think that there's a little wiggle room in terms of our anticipated alternative funding because of that. I think that's kind of the bare minimum of what we should expect is 1 million a year. But then with potential TPO projects to offset some of those costs and things like that, it would be reasonable to assume that over the next 25 years, we would, receive more than just that 1 million per year. And to the point that you made about, trying to make it defensible, the more accurate we can be with that, I think makes it more defensible. That an argument can't be made that we're excluding potential funding on purpose or things like that in order to reach these thresholds. Right. So I just want to make sure, I don't want to, overestimate how much we're going to get and then leave us in the lurch, but I also want to make sure that we're not being super conservative with it as well, so that it's right kind of in that sweet spot of what is appropriate and reasonable to assume that we would get.
Yeah, I think just to respond to you, I do think that the $1 million a year would be appropriate if we're removing US 1. If we're not removing US 1, then I could definitely see a potential for more state funding.
I think either way, I don't even, US 1 I don't think is on anybody's radar. It may be in the long-term TPO plan, but I don't think it's even something that anybody's kind of pushing to move up the list in any way, especially when we know 100 is a much bigger need for us right now. On the board, if I have any say in it, I would be pushing for 100 and not US 1 in any way. So
we are pushing for 100.
Yes, I am. Yes, but to the point, I think 100 has more of a chance for funding from the TPO board, and so that's kind of where I'm coming from. This 1 million a year for grant money for other projects is fine, but then if we do get any funding for 100 in the next 25 years, which if we don't, that's a big problem, right? I anticipate that to be $10 or $20 million worth of funding, because I think their remill project was like 11 million. So to add, extra lanes all the way down 100 is going to cost way more than that. So the anticipated funding should be 20 or $30 million, because that's what it's going to cost to do. And again, if in the next 25 years we don't have that happen, then there's a whole nother problem happening, because we've just been neglected by FDOT. So I would anticipate that corridor would receive 10, 20, $30 million worth of funding from TPO to increase capacity specifically.
Yeah, just kind of from a different angle. Old economics 101, you have, the old law of diminishing returns. The question is, we're using the growth figures and all that to anticipate how much money we'll actually get. In other words, no matter what we do at 50%, 100%, 150%, probably if we increase the impact fees by 200%, we would probably have less growth. There would be less houses produced. So there's a sweet spot in there where at what point do the impact fees start to impact growth and how much actual impact money we're going to get? We can do all these calculations, but you have that other side of it, and I'm not convinced.
Supply and demand curve, right?
Yeah. I'm not convinced at this point. I'm not sure where that number is, and does anybody think that it's not 100%, it's 100% of the study, but the impact fees are going to go up anywhere from 120% to 150%, depending on.
Well, this one said 100. Right now, they're proposing 137%.
Right.
For single family.
On average. Okay.
Single family.
Yeah. So
But to your point,
are we hitting that sweet point where your returns end up being less because because the impact fee becomes.
because you've slowed growth, right?
Slows growth.
Yeah, and I think some would make the argument that that's their intent, but.
Correct.
I think your point specifically hits home when you're talking about some of these businesses and their impact fees, right? Because we're talking about, we need to bring in commercial and industrial and other things to offset residential tax liability, so that business is paying more. We're open for business. We want businesses to come in, and if they see that they're now paying, $11,000 versus $5,000 of impact fees per 1,000 square foot of a large facility, so that's a lot of money.
So I'm kind
it's
of
gonna
at that
impact
point.
those. Yeah.
I'm at that point. We do get to renew these things, and you know, it's a 4-year, it's a long period. It's what, 4 years between goes. But
and we don't know.
I'm a little leery of beating the whole bullet right now with the fact that in 4 years we'll be able to do it again. And if we do a better job at looking at it, we might,
in 4 years.
Yeah,
We've seen that trending the opposite
depending on
way.
what the state does, yeah. But so I know we have to increase the impact fees dramatically, but I'm not convinced we're at the right number yet of where we realistically should go, given other factors.
Sure.
So for me, from a strategic perspective, right, we're looking at, we spent a lot of time on the definition as to whether or not we can defend the term, you know, extraordinary circumstances, you know, per road. I'm fine if we move, you know, US 1 off of it. That's not a big deal. What I think is a big deal is the net effect, right? When we conduct military operations, we have our objective. What are we trying to do? We're trying to ensure that based on our population growth, we have the infrastructure requirements that are needed, right? But the effects of that, overall, from a strategic perspective, what are the known unknowns and the things we just absolutely do not know? And are we going to stunt growth by moving too fast? I don't know. I mean, I think about my daughter, freshly graduated from the University of Florida.
Go Gators.
Go Gators. And her ability to be able to, you know, buy a home or move on to another home or whatever the case may be, if these fees are going to be, you know, passed along to the consumer, right? And what is the impact overall for that? And again, we only bring money in if we have that new construction, right? So we can raise them, and then, you know, they won't come. But our projections, based on what Bieber and everybody else is saying, also at the University of Florida, is saying that it will come, right? And so I've got a bunch of different thoughts on whether we're taking into full consideration all the net effects of, you know, a potential, you know, increase. And also, I think it's important. I know we've had some engagement with the city staff has had some engagement with the Home Builders Association. Maybe we need to open it up to other stakeholders to see what their perspective is on this. But that's where I'm at right now. I look forward to listening to public comment.
So, were you able to figure out US 1?
I did, and we look at it in 5-year increments, so it would be between the 2040 and 2045 timeframe. So it's not an immediate
into 15
need.
years.
So it's at least 15 years out.
Okay, so we're not talking about really needing expansion for at least 15 years based on the current growth projections.
Correct.
Okay. I have two main thoughts. So one, I absolutely think that the impact fees need to be raised and steeply raised based on the cost of construction and based on the growth that we've experienced. But I want to make sure that we are starting, like I said, from a foundation that is legally defensible. And so from that perspective, I think US 1 needs to be removed from the study. My other concern is, to your point, Councilman Gambaro, in part, I have a real concern about the affordability of housing for a lot of our workforce. So I reached out to our fire department, I reached out to our teachers, I reached out to our police department, and it's kind of funny. Our incoming teachers and our incoming firefighters actually make very similar salaries. It's like high 40s, you know, 47,000, 49,000, right around there. I think 49,451 was our incoming firefighter. If you look at the average cost of housing now, and let's be honest, and no offense to the builders or developers in the room, but philanthropy is not your business, okay? And so these impact fees will go to the bottom line for the consumer. They usually do. They have to be paid by others up front, but they're going to drop to the bottom line. So right now, if we look at the average single-family detached house in our county, or I don't know if it's Palm Coast or the county, but it doesn't, for purposes of today, it doesn't really matter. You're looking at $350,000. An attached single family, so a townhome, would be anywhere from right around $250,000 is the average. A 2-bedroom apartment is $1,850 a month. With some quick and dirty math based on what an amortized mortgage would be, not including taxes, just principal and interest, it would take up, a single family home would take up about 50% of the gross income of an incoming firefighter or a starting teacher. An attached house would be about 28%. I'm sorry, would be about 40%. And an apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment, would be 46%. It's recommended that you really spend about 1/3 of your gross income on your housing. So we have a lot of interests that we have to balance. I 100% think that we have extraordinary circumstances. I 100% think that we need to raise these impact fees. If the number comes down to over 100%, then that's what the number comes down to. But let's remove US 1 from the equation. I think we have, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we had consensus up here for that, do we not?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
To remove US 1? Okay, let's see where those numbers fall. And I really don't know where I'm at with regards to hitting it all at the beginning or phasing it in. From a legally defensible perspective, I have a concern about saying we have extraordinary circumstances, but let's phase it in. I do have a concern with that. So and do we want to be the ones that set the precedent or that try to set the precedent? I don't know if we want to do that. I don't know if it's worth that risk. So I look to you all for that discussion, but I absolutely think we have extraordinary circumstances. I absolutely think that they need to be raised. And if it's over 100%, that is what it is. How that kind of shakes out as far as when it'll be charged, that I'm not sure of yet.
Well, I mean, being a trailblazer in this regard, that's a great title in my opinion, but I think we should do it regardless. We just need to do what's best for our community and fight through it. I mean, that's, as someone who's assumed a ton of risk in my life, if it's the right thing for the community, let's make a sound decision and then let's drive on. And the consequences are the consequences, but it's in the best interest of our community. And so, but that's where I'm at. I look forward to hearing from the public.
Yeah, Councilman Sullivan.
On the legal side of things, it is true that it's still January 1st, 2026 until the new rules theoretically go into effect. But as far as the legal side goes, if whatever decision we make would conform to the new rules coming, there's a unanimous vote, that kind of thing, that might help the legal situation later on. Because they say, well, at least they tried to look at what was coming up and made the decision in accordance with what's coming.
So let me just chime in. Fong, what would, I don't have this new statute in front of me, but the new statute does describe more what extraordinary circumstances are, right?
Yes, yeah.
Can you do you have that in front of you that you'd be able to tell Mr. Sullivan?
No, I don't, I'm sorry, yeah.
Maybe we can get that back to you, because I think the new bill does define what extraordinary circumstances.
I agree with that.
But
right now, we don't have to agree to that. What I'm saying is, if we do a unanimous vote and do the 2-year phase-in, 2 years, worrying about what the vice mayor's been talking about, how are we going to hold this up legally?
Right, so I guess the question is,
psychologically, we would be in a little better position.
Maybe. I don't have it in front of me, but I would argue from a legal perspective, you have a little more freedom right now because extraordinary circumstances are not defined. Right. So, yeah.
But so on a phased approach like that, I know we would be passing our changes before the law takes effect, but on the second, say ultimately it's decided 100%, we say 50 and 50, right? So that first year, 50 doesn't really go over any legal standard from the state or require extraordinary circumstances. But the second year, now you're going over the 50 threshold because you're adding another 50. If we have this before the law takes effect, would that second 50 be in the clear, or would it be applicable to that new law because it's being incurred afterwards?
Whatever you guys' decision you take regarding this ordinance, that would all be final before the new bill. And that's all, that won't change.
I just want to make sure that, that it's not coming back later that, because you only passed the 50% threshold, extraordinary circumstances in that second year, which is after the new law takes effect.
No, it should be by your ordinance. Whatever you guys decide by that ordinance, that's final. Now, if you decide to amend, that would be a different story. Like if you, after the new law effective.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I also have a concern on the commercial side of things. Some of these fees for the, I'm not really concerned about the big box stores. I mean, it's the cost of doing business. Walmart has plenty of money for impact fees. I'm more concerned with like daycares. So if you look at, we already have a dearth of daycares in this county, but, and they're incredibly expensive. I mean, some people actually don't work because it's cheaper not to work than to pay for daycare, believe it or not. It's insane. But like a daycare, it'll go from 5,700, and this is per 1,000 square feet. It'll go from 5,700 per 1,000 square feet up to over 12,000 per 1,000 square feet. Your average daycare, I'd say, is probably around 3,000 square feet. So, I mean, that's a lot of money. And a lot of these daycares, they're not like big companies. Some of them are little franchises, and then you've got like some boutique stores, freestanding stores, things like that. They really go up a lot. And so I just have some concerns, but I think we do have economic development coming before us later today, so I think that we can discuss those and maybe the incentive discussions. But it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Fong, that we can't parse out, like we can't say for residential, we'll charge, the full gamut of impact fees, but for non-residential, we're gonna cut those guys a break. We can't do that, right? It's all or nothing.
You can't do that.
Right.
You can slash, but you slash evenly.
Right.
And then the second component is that you cannot increase beyond what is technically justified. So those are the two conditions that you cannot exceed.
Yeah, and keep in mind we have two more of these to go through, so this is only one impact fee that will go up. And so when we're talking about some of these kind of, I think, residual impacts to the end consumer or the end person that we're relying on to bring business into our community, this is just one piece of it. So, yeah, I mean, if you all are ready, we can go out to public comment and then we can.
I've got one question that actually you just sparked the question. Fong, on,
yes, sir.
So if we pass this ordinance in whatever configuration we decide to move forward with, if we decide to move forward with it, we've also, up here on this dais, we've discussed quite a bit about tax incentives and things of that nature. It's one of our strategic action priorities as we go into budgeting. Can we touch this impact fee as part of a tax incentive going forward? All right, I mean, the reason I'm asking is because I always reference the Nikki Haley model of what she did in South Carolina and bringing Boeing and BMW with huge tax incentives. Puerto Rico does it, right?
Right.
Huge tax incentives. Brevard County with all the weapons manufacturers down there, huge tax incentives. Where do those tax incentives fall, I guess is the question. And do certain commercial projects get breaks? I mean, how does all this play out when we're trying to look at the broader discussion?
Let me give an example. For example, you want to incentivize a certain non-residential project coming into the city.
Right.
Based on the assessment, it basically has to pay $50,000 in transportation impact fees. You say you don't have an option to waive it, but you can have an option to subsidize it. So you have to, if you want to waive that, you have to subsidize it back. You have to take it from, example, from general funding in order to pay for that $50,000 for a particular, project to come into the city, non-residential project to come into the city.
You wouldn't change the impact fees, but you could give a rebate or something of that effect that offsets it.
All right.
And I think Craig plans on covering that in his economic development presentation.
Well, your question sparked my question, so I just wanted to see, just making sure we take a strategic picture as we're looking at all this.
Right.
Okay.
But in terms of incentives, you have other options than just impact fees. you have a variety of other options to incentivize new projects come in, or a particular type of area of industry or something like that come in. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we ready to go out to public comment? Public comment, please. Mr. Davis.
Good morning, my name is Jeremy Davis. I'm here today to speak on the proposal to raise impact fees by 100% or more. While I completely agree that growth should pay for itself, we have to be honest about what this would mean for our community. A sudden steep increase like this will drive up housing costs even higher, especially for the essential workers who keep Palm Coast running. Teachers, firefighters, nurses, and skilled tradespeople. These are the people who make our city work, and if they can't afford to live here, we're creating a crisis for our future. Yes, we need growth to contribute its fair share to infrastructure, but raising impact fees this drastically, this quickly, without a phased approach is going to hit working families hard. It's going to push them out of the community they serve. Instead, we need a more balanced plan, one that phases in these fees over time, ensures the money is used for real infrastructure improvements, and holds both developers and the city itself accountable for long-term planning and fair policies. We've seen what happens when growth gets ahead of planning. We've felt the effects of poor infrastructure, rushed approvals, and bad oversight, but we can't fix it by pushing the cost onto the people, pushing the cost onto the people who are already struggling. We need thoughtful solutions that balance growth, affordability, and accountability from all sides, both the builders and the city officials making these decisions. Palm Coast has a chance to set a standard, to show we can plan for the future without leaving anyone behind. I'm asking the council to take that opportunity. Let's do this right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comment. Any other public comment? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Robbie Barrick, Integrity Homes. So I'm also obviously a citizen here. I built a house like 2.5 years ago in the F section. Keeping in mind we are already up there at one of the highest impact fees counties in the state of Florida. You know, to the point that Jeremy made, and you know, to Pontieri, Ms. Pontieri, firefighters, local blue collar workers, you know, can't afford houses as it is. And yes, we're not philanthropists, but we also don't pocket the hundreds of thousands of dollars you guys assume that we do. We pay local taxes, we pay business taxes, home builders insurance, builders risk. All that takes a huge, you know, bite out of our profit, which I'm not complaining. I work hard and I make a living, but I'm also put myself through the school, the testing, and everything else to become a general contractor. With that knowledge that I do, with what I earned, that costs money, and I charge for it, yes. But the fact of the matter is, you're wiping out a whole, group of people that can't afford houses as it is. So by increasing this amount of money, even though, yeah, the city needs it because of lack of planning and collection from decades beforehand, you're about to penalize a whole group of people, and I'm licensed in 3 counties. And it's not a threat that I'm going to take my business elsewhere. It's just a matter of numbers. If somebody's moving into Palm Coast and they look at the numbers, they say, Robbie, can you build somewhere else that's more affordable? Absolutely, I'm going to do that because I can save them money and I make money. I don't want to do that. I want to promote the city of Palm Coast, but you're going to force my hand, and I'm going to go to the county and anywhere else I can build if you guys make it unaffordable for my customers that have to pay 50% of their income to a house and be house poor. What does it matter if they live here if they can't afford anything? You know, they can't afford to go out to dinner. They can't afford to take their kids to Disney or anywhere else because they're house poor. And that's what's going to happen here. You guys are going to drive them into a different county and a different municipality that cares more about affordable housing, because you're going to run them right out of here. And guess where I'm going to go? I'm going to lead them right with me.
Thank you for your comment, sir. Good morning, Ms. Henry.
Hi.
Denise Henry, Palm Coast. Just since you mentioned tax incentives, I just want to mention this. I'm from Southwest Pennsylvania, and they gave tax incentives for 5 years to Chrysler to come and build a huge plant. 5 years was up, they abandoned the plant. They sold, then Volkswagen came in, took over the plant. Same thing, gave them 5 years. Then 5 years is up, they left, and then they had to start subdividing the building. So I just want to mention that that doesn't always work.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. McDonald.
Morning, Council. Dennis McDonald. I think the problem you're looking at is a lot bigger than just here in Palm Coast and Flagler County. From my perspective, I've been watching this for 25 years. The legislature has gone and precipitated what I consider to be one of the biggest scams I've ever seen in my life, and that's called impact fees. Okay? They're not doing it just to Palm Coast and to Flagler County. They're doing it everywhere. Okay? They continually take your home rule away. They continue to limit what extraordinary circumstances are. I mean, it's going to get to the point that, you know, why even bother to have a city council with what's going on? You have no individual authority what's going on with your legislature. And the people that have represented us have just added to it. Okay, I mean that at the state level. Okay, we've had horrible representation in that. But so what we're getting here is we're kind of getting a double whammy. The state has been rolling at this thing for 25 years or more. Okay, and on top of it, we are in a city that was created by a developer. That developer had their hands on the wheel, we'll all have to admit, for at least 10 or 12 years after the city opened, okay? And then there are other stakeholders that were here that are associated with that, okay, that had their hand on the wheel. I think we're now maybe at a point where we've got enough people that have moved here and say, I've had enough, okay, we've got to fix this. And so I think you have to look at the big picture as to where we're going, okay? We are, what you're talking about doing is you're not competing with other counties. Other counties are in the same mess that we're in right now. It's the legislature. And so, you know, I look at what's being discussed right now about this, what I consider to be a complete ruse on getting rid of property taxes. Seriously, think about that. Why are we talking about getting rid of property taxes? It's because these guys in the legislature have got such a mess running here in this state that they've got to come up with something new. So the bottom line is everybody's getting hit with this, and if you don't increase the impact fees, okay, then every other taxpayer or every taxpayer in this county gets hit with it. We all get hit with it. So either we have to step up and take care of what didn't get taken care of in the first 25 years of the city's existence, you know, or we're just going to go on to being in trouble. What I was going to make a point of, you remember when the legislature gave us $84 million for the loop road on the west side? That was the big deal. You know, they were going to give us $84 million. With this gentleman's number, what's $84 million buy you in today's world? And by the time that road actually gets built, what's $84 million going to buy you then? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Long. Good morning.
Good morning. Anna Maria Long, Executive Officer of Flagler HBA and 35-year resident of Palm Coast with a solid 50 left to go. It's actually ironic, in our opinion, for the building community to argue against an overreaching impact fee and a false claim of extraordinary circumstances because it's a false narrative that builders pay the impact fees. We write the check up front, but all those costs get passed along to the buyer or renter. They pay every penny, plus financing in most cases over 30 years. Nationally, an increase of just $1,000 to a home prices out over 115,000 potential home buyers. That's a national number, so you could math that out to local numbers. Higher impact fees kill housing affordability, lead to reduced housing supply, which, as we learned in 2020, just drives up the costs of homes. It discourages commercial development, which is tragic for our already unbalanced tax base, so it'll continue to put the burden on the residential taxpayers. And I'll be honest, the building community would not come out of this completely unscathed. Hiring, especially in the trades, would be reduced, and small and mid-sized builders would be disproportionately affected. But the city would also suffer, mainly by local tax revenue growth, the lack of incoming commercial growth to diversify our tax base, and the legacy costs involved in maintaining roads. The goal of impact fees is to ensure that growth pays for growth, obviously. But with these high increases, the lack of legal justification to meet the extraordinary circumstance threshold, and several adjustments needed to the study, as council you all pointed out, these fees will choke off the very growth they intend to support. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any further public comment? Good morning, Mr. Webb.
Mark Webb, Palm Coast. So, as you know, I get texts from people that are paying attention. They have a couple of questions. They couldn't be here. The first question is, in Palm Coast, when are impact fees charged to the builder? The second question is, would, as Mr. McDonald is suggesting, if our reduction or removal of property taxes would to be applied, would that be considered an extraordinary circumstance to justify the raising of impact fees to support the growth and the needs of Palm Coast? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any further public comment? Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Tony Amaral, City of Palm Coast. I am a builder, small business owner, and I've been here for 42 years. I want to thank all of you, first of all, because you guys were handed 200 plus pages for all these impact fees on, I believe, Monday of last week, and you've gone through it, and you've heard everything, you've worked on it. The public, at least, we have not received all of the information that supports the impact fees, but that's a project for another day. I'm kind of concerned how today we are sitting here a week before a first reading, and we're trying to finalize data that will be presented at that first reading. It's a concern because it took so long to get the information we have now. You guys had to digest it over a holiday weekend and then come here and make questions that made sense. So I do have lots of questions that kind of came up with this. First of all, how much is in our current transportation impact fee fund? How much has been spent in the last 5 to 7 years? That should give us a more localized representation of what it costs per mile, because that's what the study says we should have done, but we've been using national data, not localized data. Also, as brought up, why are we footing the bill for US 1 and for State Road 100? Is there an anticipation of returning that, getting that money returned to us later on through the state that would offset the current costs, but we're paying for them now? And more importantly, the fact that was a very good point was we still have 44% capacity that has been paid through for the last 20 plus years since we've been collecting impact fees. I understand we're going to need impact fees. I'm not here to say we need to get rid of them. You probably even do need to increase them slightly. But the fact that you're trying to make an extraordinary circumstance out of this situation doesn't fit well with me, because the simple fact, we have 44% capacity. Impact fees have been paying to increase our capacity. We sit here today in a good position, as was stated by staff, that we have capacity on the majority of the stuff. The state roads are the ones that are not keeping up with us. And with that, just again, I don't believe in the extraordinary circumstance. I do believe we do need to collect impact fees. Never going to say we don't need to collect the impact fees. But we do need to do it in a measured manner so we don't have the quick drop off. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other further public comment? Okay. With that, we'll bring it back to the dais. I have a few follow-up questions based on public comment, but I'll defer to you all first. Councilman Gambaro, anything?
Yeah, I'd like to get an answer on the questions that Mr. Webb asked, reference. I know one of them, last week we passed, adherence to the utility standard operating procedure where we would charge those fees up front, right? But to the other two questions.
Well, just for clarity, Ray, can you come up and give an overview? Because there's several different types of fees that are paid throughout the development process. There's development fees, then there's impact fees based off before a house is issued a CO that they have to pay for. So, Ray, can you just go through the various fees and when they're collected, please?
Thank you.
Ray Tyner, Deputy Director of Community Development. Good afternoon, council members. We have, as far as impact fees are paid at the time of building permit. That's when they're paid. And we have, what we're talking about now is transportation impact fees. We also have park impact fees. You're going to hear a presentation on that shortly. We also have fire impact fees as well. And then separate from us, it's kind of like a pass-through, is you also have schools. Flagler Schools has their impact fees as well.
And then development has fees as well?
Yeah, development has fees as well. You have capacity fees on the water and the utilities, sewer and water, wastewater. They have their separate fees as well that need to be paid prior to horizontal construction of a site as well. And I think I covered most of our...
Does that help answer the question, Mr. Gambaro?
Yes, okay. And then how much of so to Mr. Amaril's question, how much of the funding on the local transportation fund, how much are we bringing in? And what our expenditures look like if we can, I think it's a great question.
Thank you, Mr. Tyner.
Thank you. And I think he made a great point also on the capacity. Ms. Henry, excellent point on tax incentives. My family is from Puerto Rico. We grew up with Eli Lilly, Pfizer. They came in under a huge tax umbrella, and even Ford Motor Company, right? And they all left after 5 to 10 years. I think that's something that we should look at, kind of maybe putting our hooks into a commercial entity that wants to do that. If we provide incentives, and there's certain things that we'll expect from them going forward. But I thought that was a fantastic point because I've seen it as well. That's all I have as far as public comment on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sullivan.
Yeah, just on that question, the first question is how much is in the transportation fund, but it would be kind of how much is in the transportation fund that isn't specifically already allocated to products.
I think we heard that number was 0 right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, is that correct?
I think city manager has been trying to get that number
Yes,
for us.
that information was discussed with you at your 10-year CIP budget, which we had in March. And those spreadsheets are pretty up to date. And then also for transparency, in our financial transparency dashboard is our annual comprehensive financial report. And on page 136 is the transportation impact fee fund information.
Okay, so the answer to that is 0. The question is how much kind of is not already allocated directly.
Lauren, what is that reading right now?
I wasn't here in March, is my problem.
I will get you a print off of the 10-year CIP, but in the transportation impact fee fund that was as of September 30th was, I'm sorry, Carl's coming up. Do you have something else?
We've had a few projects this year that used impact fees. Whiteview was our most recent one. Mm-hmm. We have Belterre Parkway improvements that's out to bid now. That's mostly state appropriation, but there will be some impact fee funds tied to that, and the design update was using those fees. And then we also have Old Kings Road Phase 2 that we're wrapping up design. We're wearing an FPL to finish up an overhead distribution redesign. And that has an appropriation too, but the project cost is going to be above the appropriation amount, so there'll be some impact fees that are tied to that project. And as part of the Loop Road project, the previous year's appropriation had a city match of $6.5 million tied to it, where if you add that in, we're in the negative. So we don't have enough to cover just those projects in the impact fee fund now.
That we're currently planning.
Right, because the fund balance as of September 30th was around 9 million. So whatever's not spent that year, then it rolls into the next year's fund. So the fund balance ending in 9 million from September 30th.
Councilman Miller?
No, I was just going to add to Councilman Gambaro's point that there definitely are incentive chasers in terms of companies that come use the incentives for a set number of years and then walk away and go find another town that gives incentives, and they just keep doing that. So we definitely need to be cognizant of that when we're trying to support and grow business, but also not be taken advantage of. So thanks for that point. I think everything else that I was going to comment on has kind of been touched on by everybody else, so I'm good.
Okay, thank you. I did not see in this presentation where we land currently amongst comparable cities as far as how much our impact fees are compared to other cities. I saw it in the, I don't know if it was a fire or park, so I saw it in other presentations for today, but not this one.
Yeah, we did not include that, but Jonathan may be able to provide some areas that he had done in other jurisdictions.
Okay. While he's looking for that, can we just confirm, I thought I saw that localized data was used to the extent it could be in this report, correct?
Yeah, the localized data mainly related to the road construction cost per mile. So it went from 2018, 7 million to now is over 14 million, so almost double.
Okay.
And that's the localized data.
Okay.
The other one, basically the national survey, household survey, basically that's what we, in the industry, that's what we use in terms of, depends on the land use, how many miles basically they travel from home to work or from home to shops or something like that. That is based on the national survey data.
Got it. So construction costs localized, correct?
Yes, the construction cost is localized, correct.
Perfect. And then I want to just confirm this. In this study, we did not take into account the inflationary cost of construction. I think he said it seems to be leveling out, but in the cost of construction for roads, we did not assume a certain rate of inflation, did we?
That's correct. We did not assume that at all. We use current estimates for today's dollar.
So if there is still inflation, we're going to be essentially absorbing that rate of inflation in whatever we collect.
Which correct. There's never negative inflation.
There's never negative inflation, correct. And it's either going to be level or more than likely it will go up a little bit.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I think the only other question I had then was, I brought this up, and somebody else, I think it was Mr. Amaral brought this up as well. 44% capacity is still remaining. We're at 56%, I think. And was that on average on all of these roads, or how did you come up with that figure?
Yeah, Jonathan can provide some additional details, but basically that's an overall citywide capacity that we have available. It doesn't mean that every roadway has 44% available capacity.
Okay.
It means that overall, in terms of the distance and the volume traveled through our roadway system, has available about 44% in capacity.
And a lot of that will be potentially used up by the time 2050 comes around.
Sure.
So, it's a snapshot today. It's kind of an interesting thing with the legislature needing case law. You can't charge when you have deficiencies. So
When
if
you
you
have
don't,
what? I'm sorry?
you cannot charge when you have deficiencies. So you can't wait until the moment where your roads fail on a network basis and start to charge for them. You actually have to keep up with it. So the idea of that, you have capacity available, so you don't charge a fee, well, that's actually counterintuitive, because by the time you get to the point where you've used capacity, you can't legally charge an existing development for your system-wide deficiencies. And then we do expect that the vast majority of that capacity that is available between now and 2050 would be used up. If not, we'd actually probably have even more projects that we'd identify on the overall list of needs.
Does the capacity level correlate at all with level of service D, or is that a,
It is based on level of service D standard.
okay,
I think, the interstate really doesn't factor into it. I think the northern limits of it may go down to C, but within Palm Coast, it is a level of service D standard.
got it. And what does that percentage have to go up to then drop us out of level of service D? Do we know that?
Well, I mean, it varies for each road. So each roadway has a capacity. I think for like a 2-lane road, it's roughly 18,000 trips a day. So once it goes above that, that means it's no longer over capacity. For a 4-lane road, it's around 33,000. So once those volumes go above that, then it triggers the need to be widened to 6 lanes.
Okay. And you're looking up where we are right now amongst other comparable cities, correct?
I am taking a quick look at that.
Okay. All right, so we have some decisions to make here. And that's as far as what we're going to do when we implement these actual impact fees. I mean, I guess the first question is, are we comfortable with saying that there are extraordinary circumstances and we're going to go over that 50% threshold? Or are we not comfortable saying that and sticking to the 50% threshold?
Is that including inflation? I mean,
Well,
we have to build that in, right? Based on what Mr. Fong said.
I think what they said was if we were to cap it at 50%, we then could impose the normal rate of inflation, right? Is that correct, Fong?
Both ways you can include the inflation per year.
We can include it in our rate, but we can't tie it to like an automatic escalation.
That's correct, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Say that again, sorry, I don't
Like,
understand.
say if the recommendation was 100% without inflation in it, and we say to ourselves, well, we anticipate 15% inflation over the next 4 years, and we say, okay, we would like 115%.
Got it, okay.
But I'm pretty sure we can't exceed the recommendation, right?
That's correct.
So if we were going to take say like a diplomatic approach and say the recommendation's 100 and it's 50, and we go with 50 to try to, ensure commercial can continue to grow and things like that. But then we say, okay, let's build in 15% on top of the 50. So 65 is we could do it that way, but we can't exceed the 100% of the recommendation.
Okay, so
just on the basis.
so that example would not be an extraordinary increase.
It would, because it would still be over the.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to understand.
So we either have to say, we accept the study, but we're going to cap it at 50% and then phase it over 4 years. Or we say there's extraordinary circumstances, we accept the study and we decide what percentage increase we're going to have. But I don't think we can do 50% plus inflation after that, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Mhm.
I would assume that
Yeah.
would still be against state law.
Because I think that's what we were able to do previously, but we can't do that anymore.
That's correct. Yes,
Right.
correct. Well, one of the other factor that drive the costs for transportation improvement is that we never consider stormwater pond sites. We don't have that in our justification. We only include 25% for design, but there's also CEI, and those things basically will drive up the cost beyond the construction cost. So you may want to consider that as added to the cost that we justify, and then project it out.
Is that not already captured in our impact fees for stormwater?
It is not captured in our impact fee.
Oh, there's not a
It's
stormwater
only
impact fee.
construction costs, right?
So I'm happy to accept the report, but I also want to listen to the other presentations and take into the totality of all the impact fees as we look at, what are the strategic effects and impacts on our housing community?
Yeah, I mean,
residential and commercial.
The commercial is a huge aspect.
It's not clear to me the strategic impact, and we've received input from some of our stakeholders, but what does that number look like? I mean, what do we project that effect to be? And I'm not clear. I'm not sure we have an answer on that. For me, that's a decision point.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I'd also like to see, I mentioned it before, but potentially adding to the assumed additional funding a little bit there to try to make it more accurate so that whatever we decide, if it's above 50%, we can justify it. But to the point about impact in terms of commercial and stuff like that, I think I agree that I accept that this is extraordinary circumstances, but then we need to talk about and figure out where that sweet spot is.
Okay, just so that we're clear, and
I didn't
sorry.
speak, but I think I accept the extraordinary circumstances. I do think there are other factors other than the technical study that was done. I think that the study is good. It makes valid points, but I think the other factors, as I indicated before, will have an impact on the total amount. And I don't know what that number is. I think it's almost impossible to understand where growth is going to actually be, and at what point diminishing returns. In other words, there is a point at which that would happen. I'm not sure where that is, but I have some feelings about that anyway. But it's going to be above 50, but I'm not sure where it goes. What we end up with as the actual number. And I think we need to do it. Before we can't wait too long on this because of the rules are going to change on us, as I indicated before. Okay.
Yeah, I kind of want to set commercial aside because I think that we can, I share your concerns about commercial, obviously. I have this spreadsheet full of nothing but commercial, has a ton of notes on it because of my concerns on what the impact fees will do to commercial. But I think we can provide some type of incentive package to commercial businesses in some way to try to relieve this pressure. I will tell you, if we took all three studies at face value right now and base the future impact fees on them, I totaled them up and
Almost $6,000.
no. So for single family residential per dwelling unit, it would go, this is fire, parks and rec, and traffic, sorry, traffic currently. It goes from $5,764 up to $12,771 per dwelling unit. For multifamily, it would go from $4,280.52 to $9,763 per dwelling unit. And then for commercial, it varies because there's so many different commercial. But I use the retail figure, and so for commercial, it would go from $4,937 to $11,387. So you're talking about more than double. And this is per, that one's per 1,000 square feet, and then the others are per dwelling unit. So they're all three going up quite a bit. So I'm totally fine with waiting until the end for the final direction on all three of these. But I'm a little nervous about adding to the anticipated funding because we just don't know. And if you take out 100, which again, I mean, I saw my issues with keeping 100 in here. If you take out what we might get for 100, we've only gotten $700,000 a year, according to staff, for the other projects. So to even say $1 million to me is.
No, and I got you for that, but what I'm saying is that if those are included, then we need to anticipate that we will receive some funding in the 25-year plan. I think it's probably a 0% chance that we receive zero funding.
Yeah,
so,
I think that's fair.
Whether that's the expectation that, okay, adding a lane down the stretch, okay, what does that cost? 20 million, 25 million? That's probably what we should expect for funding. If we're going to push it forward, then maybe less funding because we're going to be sharing some of that burden. So I think it's important to have our best foot forward in terms of a real number there, because otherwise that can be something that's attacked.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. If we're going to keep 100 in, let's go ahead and increase it. I mean, what do we think is a fair number, though?
I have no idea what that would cost. I know it's not going to be cheap. Like I said, the milling and resurfacing was like $11 million, I think, is what they funded.
Just to do that.
It's generally a share of the cost, so it'd be, again, I've seen anywhere from 10% to 90%. So you could say half of the cost of the road, 25% of the cost of the road, 30% of the cost of the road. I don't know if there's an exact science, but you're right. If you were asking for it 5 years from now, you probably couldn't say, you know, we expect you to fund all of it.
Right.
You know, but the further out, after 10 years, maybe half the
I think that's
cost.
going to be the trade-off there with us, is if we're prioritizing it, we're going to have to bear more of the cost, you know, faster than what their plan is.
Yeah.
But to the point, there should be a reasonable estimate of what that should cost, and we should include that in the additional funding sources, I think, just to make sure that it's buttoned up really tight, that we're not leaving that out on purpose or anything like that. You know, it should be what we reasonably expect. And over 25 years, I think it's reasonable to expect some funding there.
Yeah, State Route 100 looks to, according to their estimated, the estimated improved cost is about 70 million.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you say,
I'm not saying all of that.
no, certainly not. But if you said maybe a third, and I see you, I'm coming back to you, I promise. If you said maybe a third, you're looking at, you know, I mean, not even another 25 million for just State Route 100. So I mean, would you all think it's reasonable to, because we have to give direction to staff, do you think it would be reasonable to say, let's increase the anticipated funding number to 50 million?
I think doubling it, because I think 25 is close to probably what it will cost in terms of their funding. I don't know how much we're going to have to throw into, but I think that's reasonable. You know, I wouldn't say 70 and I wouldn't say 0, so somewhere in between is probably right.
Okay, Councilman Sullivan.
Just on the general question you had, phase funding versus one-time increase. We didn't really agree on that.
Well, I think to Councilman Gambaro's point, I think that's one of those things that maybe after we listen to all three impact fee studies, we kind of come back to how are we going to address all three. We don't have to address all three exactly the same.
Right.
But once we kind of get a bigger picture of the total impact of our decisions today, might be a little bit better. City Manager, did you want to chime in? You look like you had something.
Well, I was just going to say procedurally, while it is great to kind of get your consensus and direction for what needs to be on the ordinance for first read next week, but second reading is where it needs to be final. So if there's any changes between first and second reading, that's okay, but second reading is final.
We have time to iron some more out.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So just to kind of sum up what we've heard is that we're not necessarily making a decision right now, maybe come back at the closer to the, after the other presentations have been heard. But we're removing US 1, we're adding the contribution for state dollars to doubling it to 50 million. And then I have a comeback of where we fall with other impact fees, or other cities for this transportation impact fee. It is noted on fire and parks and rec, but not this one. Was there anything else that I missed?
Just the one due out, because I think Mr. Paul answered the question during the course of our discussion, but what was the percentage increase in 2018? I think the Vice Mayor asked that as a point of comparison as we kind of look at the overall picture.
It did not meet extraordinary circumstances, right? So we know it's at least lower than 50%.
Extraordinary didn't exist at that time.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
The definition of it was different.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Okay, anything else on this?
No, I'll just tell you that I emailed all of you the full impact fee schedule that is adopted right now for the various funds that we have. And then if you'll recall, we're also a pass-through for Flagler County for library, EMS, and law enforcement. And then the school district has their own. And so it breaks down our impact fees, those other utility fees, et cetera, in that booklet in your email.
Thank you. All right, so we'll move on to the next presentation. I believe we're looking at fire. So,
Item 2.
Item 2, yes, yes. Moving along at a snail's pace this morning. Ordinance 2, this is item E2. Ordinance 2025, amending Chapter 29 Impact Fees, Article 4, Fire and Rescue Impact Fees, Code of Ordinances of the City of Palm Coast to adjust rates based on a comprehensive study, including an extraordinary circumstances study.
And not to break it up before that we get started on this one, lunch is ready. So if you wanted to break now or break after fire, it's at your convenience.
Are you all okay with going through fire?
I'm good to power through.
Yeah, let's power through fire and then we'll break for lunch. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Gibo, good morning.
Good
Barely.
morning. Morning, afternoon, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Council, Vice Mayor. I'm Eric Gibo, architect with the Stormwater and Engineering Department, and I'm here with our consultant, Sean Ocasio from Raftalis, as well as Carl Cody, the Director of Stormwater and Engineering, and we are here to present the findings of the Fire Impact Fee Study. I'll briefly discuss the background behind the development of the fee study, projects in the CIP that were used in the analysis of the rate determination, and then I'll turn it over to Sean to present the findings of the study. The Fire Department continually tracks call volumes and response times and uses this information to assess and identify future needs. The city has adopted a level of service for the Fire Department to respond to a call within 7 minutes, 85% of the time. The response time is critical in severity of fire propagation and the survival rate after a cardiac arrest. The map on the left shows call volumes and response times. The green dots are meeting the response times, while the other colors exceed the 7 minutes. The 10-year plan has identified new station locations to meet level of service, as well as providing a fire station within 5 miles, which will lower homeowners' insurance rates. At this point, I'd like to take you through the projects that evolved from the Fire Service's 10-year plan and response time study and what make up the basis for the rate study. New Fire Station 22 on Palm Coast Parkway replaces the existing station just adjacent to the community center. The current 3,000 square foot fire station was built in 1977 and can no longer serve the needs of the fire department. Improvements and maintenance over time could not adequately address the functional and firefighter health safety issues associated with the building. Additionally, customized apparatus was required due to the size of the bays. The 10,000 square foot station located just east of the existing station is currently under construction and is utilizing $3.5 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds. It's scheduled to be completed early next year. New Fire Station 26. A fire station location study was performed in 2020 to determine the most effective site to achieve the required reduced response times. With anticipated development in the area south of State Road 100 and east of Belterre and the proposed extension of Citation Boulevard, a site was selected for the new Fire Station 26 on a site located on Seminole Woods. As with 22, the project is currently under construction with completion in 2026. This project received $5 million in state appropriation. The study referenced in the previous slide also identified locations within the city that will experience increased response times due to the 10-year growth in the northern part of the city. In addition to the existing Fire Station 23, would increase the service capacity and operation and safety efficiency in the B section and along Belterre Parkway. And a new mini station along Whiteview would support the existing facilities in the city's central region. So in summary, this slide identifies the 10-year CIP projects presented along with their respective costs, totaling roughly $46 million. Completion of these projects will allow the city to continue to provide its citizens with the high level of service they have come to expect. Since existing residents will also benefit from the new facility capacity fees, can only be utilized for a proportion of the new dwelling units. Currently, this equates to existing residents funding 46.7% of the project costs. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Sean with Raftalis to present the findings of the study.
And I'm just going to jump in here for a quick second. Just because there was a question from the last presentation, the 10-year projects do include inflation costs at 3% per year. So the inflation costs are built into the 10-year projects here because we know that's what we're trying to fund.
Thank you for that clarification. So for the projects that are included, you all have already included inflation in the cost for those? Yes. Perfect.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Sean Ocasio. I'm a senior manager with Raftalis Financial Consultants. I've been the project manager on the two studies with the city for the fire impact fee study as well as the Parks and Recreation analysis. Just a little bit of history. I've been working with the city for actually a while. I participated on the past two impact fee analyses as a lead analyst under Murray Hamilton and Henry Thomas. Some of you may remember him, and I believe Murray's working with you on some utility-related items. So we're all on the same team here. Murray wasn't able to attend this morning, so he has me here in his stead. One thing I wanted to mention, in terms of my experience with impact fees, I've been working, formerly with PRMG, now in our current form as Raftalis for about a little over 15 years now, and So this is an area that we have quite a bit of experience in terms of development of fees for the first-time implementation, updating of existing fees, which is what the case we're doing in this instance for the two studies, and method adjustments and things like that. So one thing I wanted to mention on the front end, the presentation this morning, or I guess afternoon now, covers a little bit of background on impact fee, impact fee law and rules. We're going to then jump into major assumptions in the analyses for fire and then subsequently for recreation, and then the recommended fee levels and potential considerations for implementation, similarly to what was discussed previously. So one thing you'll find through the course of this presentation and then the following one for recreation is you're going to see a lot of similar musical notes in terms of what's being talked about, because a lot of the concepts are shared between what was discussed in transportation as to what's going to be part of fire and recreation here. One thing I also did want to mention on the front end is when it comes to the design of these types of fees, there's a few different ways that you can calculate them in terms of how you're calculating the costs that are to be recovered as a part of the impact fee analysis. You have some flexibility as to how you implement the increases, and you have some flexibility as to how you actually apply the fees. So there's some flexibility there that you have. And so for the purposes of our analysis, you can look at the cost side, if you will, because at the end of the day, what we're designing is a cost on a per unit basis. We're looking at the cost. You can look at it, on a historical basis, what you've invested historically in, let's say in this case, the fire department and its related assets and apparatus. You can design fees looking on a forward-looking basis exclusively, where you're looking at future costs of new stations and new apparatus and so on, and as that relates to growth. And you can even take an approach where it's a bit more of a hybrid. And that's the approach that we've used when it comes to the development of the fire impact fee as well as the parks and recreation impact fee. And the reason for that, the reason for that is, one thing we're trying to be sensitive to is that the assets that are in service today do have some available bandwidth, if you will, to provide service going forward. So we want to make sure that we capture those costs, that existing investment that the city has as a part of the calculation, in part because that approach does bring the fee down a little bit. So, when I mentioned those different approaches a moment ago, what I'll call the incremental approach, where it's a purely forward-looking cost analysis, that's a little bit higher approach because everything's in future dollars. So one thing we're trying to be sensitive to with the approach that we used for these two analyses is trying to weigh those together. So had we used an approach that was a little more incremental in its nature, we could have had even higher fee increases than what you'll see in the subsequent slides today. One other thing to mention, just like you were seeing on the transportation presentation a moment ago, we're seeing some significant increases in the fee levels here for residential and non-residential developments for fire impact fees here. And in the subsequent presentation, you'll see a significant increase as well on the parks and recreation side. So just a little bit of background on impact fees themselves. These are fees that are specifically designed to recover the cost of capacity and capacity-related assets, more specifically, facilities and major equipment in particular for fire. Vehicles and apparatus that provide service to new development. These are fees that are paid by new development and new construction that result in an increase in demand for those said services. So as the community is growing, that's placing a strain on the fire department. It needs to expand and put in additional stations, additional vehicles and teams and so on. So it's linking those together. One other thing is, these fees can be used to pay for these growth-related projects that we're going to be talking about a little bit and that have been talked about this morning in the prior group. And you can even also use them to some extent to pay for any debt that's associated with growth for some existing assets. Now, in the case of the analysis today, my understanding is we're using it all just for the projects themselves to buy down any cost there. But I just wanted to mention that's another potential use that you have for them. In terms of the benefits of impact fees, as you all well know, what we're trying to do here is make sure that growth is paying for its fair share of the demand that it's placing for capital facilities on the community. And these are really important fees for the city, because having these fees right-sized for your community, what allows you to do is, at least to the extent possible, is you're trying to right-size the costs that are in the fee that are growth related to make sure that growth is paying for its share. And to the extent that you either you don't have those in place, or that you make a decision or determination to charge less than the full cost, then that differential in what you would have been recovering and what you're going to be recovering ends up getting picked up by the existing residents and the taxpayer. And I'll caveat that by saying, to the extent that you still want to accomplish the same load of projects over that same period of time. So, obviously, if you don't have the funding in the plan, you're going to adjust the plan to adapt for the projects. I get that. But all things being equal, I just wanted to note that. Thanks. Some legal considerations. Again, some of this was talked about already. There's the Florida Impact Fee Act. It was formalized in, I believe, 2006. And it's been amended, as Jonathan had mentioned in his presentation, a number of times over the past few years, with some of the bigger sets of changes taking place in 2021. Some of the things that took place as a part of the 2021 updates relate to, fee maximums that we were all talking about a little while ago, about the 50% cap on the increase level, the phasing requirements, the 2-year phase-in if it's a certain percentage, or the 4-year phase-in. Some other things that also changed between this analysis and the last one, because of those Impact Fee Act changes, are what you can actually include in the fee calculation itself. So if you were to look back to a prior report, you might see in there as a part of the fire department analysis, not only are we including the stations themselves and the vehicles, but also back then we were including like smaller equipment type items. One of the things that changes, you can't include a lot of those smaller equipment items in the fee calculation now. So that's a little bit of differences that took place there. Some other items that changed, when you kick off an impact fee study from beginning to end where the fees are potentially adopted, you have 12 months to complete that process. We're well within that threshold. This effort kicked off back in, I believe, February, early February. So we have good time there. And then there's some other changes that, again, were discussed previously about what's on the horizon for passing into October and fiscal year 2026, as far as the change in the rules as to what constitutes an extraordinary circumstance. Some other considerations, I have a bit of a laundry list there. I'm not going to hit all those bullet points, but I do want to mention on a couple of them. Part of the requirements here that the calculation needs to be based on the most recent localized data for the community. And based on that rule, we believe we've kept up with that. We're using your most recent fixed asset records as of the close of the books for fiscal year 2024. We're looking at your most recent capital plan for 2025 and beyond. We're looking at your past couple of years of call data for the fire department. We're looking at your most recent property tax appraiser records for developed square footage. We're looking at population and unit data from the Census Bureau based on recent surveys that they do. They have what's called the American Community Survey, and they do it on an annual basis. And they look at the past 5 years of growth and per unit occupancy and things like that. So we're trying to use all the recent data that we have here in order to make sure that we're falling in line with this requirement here for the statute. Some other items.
Sir, let me jump in here real quick, just so I understand. So we're not using Bieber's information. We're using either current or past actuals.
For the historical side and for let's say the occupancy factors, that's based on most recent census data for the 5-year survey. For growth projections, there's an element of using some of the Bieber projections for that. I believe also the Florida Housing Data Clearinghouse as well, which is run by the same organization, the University of Florida. They develop long-term population projections, and Carl can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that's the forecast of persons that we have built in.
Okay. We use the comp plan projections that was just adopted for both studies.
Great, thank you.
Some other requirements with the Impact Fee Act. There's the 90-day, what we call a grace period before you implement a new fee. So, from the moment it's adopted, you have to wait 90 days before you can actually start collecting that fee. And that's to give, the building community a chance to update its pricing inventory over that 3-month window to account for those fee differentials. The fees are charged, it was mentioned previously, at the issuance of a building permit. And again, we've already covered the phasing requirements and some other elements there. Accounting for them separately, that's something the city already does, so I won't belabor that. On the next slide is a little more detail on that extraordinary circumstance and the phasing requirements. Let's see. Any increase that's up to 25% of the current fee level must be implemented over a 2-year period evenly. Any increase over 25% up to 50% has to be phased in over a 4-year period evenly, just like we mentioned before. And you're capped at that 50% level in a standard situation, based on the statute.
Just to jump in real quick, our concern about whether we could phase something greater than 50 seems to be, the state seems to say if you're greater than 25, it should be phased, right? So it seems interesting that the concern would be like a legal gray area once it's greater than 50, where something less than 50 also triggers this mandated 4-year phase. So just wanted to mention that so everybody saw it.
Roger, I mean, this is why I wanted to get through all three presentations, because I think each of them bring out different nuances of the legislation that we should consider.
We've talked about the 50% cap in extraordinary circumstances, and just as was mentioned previously, that particular term wasn't specifically defined, that there was an attempt made at defining it a couple years ago, which related to the population growth rate of the specific municipality, in this case the city, compared to the average growth rate of the state. That particular criteria didn't pass at that period of time, and so they have other criteria that's going to be a part of the next set of changes that relates to, I believe, permitting and population and a couple other prongs that have to be met as a part of that. One of the other changes was that you only get a bite.
Just one,
yes, sir.
excuse me, just one. I did ask that in one of the other briefings. Once we make our decision on the impact fees and the extraordinary circumstances, other than a legal challenge to it, there's no other challenge. In other words, we make the final decision here. In other words, it's not like another reviewing committee or anything that's going to look at what we do. Well, it all depends on the, okay.
Please proceed, sir.
Yes.
Sorry.
That's okay.
No problem. In terms of some other criteria associated with impact fees, there's what we have that's called a dual rational nexus, which is just a fancy way of saying that whatever costs for capacity are built into the fee as a part of the analysis to get you a fee in place, you then have to use the fees that are collected, the revenues that are collected to go towards those growth-related projects. So it's trying to tie the need that's built into the fee design to the use of the funds and making sure that they go together. When it comes to impact fees, you want to make sure that you have reasonable levels of service for the community that are defined and obtainable. And something that was touched on previously as well was impact fees can't be used to fund any existing deficiencies for the city as it relates to fire service and capacity, and you can't use them to pay for operating costs. These are purely for capital-related needs and not operations. So you can't pay salaries or things like that with the fees.
May I stop you for just a moment because I want to clarify something. So we can't use them for any deficiencies, but we have had to borrow, or I guess transfer $3 million to our impact fee fund for fire. Can we pay those monies back with future collected impact fees?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Okay.
Yes.
So I wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
The other thing is, when we're designing these fees, we can't include any project costs associated with just standard renewals and replacements of existing facilities. So it's for the upgrades, for the expansions, or for new items, and not the rehab of existing. Switching gears to the fee calculation methodology itself. So like I mentioned earlier, what we're trying to do is design a fee that's cost per unit. So, the numerator would be, the costs that we're including, the denominator being the units that we're dividing through by. So part of the calculation involves, the development of a population projection and dwelling unit projection for the city. Again, that comes from the planning data and the comp plan data that we talked about a moment ago. There's the existing level of service that has to be factored into it in terms of, is that being met, or is there a service level deficiency? Then when it comes to the actual design of the cost side, what we're looking at again is, like I mentioned a minute ago, we're looking at the asset data on the books. That's the existing investment the city has in the department. We're looking at the future planning capital data for the next 10 years as well. Again, accounting for 3% cost inflation built into that. And then we're taking that total cost and we're netting out from that total number any grant-funded projects, any contributions, things of that nature, to make sure that the fees are only recovering the costs that have actually been a cost to the city. And then from there, we take that total cost bucket, whatever that number is, and then we bifurcate it between residential land use versus non-residential land use. And to do that, historically, we've used call data as a representation of demand. The data that we have access to has improved since the last couple of analyses, so we're using not only the call data of the fire department, but we're also looking at the developed square footage of the community as obtained from the property appraiser records, and we're also looking at some other demographic data tracked by the Census Bureau. So it's a bit of a weighted factor now to break those costs into residential bucket versus a non-residential bucket. And then from there, it's a straight calculation of the cost that's been allocated divided by the units. In this case, for residential side, it's per person, and for the non-residential side, it's on square footage basis. So on the next table you'll see here is the population and dwelling unit and developed square footage projections. One thing we've tried to call out in the slide here is the focal point on being 2035. That's the design window that we're looking at for the analysis. So even though we have a population projection that goes from 2025 to 2050 and then some estimates of build out, where we're aiming is through 2035 because that matches the planning horizon of your 10-year capital plan. So we're just trying to tie those two together there. In terms of average annual growth rate between projected for 2025 through 2035, it's a little over 2% per year that's projected. And historically, just the past few years, I know you all have averaged closer to 3.5 or even a little above that. I think the peak being in 2023, that may have been almost 5%. So still some significant growth projected at over 2% per year. The average that you see at the bottom of the table there is again, the growth rate between 2025 and 2050. So that's why it's lower than that. It's because it's a higher growth rate on the front end and it tapers down over time. With respect to level of service for fire, level of service is the indicator of or degree of service provided by the facility or service. The existing level of service for the community, you all are an ISO class 2 rating for your fire department, which is a very good rating. If I recall correctly, it goes between 1 and 10. The lower the number, the better the rating. So that's a very good rating there. Your department has about 75 full-time equivalents or FTEs that are providing that service, and the service target for the community, as Eric mentioned a few minutes ago, was to arrive at an emergency within 7 minutes at least 85% of the time. And the aggregate from our discussions with Chief Berryhill, those targets are being met.
Vice Mayor, if I could just jump in on that topic, and I keep coming back to it because it was just so impactful for me, my neighbors. My neighbor across the street, one of their parents that lives with them, had a pretty significant life event, and Chief Berryhill's team got out there, like, I think it was under 5 minutes. It was like 4 and change. Literally saved her life. And so the level of service that we provide here is just absolutely amazing. And we're, thankful that they work hard every day, train for it every single day, and improve to make it happen. And it also, with that kind of service, it helps all of us to have to pay, right, homeowners insurance and everything else. So, as I looked at the initial map where you said, hey, these are areas where we can improve on that response time, this is certainly, I think, a good place to put those impact fee dollars.
So I have a question too, and it's probably for Chief. The question is, I know we're always striving to be the best we can be, right? So 2 is amazing. Is there anything not included in this in terms of capital improvement that would help us get to 1? Or is that attainable with all of this capital improvement?
It's very expensive from what I understand.
I understand.
Yeah.
Kyle Berryhill, Palm Coast Fire Chief. Definitely, we're doing internal analysis on what it would take to go from a 2 to a 1. From Councilman Gambaro's point, the financial impacts related to the homeowner's insurance are definitely the delta between 2 and 1 is not significant. We always talk about the delta between 10 and 2, what we are, because that's the difference between not us and us. But the impact fee would not be a place where we could strive to improve our level of service. Am I correct, Sean?
Right. If you're going to try to tweak that upwards, that would be an improvement on capacity in a different sense.
Okay, so it would be considered fixing something that already exists versus a capacity issue.
So it'll be up to us over the next 4 years before the next time we take a look at this to figure out how to get our service level up to that ISO 1, which is definitely an internal goal that we have. And then the next time we have a chance to take a look, then that would be our established level of service, and then we could design an impact fee to that established level of service.
Okay. Thank you for that information.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's good to know.
Moving ahead to the costing side, we talked about the units just a moment ago. The existing investment in the department right now, as of the close of 2024, is about $24 million worth of total assets. Now that's broken out between general equipment, vehicles, major apparatus, and vehicle-specific related equipment, and then existing facilities. When we look at that breakdown, general equipment's about 0.3 million, or in the 300,000s range. Again, those smaller items are excluded from this calculation due to the change in 2021 statutes. But we are including vehicle and vehicle-related equipment at about $7.6 million. and 16.2 million of existing facilities at the stations themselves. So then from that 24 million and those items noted, we're then also excluding historical grants and contributions of approximately $5 million. Again, we're trying to make sure that we're not accounting for, or we're not making growth pay for items that didn't cost the city any money. So that total net investment today, after grants are accounted for and after equipment's removed, is about $18.7 million. From there, changing the angle to looking forward in time, the total planned future investment over the long term is about $86.9 million. That's in new stations and new vehicles and equipment and so on. But again, we're looking a little more narrow in our scope. We're looking through 2035. So over the next 10-year period of that $86.9 million, which also again accounts for inflation, we're looking at just 2025 to 2035, which is about $52 million of planned future investment. So that includes some existing station expansions and improvements and upgrades, as well as new stations and new vehicles to complement those stations. Again, from that costing side, we then are also excluding renewal and replacement type projects. That's about $4 million of cost that's being removed from the calculation. And then we're also excluding about $8.6 million in projects that are anticipated to be funded from grants and other sources. So the total net planned future investment is about $39.5 million there. So we have the net investment that we're including is about 18.7 today, and about 39.5 million about what's planned through 2035.
So kind of touching on the same thing from last time in terms of grant funding, so additional funding from outside sources. Where are we coming up with this 8.6? Is this stuff that's already been pledged to us, or just an estimate based on past usage?
So my understanding is that's items that have already been locked down in the near-term plan, but anything beyond that, I'll defer to Carl here.
Yeah. The 5 million was a state appropriation that was in there. I believe we had the ARPA funding as grant funded. However, the ARPA funds we had were in that first 10 million, which can be operational. So, you know, if we wanted to recalculate it, removing the 3.6 million or right around that amount of ARPA funds and just use that as the existing citizen share match, we could rerun those calcs and back that out, or we consider it as grant funding, you know, one-time contribution.
I just want to make sure that we're, again, accurate with our
The only grant we've ever
projections.
gotten is this 5 million appropriation. We haven't received any other grants for capital items that I'm aware of. I think the fire department has gotten grants for other items, but small equipment and other items, nothing that can be capitalized as part of the impact fee study. So it's really, $5 million is one time and only grant we've ever gotten in the fire department.
Gotcha, okay.
So we probably we could rerun that calculation and have some updated amounts for the next one, and if you wanted to pull out the ARPA money out of to be considered as a grant.
No, I mean, I just think for the transportation side, we do receive that more commonly. Whereas if this is not the case for fire, I wouldn't advocate for increasing our estimates of additional funding. So it makes sense to me. If we very rarely get funding like this, because for capital projects at least, then there shouldn't be an expectation of that happening in the future.
So then, moving ahead, we take those total dollars I mentioned a moment ago of existing investment and planned future investment, and we look at the number of firefighters that relates to try to come up with an average cost per firefighter. And when we do that, we get about $514,000 per firefighter as a blended cost of existing and planned future investment. From there, we're taking that average cost per firefighter, and we're looking at the total firefighters that you have today, which are the 74 FTEs, and then the additional 33 that would be that are assumed as a part of those expansion-related projects that we had in the capital plan, to get us a total of 107 firefighters by 2035. So taking that, $500,000 and change times the 107 firefighters gets us a total cost recognized of about $55 million. And then what you'll see on the schedule here is that $55 million then being bifurcated between residential land use and non-residential, again, based on the factors we talked about a little while ago, the call data, square footage data, and some other demographic and commuter information to break those costs down. The rough relationship is about 80-20. It's 82.2 and 17.8, but just for discussion purposes, I'll call it at 80-20 relationship there. So then we take those split costs, For residential, it's about 45.2 million, non-residential is about 9.8 million, and then we're dividing it by the unit projection that we talked about a few slides earlier, in terms of population at 2035 and at developed square footage in 2035, to get a cost per person and a cost per unit in square feet. From there, since we're taking a cost per person, but these fees are charged to dwelling units, to actual full-on structures that have multiple people, based on the Census Bureau data that we had access to, that's about 2.52 persons per dwelling unit on average for a residential unit. So we take the $341, which is the cost divided by persons to get a cost per person, and then scale it up to per unit. So the 341 times the 2.52 gives us the $859 fee per unit there. Similarly, we're taking the square footage, dividing it out, and then accounting for it on a per 1,000-foot basis. So you'll get $1,364 per 1,000 square feet. In terms of the overall increase, and as it relates to where you are today, the current fee that's being charged is $434.51. This is a fee that's been escalated for the ENR construction index over the past few years since the last study that was done. The prior study, I believe, recommended a fee of, I have here, $367, so it's been escalated from that level over the past few years. I think that averages at about 4 or 5% roughly per year in terms of the ENR index for inflation there. But the fee increase that we're looking at is, the $859 as it relates to the $434, which is an increase of about $424 and change, or about 98% increase. You'll see there's a graphic, a little comparable table, where you'll see we surveyed a number of municipalities in the region, and then calculated the average fee per residential dwelling unit, and then you'll see your current fee level is about middle of the pack right now in terms on the average. And with at the full 98% increase level, that would bring you to near the top end there of the comparison. One thing I'll mention there is, as far as comparisons go, it's just that. It's a comparison of where you are as a snapshot in time. And what unfortunately the comparison doesn't tell you is for some of these other municipalities, how much grant funding did they get? What level of fee implementation did they do? Did they decide to just do 60% of the fee and cap it themselves as a policy decision, or things like that? Or how long has it been since they've done a fee increase can be another factor. I've worked with communities, I'm working with communities right now that are just now implementing impact fees for the first time ever. And so they haven't had them historically, or they've waited quite a long time. So one thing I'll note, there's a couple of comparables on there with an asterisk next to their name. Those are our communities that we're working with actively right now to update their fees. And what I can tell you, the city of Tavares, that one's going to go up probably a little above the average line that you see there, if I recall correctly. And the city of Apopka, while I don't want to say what's specifically, since it hasn't been officially published, what I can tell you is it would put them on the very high end of the chart as well, just because of the capital facilities. And they're experiencing the same thing you guys are, the high inflation and capital costs and asset acquisitions and so on.
Can I just stop you for a second? Because I do want to share with you all. So I used a source to look up, kind of to see how comparable these cities actually are. Just so you all know, the city of Palm Coast has grown at a faster rate than every single one of these cities, except for the city of Leesburg and the city of Daytona Beach. And that's in recent, I think, the last year or two. But the city of Leesburg only has a population of like around 35,000. Right. The city of Daytona Beach is the closest with around 90,000, but they have a millage rate of over 18. Our millage rate is a little over 4. And they also have a franchise fee, an electric franchise fee. So really, yes, it seems like our impact fee for fire is about middle of the pack now, but would be on the high scale. But it's not really fair to compare with a lot of these other cities because we've grown at a faster clip, and or our population is just incredibly different from these cities. Like I said, the closest one is the city of Daytona Beach. They've grown a little bit faster than us, but they also have a really high millage rate, really high property tax.
To that point, sorry to interrupt, but those funding sources, those alternative funding sources are non-restricted, and it's coming out of residents' pockets directly, right?
Correct.
Versus these impact fees are restricted for specific uses and things like that. So I would argue that those are just not good sources of funding.
Correct.
It's a way around, in those cities sometimes, it's a way around raising the millage rate, and they have separate fees for libraries or other, which are really separate from what we're talking about here.
Right, so I say that to say, yes, this would I say that to say this. When we're looking at affordability of living here, and to the point of some of the speakers that have come up, okay, well, the alternative to not increasing our impact fee, does that mean that we triple our millage rate? Because I would never do that. I don't think anybody up here would do that. So either way you cut it, there's going to be increased costs that have to go towards these improvements. Is it going to come from the cost of growth, or is it going to come from the cost of the current residents? And I think all of us feel that it should come from the cost of future growth. So just want to throw that information out as we consider this specific graphic.
Yeah, and also with this graphic, I would argue that, you know, when you're just about to implement a new impact fee increase, you're always going to probably be, you know, on that higher scale, and then people will pass you, you know, as they do their fee studies and things like that. So, you know, unless you're way down there at the bottom, essentially, and have no appetite to increase at that rate.
One of my high school classmates is a city commissioner at the city of Claremont, and she told me that you know, she mentioned that they were getting ready, or they've been increasing their impact fees, and it's had, you know, second and third order effects, but, you know, in their estimation, it was necessary, especially when it came to fire, because their population is exploding there as well.
It is, yeah, Claremont is. They're growing actually at a slower rate than us, but yeah, they've been growing quickly too.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and I was actually a part of the study with Mary doing Claremont's as well.
Okay.
Just a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're experiencing some growth and some cost inflation as well. Switching gears from the residential comparison, non-residential is more of a table here, because this one's a lot harder to compare apples to apples. The reason being is different municipalities can charge these, you know, different ways. So the city's current method is a uniform square foot fee per square foot. Treating all land uses the same. Different communities may break those out a little bit further, and so as a consequence, you'll have some on the upper end and some on the lower end. So what I can say is for the same surveyed municipalities that we looked at, if we look at just the minimum fee on a per 1,000 square footage basis, excuse me, to a maximum, you'll see that range of between $2 and $4,250 just for fire related service. Again, it's a little tricky to do that kind of comparison just because you're mixing methods across it, but I at least wanted to note the upper and lower boundaries there for y'all. And in terms of the fee itself, it's currently $700 per 1,000 square feet, or 70 cents per square foot, and it's going to $1,364, which is about a $664 increase per 1,000 square feet, or about 95% increase, so somewhat similar to the residential side in terms of its magnitude. So moving ahead into implementation considerations, you know, the residential fee we mentioned earlier is increasing, or is calculated as being potentially increasing by up to 98%. The non-residential fee on the prior slide about 95%. And again, these maximums here that we're showing are obviously much higher than the 50% cap that's built into the kind of the standard process in the statutes, you know, that 50% level. So in terms of implementation options, you know, in terms of putting forth an increase, in our mind, at least, you can either stick with the standard statutory approach of taking the 50% and phasing up to that over 4 years. Again, noting that the fees are going to under-recover for you because you're not getting the full level that's built in. Or you can pursue through extraordinary circumstance implementation, which, again, we had some of the procedural requirements met last week and plan going forward to pursue this increase through those provisions, which is the decision that was agreed upon with city staff at that level in the process. So with respect to the extraordinary circumstances themselves, you'll find they're going to be very similar to what Jonathan discussed in his presentation a little while ago. There's been the very high population growth for the community over the past number of years. Just since 2020, it's been an increase of about 18,000 residents, give or take, which averages about 3.8% per year. Just for a little bit of context, the state's grown at about 1.5%, give or take, so you're well above that average. And the continued projected growth in population, again, at that 2.1% level per year through 2035 is what's necessitating the need for these capital facilities in the plan, the new stations and the new vehicles associated with those stations and so on. So growth is definitely driving the need for these facilities moving forward in time, and it's very significant. Then, of course, there's the impacts of capital cost inflation in terms of inflation on construction costs, but as well as just asset acquisitions. And the reason I differentiate there is, you know, for the fire department, it's not only just building the station, but it's also buying the trucks to provide the service. And an example, you know, when I looked, we were looking at the existing assets of the community, you know, an aerial truck, one of the big, you know, ladder tower types, you know, over 5-6 years ago cost about $1 million for the truck. Now it costs $2 million. You know, that's a very big increase in just a 5-6 year period of time, doubling. And then in terms of cost to construct new facilities, those have increased substantially as well. You know, from our perspective as consumers, you know, the average cost generally relates to CPI, which has been about 27% increase since 2019, cumulatively. And, but when it comes to construction materials index, in that same window of time, just material costs have increased over 40% in that period of time. That's not accounting for the labor and everything else. So it's a very high cost environment that you're currently existing in, that's just, quite frankly, differs substantially from historical conditions. So then, you know, some other things to consider along with this is that, just for sake of discussion, if no fee increases are implemented, then about $5.1 million of growth-related capital costs would need to be recovered from taxpayers and other sources through 2035. Now, I say that, and I'll caveat it like I did similarly before. If you're not going to design the fee to account for those projects, then correspondingly you'd pull those projects out of the spending plan. So there'd be some mitigation there, but I at least wanted to mention, if all things being equal on the project side wanted to be accomplished, but there was no fee increase, then that differential of $5.1 million would need to be recovered from existing residents. If you go with the phasing plan of the statute base, the 4-year phase-in over time capping at the 50%, then that would be, I'll call it a deficiency, instead of $5.1 million, of about $2.2 million. So still substantial dollars to be sure, but less than that other level. So in terms of overall conclusions related to the fire side, you know, it's our recommendation that the city consider adopting the calculated impact fees at their full level, using the extraordinary circumstance procedural requirements to get that full funding amount built in. You know, making sure that the city continues to comply with the Florida Impact Fee Act requirements. You know, making sure that the 90-day grace period is built in so that there's that time for the building community to adapt its pricing structure. The other thing I wanted to mention, and I should have mentioned a little sooner, the discontinuing of the practice of annual indexing on the fees. And, you know, now historically, you know, we designed the project cost, let's say, without inflation, but you were indexing the fees on an annual basis to account for inflation. So it kind of came out in the wash there in terms of the impact to the fee. What we're doing here is we're building all those costs in advance into the fee right now, and then you charge it over that window of time because you can't do the indexing anymore.
Which is 3% per year.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And then again, we would recommend that in 4 years' time, the city would go about like it has done historically. I think it was every 5 years you averaged before, of looking at the fees and you know, updating the costs in there to make sure they're appropriate to the community's needs.
Okay, thank you so much for that presentation. I'll bring it back to the dais and start with you, Councilman Miller. Do you have any questions or comments?
No, I think this one's pretty straightforward. You know, the only question I had was part of that formula in terms of the additional funding. So I think I'm good with that. You know, just the conversation about what we all think, and I know we're kind of agreeing to look at this holistically. The reality is, though, that, you know, the transportation portion of it is the vast majority of this potential increase. So as that goes, I feel like everything else kind of goes. So I have no issues with, you know, the full amount enacted immediately to make sure that we're funding our fire department appropriately.
Okay, thank you.
I think the same thing, extraordinary circumstances, and I agree with the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Gambaro.
I echo the comments from my colleagues here, but also, you know, as we look at the different kind of buckets of impact fees, you know, to me, this is the priority, right? You know, and in my mind, you know, given the resources or how we bring in these fees, you know, it's a limited pool from either the residents or you know, or business folks in our community, companies, and you know, certainly if we're going to have something at the highest rate, to me, this is it, because it's our #1 mandate for our residents. Thank you for your presentation. I thought it was excellent, and it covered a lot of areas where I think the previous one didn't, and so between the previous presentation, that's what I think was a good compliment of helping me better understand the impacts of the statute and the things that we can and can't do. So really appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll echo the comments of my colleagues. I also think that we accept the extraordinary circumstances, and I agree that this should be implemented immediately, specifically since we did have to take $3 million from our general fund and transfer it over to our fire impact fee to cover projects. I think it's really, that brings up a really good point that we all need to keep in mind. Parks and Rec and fire both come from general fund, so that's property taxes. So we are, you know, whatever we're able to get from impact fees is a direct correlation as to how low we can help to keep our property taxes.
That's true. There's also the aspect in terms of service level that the more you build, the more you got to maintain, and it costs us long term.
Yeah, and I think that that's definitely a conversation to be had for
Yeah.
Parks and Rec. I mean,
Yeah.
that's going to be a big one. And that does kind of go to one question I did have, which was, so for transportation, 100% of those projects can be paid from impact fees, but for fire, some new projects, some of those have to come from current residents, right? A proportion of that funding has to come from current residents, correct?
Yeah, that, we did that calculation at the end of Eric's city slide presentation. We're looking at the existing number of dwelling units and then the build-out number of dwelling units, and the percentage there, we're at about 46% of ultimate build-out, so that'd be the existing citizens' share.
Right, no, and I appreciate that. My question is, even if we collect, and again, I'm just throwing out random numbers. Let's say we collect $1 million in impact fees next year. And so we say, okay, we're ready to go do whatever it is that we want to do with this $1 million in impact fees. Have we budgeted, or do we know how we're budgeting from the current residents that share to match that?
Currently, we've been using the sales tax dollars that the city receives for the city match on these projects. But when you get into these much larger projects, like the brand new station that's out in the 6 to 10 year plan, that's going to be a difficult one to put that money aside. We'd have to do some long-term planning in there. We need to start thinking ahead as to how we're going to be funding the city share side. Not so much on the fire side, but on Parks and Rec, we're talking about much bigger dollars.
Yeah.
And I did have one question. On the ARPA funding, since we showed it as grant funding and didn't have to be, did you want him to recalculate the fee, which would go up slightly from what he proposed when we come back at ordinance?
Why did we include it in the, I mean, I understand it's grant money, it's government. You know.
It was money, right, federal dollars given to the city, but the first 10 million was more for operations. There's no ties to it. Anything above that, we had to comply with, you know, like anything like SRF funding, you know, we used it on some, on one of the utility projects. So it's just the way we did it because it came as ARPA funding. We put it in the grant pot, even though it's not necessarily a grant. So we could back that out of the grant allocation.
Well, this is, I mean, it is additional funding that's going towards fire, correct?
Right, which it could be the existing citizen share portion. It could be used as that match on the city, the county sales tax dollars we get.
You could just note that. You could just put an asterisk.
Yeah, I mean,
It would change the fee slightly. The fee would go up a little
right,
bit.
but we are using that money for this fire CIP, correct?
Right, but he's backing it out of his net cost when he does his calculation, so we would not back that out, and he'd run his new calc. So it's just a matter, you know, that'd be one cleanup thing if we wanted to do before we come back.
How much was it? Was it
3.6 million or so?
Yeah, so it would change that number from 8.6 to 5.
Right, and I think we might have shown the 5 in both.
Well, the 5 was historical. That was on the books through 2024.
Yeah.
What was included in the planning side, the forward-looking side was 8.6 right now.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what your guys' feeling on that.
I feel like it's accurate at 8.6, right, if it's being used.
Yeah, and you could just asterisk, put a note, just make a note.
Yeah, if that's how we're utilizing it, then I think that's how it should be
Yeah,
reflected in the study.
if it's a placeholder that's not ultimately going to be used for that, or it's not guaranteed funding yet, or something like that, then,
One-time funding.
yeah.
Do we anticipate being able to fund the current resident portion of these projects in the amount of time that we'll collect these impact fees?
In our 5-year plan, we show dollars coming in from the capital projects fund, the sales tax fund, but beyond the 5-year plan, the sales tax ends, I think, in 2032. So we'd have to get renewed by the county to continue that. And then depending on the MOC, because the MOC is being funded out of that portion, at least the general fund portion, the public works portion. So it all depends on priorities. What do you want the dollars to go to keep the MOC moving forward, slow down the MOC, put money towards the match on fire and parks? So we don't have enough money to go around, so we're going to need direction from council as to where that money goes.
But by the time that would sunset in 2032, there's going to be another impact fee study anyways.
Yeah, in the 5-year plan, we do show the match coming from that fund. So the 5-year will be, we should be fine. But when we go to renew the fund in, 4 years from now, we're going to need to have a big, hard discussion on how we fund this existing citizen match, because it's going to only go up as we add more dwelling units.
Sure. Okay. Are you all comfortable giving direction on this one then, so we don't have to come back to it? Or, sorry, Councilman.
Yes, I've got just a quick question. So, I mean, we talked about trucks and facilities and, different things. What about the kit, the equipment, that is all the new equipment that each of, the new trucks and have to be outfitted? Can these funds be utilized for that? Because it's new, right? It's not refurbishing or...
So what the statute allows you to do is, while I mentioned on the front end that smaller equipment items have to be left out, what the statute does allow for is it says vehicle-specific equipment. So anything that's going to go on one of the trucks as well can be included. So that is built in there.
All right. So employees, like our new firefighters that need equipment and gear, that doesn't count. It would be specific things to that apparatus.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure I understand what's being captured. Thank you.
Any other questions? Did you have something, City Manager?
I was just going to kind of reaffirm what Carl said. As you recall, in your 10-year CIP presentation that was done on April 22nd, we reviewed the strategy of each fund, and the Capital Projects Fund was look at existing facility rehabilitation and projects, right? And then focus on critical and urgent need, whether it was AC replacements, et cetera, IT infrastructure, then funding for the MOC, then funding for non-impact fee share of parks and fire, and then maintain flexibility to look at grant projects as they arise. And Carl is correct that small county surtax expires December 31st of 2032. And that is how we fund the majority of our general fund capital projects, right? Utility collects it within its enterprise, stormwater collects it within its enterprise, but everything else comes from that bucket.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any other questions? All right, are you all comfortable? Well, we'll go out to public comment. We'll do that, and then we'll come back for any direction. Public comment on the fire impact fee. There aren't many people left.
I know. I'm still Anna Maria Long from the Flagler HBA. I wanted, sorry, I have my stuff up here. Fire Station 22, I just wanted to ensure that the impact fee money is only going to be used for the capacity increase and not any of the tear down, et cetera. And I know I've talked about that a little bit, Vice Mayor, with you about Fire Station 22 specifically. So if you guys could get into the nitty gritty on that with staff and, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Sean, thank you. Additionally, while we still vehemently oppose the premise of the extraordinary circumstances across the board on all 3 impact fees, we will not oppose anything with fire. We just cannot accept the premise of extraordinary circumstances. However, we do believe that all citizens of the city of Palm Coast should have the highest level of service, and we value the services that our firefighters and paramedics provide. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other public comment? Okay, we'll bring it back. Could you go through exactly what is being funded from the projected impact fees for Fire Station 22, please?
Yeah, we did an analysis of 2 components. We look at the existing site that Fire Station 22 is on now, and then the new site, and then we prorate the site development cost. and back out that portion as non-capacity portion of the project. I want to say it was near 30%. Then we look at the square foot of the building compared to the new square foot of the building, and we back out that percentage of square foot, and that was a little over 30%, I believe, like 34%. So again, those dollars, based on the overall cost, are not capacity related and are funded solely by other funds. They're still in the impact fee fund, but dollars are being transferred in to cover that cost of the existing station portion capacity.
And just to be clear, so from that 30% that is based on expansion, that was even probably, I would assume, decreased even a little bit further to account for the current resident portion of that as well, right? Or no?
Right, so say the station's 10 million, we back out 30%, just for easy math, so 3 million. So then you take, so that's funded separately, $3 million. And then you take the 7 million balance and you split that between your existing citizen and the new citizen.
Right, okay. Thank you for that clarification.
And anything for current Fire Station 22 of repurposing it into a historical arts culture facility would be in your next discussion and presentation. Yes.
Thank you.
Funded out of the capital projects fund or park impact fee fund.
Okay.
Put it over to parks.
Any other questions?
I'm good.
All right, are you all comfortable giving direction on the fire station at this time? So we don't have to come back to this one, or do we want to wait?
Public commentary, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
So are we good with accepting extraordinary circumstances and imposing the full proposed amount at this time?
Yes.
I am, yes.
Okay, I am as well. So that is the direction. Is that all the direction you need, City Manager?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Oh, are you here? You're here for Parks and Rec too, aren't you? We're going to break for lunch, though. How long does everybody want? Is 20 minutes good to come back at 10 after?
Yeah.
10 after 1?
Okay. Sure.
Okay, we'll be adjourned until 10 after 1 p.m.
Cool 100.9 presents another summer sunset concert at the newly renovated Palm Coast Amphitheater. Bring your friends for a fun night of memories and music with the greatest sounds of Motown, disco, funk, and rhythm and blues. Backed by popular demand, Florida's #1 get-up and party dance band, Soulfire. Soulfire, Thursday night, June the 5th, under the roof of the newly renovated Palm Coast Amphitheater on Colbert Lane, Daytona State College campus. Beer, wine, and food trucks at 5, Soulfire concert at 6. Get your VIP reserve seats online now at flaglerbroadcasting.com. Proceeds benefit the Grace Community Food Pantry.
Hi, this is Joey from Soulfire. Come see us June 5th.
Hi, this is David Ayers. Coming up on Free for All Friday, they're coming. Severe thunderstorms, tornadoes, tropical storms, yep, hurricanes too, and a lot more. What to know, what to do, when to stay, when to go. Flagler County Emergency Management Director Jonathan Lord in the studio, along with Palm Coast City Manager Lauren Johnston. Free for All Friday, live with my co-host Brian McMillan, following the news at 9 and Pierre's Reality Check. Now with studio cameras on Facebook and YouTube with easy links at flaglerbroadcasting.com.
Recycling Right. Recyclables in Palm Coast are removed once a week. You can find your service day by visiting our website or contacting customer service. Recycling materials should be placed in appropriate containers that are clearly marked as recyclable. All recycling in Palm Coast is single stream, meaning there is no need to sort different types of recycling material at home. You may place the clean plastic, cardboard, paper, and glass and metallics into one bin. Please note that all of these items need to be empty and clean. Sadly, many items made of recyclable material are often not recycled due to contamination. Contamination occurs when items that are placed in the bin with remaining food grease or debris. Moreover, many items that are collected, such as plastic straws and bags, eating utensils and pizza boxes, yogurt, and takeout containers often cannot be recycled. How to do it right? Be sure to rinse out jars and cans. Flatten and break down cardboard boxes to 2 feet by 2 feet. Most plastics numbers 1 through 7 are recyclable with the exception of polystyrene and styrofoam, which is sometimes labeled as number 5. Thanks for watching.
Hello, Palm Coast. I'm Charlie Gambaro here with our project manager, Tyler Gibson. He's going to give us an update on our road improvements.
Thank you, Councilmember Gambaro. Yeah, in 2024, City of Palm Coast staff, we identified a few of our key arterial roads that we were going to resurface in order to show our commitment to maintaining safer and well-maintained roads.
Excellent. Could you tell our residents about the 5-year pavement management plan?
Yeah, absolutely. We assess all of our roadways based off of the volume of the roadway, users, the condition of the roadway, and also the impact on the residents themselves, and we try to prioritize them based off of that over our course of our resurfacing program. Right now we have a microsurfacing plan. We're going to be actually doing a high-performance microsurfacing on about 30 residential roads in the city to try to keep the condition and the durability of those roads and extend the life of those roadways quite a bit.
And what does that mean for you, the residents? An increase in your property values and just a better experience overall.
So I'm here with Chief Berryhill at Fire Station 25, and we're discussing the upcoming Fire Station 22 and 26. I just want to talk to you, Chief, about how that's going to contribute to public safety in our community.
Fire Station 26 is going to be an expanded service area for our team. We're actually covering that area now, but not from the correct location. Additionally, we're going to be faster to where our residents sleep, which is where we know some of the worst and biggest problems occur, while still being able to maintain great coverage along the 100 corridor. And Station 22 is going to be an expansion of our ability to respond in our oldest kind of neighborhood here in Palm Coast. So we've been responding from a building that was never designed for 24-hour emergency services. We're going to have a much greater ability to cover that corridor based on that, and we're going to be, each of these stations is designed, intended to, with two things in mind. For our firefighters to be the fastest to our citizens, and then for them to do it in the safest way possible.
Well, Chief, we appreciate everything that your department does for our community and for our city, and we look forward to 2 beautiful new fire stations in our community.
We're really excited. It's our privilege to serve our citizens.
Thank you, Chief.
Here at the Southern Recreation Center with Project Supervisor Eric Gibo to tell us what we have for our residents to enjoy here.
We've expanded our tennis and pickleball courts through a partnership with USTA, adding clay courts, upgraded lighting, and spectator areas for both casual and competitive play.
That's awesome. I know we just hosted our first USTA tournament here at this brand new court earlier in the year. But there's more than just tennis and pickleball, right?
Absolutely. Well, here at the Southern Recreation Center, residents can enjoy our community gardens, versatile multi-purpose rooms for events, easy access to the Lehigh Trailhead, and complete with the scenic trails and a dog park.
That's great. So plus we have Redefined Food Company here at the center of everything for residents to enjoy as well.
All these amenities and enhancements yet to come are designed with our residents in mind, promoting health, wellness, and community engagement.
Thanks, Eric. So we invite you all to come visit the Southern Recreation Center and explore everything it has to offer for you.
One of our newest projects that the utility is producing is the expansion for wastewater treatment plant number 2. As the city of Palm Coast grows, we need to increase our wastewater treatment capacity. This project increases the capacity from 2 to 4.0 million gallons per day, improving the system, service, and preparing for future. Well, we're working towards enhancing our headworks, which includes a screening system, a grit removal system. We're also adding another module, another component for the membrane bioreactor system, including some reuse pumping, as well as some other appurtenances that are all associated with running the facility, including the chemical feed system. The project started in 2022, and we've completed some major work, including sludge holding tanks, and we're fully expecting the plant to be online in May of 2025.
(2024) has been a milestone year for Palm Coast's economic growth. From new developments to workforce initiatives, we've made great strides in shaping the city's future. Let's take a look at some key highlights. We launched The Promenade, our first mixed-use project.
Recycling right. Recyclables in Palm Coast are removed once a week. You can find your service day by visiting our website or contacting customer service. Recycling materials should be placed in appropriate containers that are clearly marked as recyclable. All recycling in Palm Coast is single stream, meaning there is no need to sort different types of recycling material at home. You may place the clean plastic, cardboard, paper, and glass and metallics into one bin. Please note that all of these items need to be empty and clean. Sadly, many items made of recyclable material are often not recycled due to contamination. Contamination occurs when items that are placed in the bin with remaining food grease or debris. Moreover, many items that are collected, such as plastic straws and bags, eating utensils and pizza boxes, yogurt, and takeout containers often cannot be recycled. How to do it right? Be sure to rinse out jars and cans. Flatten and break down cardboard boxes to 2 feet by 2 feet. Most plastics numbers 1 through 7 are recyclable with the exception of polystyrene and styrofoam, which is sometimes labeled as number 5. Thanks for watching.
Hello, Palm Coast. I'm Charlie Gambaro here with our project manager, Tyler Gibson. He's going to give us an update on our road improvements.
Thank you, Councilmember Gambaro. Yeah, in 2024, City of Palm Coast staff, we identified a few of our key arterial roads that we were going to resurface in order to show our commitment to maintaining safer and well-maintained roads.
Excellent. Could you tell our residents about the 5-year pavement management plan?
Yeah, absolutely. We assess all of our roadways based off of the volume of the roadway, users, the condition of the roadway, and also the impact on the residents themselves, and we try to prioritize them based off of that over our course of our resurfacing program. Right now we have a microsurfacing plan. We're going to be actually doing a high-performance microsurfacing on about 30 residential roads in the city to try to keep the condition and the durability of those roads and extend the life of those roadways quite a bit.
And what does that mean for you, the residents? An increase in your property values and just a better experience overall.
So I'm here with Chief Berryhill at Fire Station 25, and we're discussing the upcoming Fire Station 22 and 26. I just want to talk to you, Chief, about how that's going to contribute to public safety in our community.
Fire Station 26 is going to be an expanded service area for our team. We're actually covering that area now, but not from the correct location. Additionally, we're going to be faster to where our residents sleep, which is where we know some of the worst and biggest problems occur, while still being able to maintain great coverage along the 100 corridor. And Station 22 is going to be an expansion of our ability to respond in our oldest kind of neighborhood here in Palm Coast. So we've been responding from a building that was never designed for 24-hour emergency services. We're going to have a much greater ability to cover that corridor based on that, and we're going to be, each of these stations is designed, intended to, with 2 things in mind. For our firefighters to be the fastest to our citizens, and then for them to do it in the safest way possible.
Well, Chief, we appreciate everything that your department does for our community and for our city, and we look forward to 2 beautiful new fire stations in our community.
We're really excited. It's our privilege to serve our citizens.
Thank you, Chief.
Here at the Southern Recreation Center with Project Supervisor Eric Gibo to tell us what we have for our residents to enjoy here.
We've expanded our tennis and pickleball courts through a partnership with USTA, adding clay courts, upgraded lighting, and spectator areas for both casual and competitive play.
That's awesome. I know we just hosted our first USTA tournament here at this brand new court earlier in the year. But there's more than just tennis and pickleball, right?
Absolutely. Well, here at the Southern Recreation Center, residents can enjoy our community gardens, versatile multi-purpose rooms for events, easy access to the Lehigh Trailhead, and complete with the scenic trails and a dog park.
That's great. So plus we have Redefined Food Company here at the center of everything for residents to enjoy as well.
All these amenities and enhancements yet to come are designed with our residents in mind, promoting health, wellness, and community engagement.
Thanks, Eric. So we invite you all to come visit the Southern Recreation Center and explore everything it has to offer for you.
One of our newest projects that the utility is producing is the expansion for wastewater treatment plant number 2. As the city of Palm Coast grows, we need to increase our wastewater treatment capacity. This project increases the capacity from 2 to 4.0 million gallons per day, improving the system, service, and preparing for future. Well, we're working towards enhancing our headworks, which includes a screening system, a grit removal system. We're also adding another module, another component for the membrane bioreactor system, including some reuse pumping, as well as some other appurtenances that are all associated with running the facility, including the chemical feed system. The project started in 2022, and we've completed some major work, including sludge holding tanks, and we're fully expecting the plant to be online in May of 2025.
"2024 has been a milestone year for Palm Coast's economic growth. From new developments to workforce initiatives, we've made great strides in shaping the city's future. Let's take a look at some key highlights. We launched The Promenade, our first mixed-use project in Town Center, adding new residential and commercial opportunities to the heart of Town Center. Our economic landscape also expanded with Astor Defense USA selecting Palm Coast for its first U.S. manufacturing and testing facility, bringing high-paying jobs and strengthening our presence in advanced manufacturing. Workforce growth remains a priority. Our first ever Workforce Development Roundtable brought together industry leaders to address skill gaps and strengthen our local talent pipeline. We also launched the Business Retention and Expansion Program to build relationships with local employers, identify growth opportunities, and support business expansions, because keeping jobs here is just as important as attracting new ones. Our target industry feasibility study analyzed key sectors for economic growth, identifying aerospace, advanced manufacturing, clean tech, logistics, and hospitality as prime industries for expansion. With Palm Coast's strategic location, workforce, and infrastructure, we're well positioned to attract and grow these industries. We also revamped our digital presence, launching selectpalmcoast.com with enhanced property listings and workforce data, and creating our first ever economic development LinkedIn page to show Palm Coast strengths on a national scale. As Palm Coast continues to grow, we remain focused on innovation, investment, and opportunity. The future is bright, and we are just getting started.
My experience with attending the Citizens Academy was really exciting and very informative. My favorite component about the Citizens Academy was actually with the water department. I did get to learn a lot of how the city functions and a lot of the things that many folks talk about.
I was looking for something to get involved with, and when they were looking for somebody to volunteer for the Residential Drainage Committee, I decided to hold my hand in the air. We met with builders, we met with people who were in the building industry, we met with surveyors, we met with the Arbor Division of Palm Coast, Community Development Black Rat person. We met with all of those people to learn what things we might be able to offer to people who were having flooding issues.
I've been playing pickleball for 8 years. And people knew me, and then we just started talking, and they asked me, how would you like to come to Southern Recreation Center? And I was like, yeah. And then it just developed from there, and I've been really, really happy. People come to me and they don't know a thing about pickleball, and they leave and they are just so happy, and it makes me so happy. I love it. I think that's the best part of it.
My wife and I come here and play pickleball on a pretty routine basis. My kids have been in the pickleball program here for 4 months. The people here have all been very encouraging. I'm no experience with racket sports whatsoever. I came in and people were willing to let me come and learn the game alongside them, even the people who are obviously very far along and very good at it. So it's been a lot of good camaraderie here for sure.
For me, I think the biggest benefit to be involved with the city and the events is education. I think knowledge is power. As a resident here, to be someone that can be helpful and a resource to other residents around me.
We feel like we're offering a lot more than we started with, because we started with nothing. We are working as a group to find viable solutions.
It's been nice. We all can come together as a family and all enjoy doing the same thing, as opposed to, you know, kids playing video games and parents over here doing this. We're all kind of in it together, so it's been nice.
Meeting people is what it's all about in life. You know, nobody wants to be home by themselves. Nobody wants to be lonely. Everybody needs somebody. So I think you should come here.
At the City of Palm Coast Parks and Recreation, we are proud to contribute to the great quality of life we enjoy here in our city.
From our state-of-the-art facilities to our diverse roster of parks, trails, and green spaces, we aim to make our city the optimal place for recreation.
This past year saw major upgrades at several of our most prominent locations, including the Lehigh Trailhead, Waterfront Park, Ralph Carter Park, Palm Harbor Golf Club, and Southern Recreation Center.
From complete renovations to new features and amenities, these upgrades are a testament to our continued commitment to improving and enhancing recreation experiences for our residents.
New programs and events were also in abundance this past year, including our new concert series, our Pickleball Ladder League at the Southern Recreation Center, as well as the long-awaited return of the Starlight Parade at Town Center.
We also celebrated a once-in-a-quarter-century milestone during our very special 25th anniversary celebration last fall. Residents can expect more new and exciting outings this year, as well as a new spin on an old favorite, as the City of Palm Coast has adopted the annual holiday boat parade, which will mark its 42nd year when it returns in December.
To the tens of thousands of residents that joined us over the course of this past year at our facilities, on our trails, and in our parks, we want to thank you for your support in playing a key role in bolstering health, fitness, and recreation here in our city.
At Parks and Recreation, we pride ourselves on creating a sense of community for our residents, who are our most valuable asset. As we look forward to the year ahead, we are excited for what's in store, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Cool 100.9 presents another summer sunset concert at the newly renovated Palm Coast Amphitheater. Bring your fans for a fun night of memories and music with the greatest sounds of Motown, disco, funk, and rhythm and blues. Backed by popular demand, Florida's #1 get-up and party dance band, Soulfire. Soulfire, Thursday night, June the 5th, under the roof of the newly renovated Palm Coast Amphitheater on Colbert Lane, Daytona State College campus. Beer, wine, and food trucks at 5, Soulfire concert at 6. Get your VIP reserve seats online now at flaglerbroadcasting.com. Proceeds benefit the Grace Community Food Pantry.
Hi, this is Joey from Soulfire. Come see us June 5th.
Hi, this is David Ayers. Coming up on Free for All Friday, they're coming. Severe thunderstorms, tornadoes, tropical storms, hurricanes too, and a lot more. What to know, what to do, when to stay, when to go. Flagler County Emergency Management Director Jonathan Lord in the studio, along with Palm Coast City Manager Lauren Johnston. Free for All Friday, live with my co-host Brian McMillan, following the news at 9 and Pierre's Reality Check. Now with studio cameras on Facebook and YouTube with easy links at flaglerbroadcasting.com.
Recycling right. Recyclables in Palm Coast are removed once a week. You can find your service day by visiting our website or contacting customer service. Recycling materials should be placed in appropriate containers that are clearly marked as recyclable. All recycling in Palm Coast is single stream, meaning there is no need to sort different types of recycling material at home. You may place the clean plastic, cardboard, paper, and glass and metallics into one bin. Please note that all of these items need to be empty and clean. Sadly, many items made of recyclable material are often not recycled due to contamination. Contamination occurs when items that are placed in the bin with remaining food grease or debris. Moreover, many items that are collected, such as plastic straws and bags, eating utensils and pizza boxes, yogurt, and takeout containers often cannot be recycled. How to do it right? Be sure to rinse out jars and cans. Flatten and break down cardboard boxes to 2 feet by 2 feet. Most plastics numbers 1 through 7 are recyclable with the exception of polystyrene and styrofoam, which is sometimes labeled as number 5. Thanks for watching.
Hello, Palm Coast. I'm Charlie Gambaro here with our project manager, Tyler Gibson. He's going to give us an update on our road improvements.
Thank you, Councilmember Gambaro. Yeah, in 2024, City of Palm Coast staff, we identified a few of our key arterial roads that we were going to resurface in order to show our commitment to maintaining safer and well-maintained roads.
Excellent. Could you tell our residents about the 5-year pavement management plan?
Yeah, absolutely. We assess all of our roadways based off of the volume of the roadway, users, the condition of the roadway, and also the impact on the residents themselves, and we try to prioritize them based off of that over our course of our resurfacing program. Right now we have a microsurfacing plan. We're going to be actually doing a high-performance microsurfacing on about 30 residential roads in the city to try to keep the condition and the durability of those roads and extend the life of those roadways quite a bit.
And what does that mean for you, the residents? An increase in your property values and just a better experience overall.
So I'm here with Chief Berryhill at Fire Station 25, and we're discussing the upcoming Fire Station 22 and 26. I just want to talk to you, Chief, about how that's going to contribute to public safety in our community.
Fire Station 26 is going to be an expanded service area for our team. We're actually covering that area now, but not from the correct location. Additionally, we're going to be faster to where our residents sleep, which is where we know some of the worst and biggest problems occur, while still being able to maintain great coverage along the 100 corridor. And Station 22 is going to be an expansion of our ability to respond in our oldest kind of neighborhood here in Palm Coast. So we've been responding from a building that was never designed for 24-hour emergency services. We're going to have a much greater ability to cover that corridor based on that, and we're going to be, each of these stations is designed, intended to, with two things in mind. For our firefighters to be the fastest to our citizens, and then for them to do it in the safest way possible.
Well, Chief, we appreciate everything that your department does for our community and for our city, and we look forward to 2 beautiful new fire stations in our community.
We're really excited. It's our privilege to serve our citizens.
Thank you, Chief.
Here at the Southern Recreation Center with Project Supervisor Eric Gibo to tell us what we have for our residents to enjoy here.
We've expanded our tennis and pickleball courts through a partnership with USTA, adding clay courts, upgraded lighting, and spectator areas for both casual and competitive play.
That's awesome. I know we just hosted our first USTA tournament here at this brand new court earlier in the year. But there's more than just tennis and pickleball, right?
Absolutely. Well, here at the Southern Recreation Center, residents can enjoy our community gardens, versatile multi-purpose rooms for events, easy access to the Lehigh Trailhead, and complete with the scenic trails and a dog park.
That's great. So plus we have Redefined Food Company here at the center of everything for residents to enjoy as well.
All these amenities and enhancements yet to come are designed with our residents in mind, promoting health, wellness, and community engagement.
Thanks, Eric. So we invite you all to come visit the Southern Recreation Center and explore everything it has to offer for you.
One of our newest projects that the utility is producing is the expansion for wastewater treatment plant number 2. As the city of Palm Coast grows, we need to increase our wastewater treatment capacity. This project increases the capacity from 2 to 4.0 million gallons per day, improving the system, service, and preparing for a future. Well, we're working towards enhancing our headworks, which includes a screening system, a grit removal system. We're also adding another module, another component for the membrane bioreactor system, including some reuse pumping, as well as some other appurtenances that are all associated with running the facility, including the chemical feed system. The project started in 2022, and we've completed some major work, including sludge holding tanks, and we're fully expecting the plant to be online in May of 2025.
2024 has been a milestone year for Palm Coast's economic growth. From new developments to workforce initiatives, we've made great strides in shaping the city's future. Let's take a look at some key highlights. We launched the Promenade, our first mixed-use project in Town Center, adding new residential and commercial opportunities to the heart of Town Center. Our economic landscape also expanded with Astor Defense USA selecting Palm Coast for its first U.S. manufacturing and testing facility, bringing high-paying jobs and strengthening our presence in advanced manufacturing. Workforce growth remains a priority. Our first ever Workforce Development Roundtable brought together industry leaders to address skill gaps and strengthen our local talent pipeline. We also launched the Business Retention and Expansion Program to build relationships with local employers, identify growth opportunities.
My normal sandwich? Oh, okay.
All right, it is 1:15. We're going to restart our workshop here this afternoon.
Okay.
Give staff just a minute to get seated here. And we are on item E3, our Parks and Rec impact fee study, and I will hand it back over to Mr. Gibo and our consultant.
All right, well, thank you very much. Well, Council, Vice Mayor, once again, I'm Eric Gibo, architect for the Stormwater and Engineering Department, here with Sean Ocasio and Carl Cody to take you through the recreation impact fee process. So the goal of Parks and Recreation Facilities is to make Palm Coast a desirable place to live and to enhance the quality of life for all citizens. I'll briefly discuss the background behind the development of the fee study, projects in the CIP that were used in the analysis and rate determination, and then I'll turn it over back to Sean to present the findings of the study. So the basis for the impact fee study is the Parks and Rec Master Plan as part of a county-wide initiative that involved many steps over a year-long process. That included input from citizens through public meetings, surveys, and questionnaires. The plan identifies all the future parks and recreation amenities and facilities needed to maintain the current level of service. The projects presented in the upcoming slides are derived from this plan that was adopted by City Council in 2023. At this point, I'll take you through some of the projects planned for the next 10 years that evolved from the Parks Master Plan and make up the basis for the rate study. The land that makes up the Long Creek Nature Preserve is a major archaeological resource, the Hernandez Landing Site, related to the early 1800s plantation period in Florida. The city purchased the land for the preserve in 2008 through a Florida Community Trust and Flagler County Environmentally Sensitive Lands Program grants. The FCT grant identified specific conditions that the city must provide in order to receive these funds. The multiple phases of this project have been designed to address these requirements. The final phase of the project, currently in the 5-year CIP, includes a nature center, classrooms, exhibit spaces, a restroom building, and associated site improvements. The city is looking at potential grant opportunities to assist in the funding of the project. Phase 2 of the Waterfront Park project is a final piece in the development of the city's only park located along the Intercoastal Waterway. The first phase was the construction of the original park back in 2010. The subsequent improvements included the dredging of the canal, concrete pad installation to support amenities associated with the kayak launch, shoreline stabilization, floating dock installation, and general site work. These phases were completed in part with fine grants totaling more than $1.2 million. This final phase will be the expansion of the parking, a covered events pavilion, upgraded site lighting, site furnishings, and educational kiosks. The city has been awarded a total of over $630,000 in fine grants for this work. The Parks Master Plan identified the need for additional neighborhood parks and made the recommendations regarding potential locations. The 10-year CIP includes budget numbers for 3 parks to address the needs outlined in the plan. Phase 2 of the Graham Swamp Trail is a 12-foot wide, multi-use path that is part of the state Sun Trail network that completes the gap between the Lehigh Trail and the existing Graham Swamp Trail and provides a connection to the County Trail Bridge over State Road 100. The project is partially funded through an FDOT grant for design, and the city is seeking additional grant opportunities to fund construction. In October of last year, staff presented 2 options to council for the expansion of the community center parking and the future of Fire Station 22. The directive was that the existing building would remain, and options for renovating and repurposing the building into alternate uses would be developed and presented back to council. Programming ideas to be explored included its use as a history museum, an arts venue, or various other public events gathering spaces. The building site and adjacent parcel was to be developed, allowing for 90 new spaces or 228 total spaces available to serve the community center. We are currently in the programming phase of the project, and as with other projects, the city is actively exploring grant opportunities. The Parks and Rec Master Plan identified the lack of a skate park as a deficit in the park's inventory. This has also been a recurring subject of park enthusiasts through various public engagement events, online comments, and questionnaire responses. Though a location has not yet been determined, the 10-year CIP includes a budget for this to address this need, and the city will seek collaboration with the county to complete the project. Phase 3 of the Southern Recreation Center is the continuation of the master plan implementation. The Palm Coast Tennis Center, originally built in 2007, included 10 clay courts, associated parking, and a modular building. The completion of Phase 1 of the expansion in 2023 was the construction of the tennis facility, 6 covered and 6 uncovered pickleball courts, and associated site improvements. A $700,000 USTA grant allowed for the construction of 4 new clay courts and 1 championship stadium court, completed in 2024. Due to the success and high volume attendance, Phase 3 of the master plan involves the much-needed parking expansion and the construction of remote restroom facilities and a maintenance building to support the functions of the facility. The city's current number of sports fields are not able to fulfill the needs of the residents. Additional lighted fields are desperately needed. These would be in addition to any sports activity center, as the new fields are needed to serve local sports programs, especially when the activity center is being utilized for tournaments. Water access is a component that is of high priority for residents.
Sir, can you go back, please?
Oh, sure.
All right. So where is this on the map? I'm looking at the top left. Where is this?
That was some land up off of US 1. The existing public works site was initially swapped land that we had with the developer for development of a sports complex. When we identified that site to be the preferred site and large enough tract for the mock, we purchased some land south of PV grade, which we've now been looking to market that as, you know, an economic industrial park. So we don't have a site for the sports complex. There's no existing land that's large enough to build a you know, multi-field complex. So it may entail purchasing
with
of some
lighting,
land.
right?
What's that?
With lighting.
With lighting, right? A standalone sports complex with lighting. Additional fields are desperately needed somewhere.
Right.
I just want to clarify Carl's statement about a sports complex. So in your next presentation about economic development, you will hear a little bit more about Track 17, which was purchased as part of the mock process, et cetera. So we'll talk more about that. So it could be a site for a sports complex if you wanted it to be, or you could allow it to continue to be your industrial area that you want as well. So that will be kind of like a decision point that City Council will need to give us today. And then also, these two facilities aren't the same. One is a sports complex based off current recreation need, and one is built more as a tourism model that's bringing in outside visitors, et cetera. It includes a recreational component, but it's not exclusively just for recreation. So there are two different models there.
You're talking about the complex that's been talked about out west?
Yes.
Okay. For this specific budget, how much of this budget is supposed to be land acquisition?
It should be in the backup to the packet. I want to say it was $8 million, but I'm just going from memory.
How large of a piece of property do you all anticipate would be needed for this?
We identified acres. I want to say it was 100 acres.
Yeah, I think that's
for like a 10 to 12 field complex. It all depends on wetlands and other areas of the site, you know, configuration.
Okay. Thank you.
It could be 70 acres. I'm trying to remember how big Track 17 was that we purchased.
Well, Track 17, I think, is 68.
68. And
Okay, so maybe it was 70 then.
Yeah, and then just to also clarify, the sports complex that has been talked about out west is not included in this impact fee calculation.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that was my next question.
It just says 8.4 million for land acquisition.
8.4.
Okay. Track 17 is actually 103 acres, but there's some wetlands on there.
Oh, okay.
About 65 acres of upland, I think.
Okay. So we've got about 65, yeah, I knew it was 60-something, 65 of buildable or developable,
Yeah.
we should say, acreage. Okay.
So Carl, I looked it up. It was 8.4 for the land acquisition.
Thank you. Matanzas Woods Canoe and Kayak Launch. So water access is a component that is a high priority for residents. The city has limited water access to its waterways. The site was donated to the city as part of an adjacent residential development and includes a floating canoe and kayak launch. The design has been completed and is ready to proceed construction. The city lacks a cultural arts venue. The beginning of a venue has been started in the town center with a stage and restrooms. This facility will share a site for a future YMCA facility. The next phase in development is to cover the stage and to complete work to collaborate and connect with the Y. The highly popular Indian Trail Sports Complex is the home to the Palm Coast Little League and is a jewel in the Parks and Recreation inventory. The proposed improvements to the facility involve the addition of lighting to serve the ball fields, 5 through 8, and the construction of much-needed parking expansion, which will increase capacity by 137 spaces. In addition, the plan includes the lighting of 3 northern multi-use fields behind Indian Trails Middle School. The Volusia Flagler County YMCA is seeking collaboration from city, county, Flagler schools, and other partners to assist in moving forward with a new YMCA facility. The city has budgeted $3 million for the new facility in town center. This highly anticipated project will fill a desperate need for neighborhood facilities of this type and will play a large part in the development of town center into a true city hub and provide a modern aquatic facility that will meet current standards. So in summary, this slide identifies all of the 10-year CIP projects presented, along with their respective costs, totaling roughly $90 million. Completion of these projects will allow the city to continue to provide its citizens with a high level of service they have come to enjoy and continue the history of Palm Coast as an attractive destination and a great place to live and work. Since existing residents will also benefit from these new facilities, capacity fees can only be utilized for the proportion of the new dwelling units. Currently, this equates to the existing residents funding 46.7% of the project costs. And with that, I'll turn it over to Sean.
Again, just for the record, name is Sean Ocasio with Reftelis Financial Consultants. So one thing I want to mention here, we're going to be talking about the Parks and Recreation impact fee analysis now. You're going to find a lot of, again, just like what I introed in the fire presentation, there's a lot of shared concepts here as well, the same general methodologies of fee calculation, the rules on impact fees, and so on. One thing I will say, though, is with Parks and Recreation, these are sometimes some of the more unique fees and can have quite a bit of variability in terms of fee levels and other things. And that's because there's, each community is a little more unique and can determine what it needs or what it wants to have in terms of facilities and amenities that it's going to provide its residents and to some extent use that to kind of attract growth to the community as well. So there's a little bit more difference there. I just wanted to mention. Another shared item, just like on the fire side, the calculation approach that we're using is also what I called, you may remember that hybrid method, which is we're looking at the existing investment in Parks and Recreation assets, we're looking at the planned future investment as well, and we're weighing those against each other. Again, we think it's a little more conservative to make sure we're recognizing some of those historical costs as well. Again, we are looking at some significant increases here, just like on the fire side. Yeah, we can move forward. So one thing here, the next few slides in the presentation are pretty much identical to what was just presented on the fire side. So I won't, belabor these, but we have the information on impact fees themselves, what they are, who pays them, and what you can use them for. The next slide is, again, benefits to the community for having right-size fees in place, and there's legal considerations. Again, the same set of rules that we talked about before apply here. And legal considerations, again, all the same items in terms of the legislation there. Phasing requirements, maximums, all that still applies here, just like it did on fire, just like it did on transportation. Same criteria for the purposes of design and what you can use the money for and what you can't, and making sure you have reasonable service levels and so on. So kind of sprinting forward to this next slide here on fee calculation methodology. It's almost the same slide that you saw before with a slight difference, and that's because whereas on the fire side you're charging on the fire side you're charging a fire impact fee to residential and non-residential development. On the recreation side, you're only charging that to residential development. So that step in the analysis, we talked about using call data and square footage and some other items to split the costs. We don't have to do that in this instance because it's only residential land uses that are accounted for here. So moving ahead, you'll notice this is the same population projection curve and dwelling unit curve that was described previously. One thing I'll mention here is while again we're designing these fees from the perspective of a design window of through 2035, we did look at the costs in terms of how they relate to the estimated build out. And the reason there is these are, parks are very long-lived assets. The land and everything there, it's a very long-lived asset as opposed to, let's say, a fire truck or something like that. So we tried to make sure our horizon was a little bit longer to account for those items there. So you'll see in a number of the subsequent slides, we're taking the cost side and scaling it to build out, but then bringing it back down to 2035. And that'll come through on the subsequent slides here. So, in terms of level of service for recreation and parks, the current service standard is 8 acres per 1,000 of population, and that general requirement is broken out into 3 acres of resource-based parkland and excuse me, and 5 acres of activity-based parkland. That's what gets you the 8. Now, currently, based on the current inventory of total acreage and the different parks, the city's providing almost 10 acres per 1,000 of population. So you're definitely meeting your LOS or your level of service targets there. That comes to about just over 1,000 total acres of existing parklands spread out across about 17 different locations and facilities, which include, an aquatic center, racquetball courts, nature trails, playgrounds, all those sorts of different facilities and amenities that the community has. Jumping into the cost side, first I'll aim at the historical investment. So currently existing investment in Parks and Recreation is about $110.3 million. That's again as of the close of 2024. And again, we tried to break it out similarly. General equipment's about $0.2 million, which is excluded from the calculation. And then the rest that's facilities related is about $110.1 million. So then from there, based on the historical grant information that was provided to us, there's about $6.5 million of assets that have been funded through other sources. So we've made sure to net those costs out away from the totals that you were looking at a moment ago. So that gives us a total net investment going from that $10.3 million in total. What's included for calculation purposes about $103.6 million after the grants and the smaller equipment items are accounted for and removed. So then, again, accounting for the long useful life of these types of assets, we're taking that $103.6 million of investment, of current investment, and dividing through by the projected build-out population of just over 230,000 persons to get us a net total investment per person at build-out of about $450.12. We then, to scale it to our time horizon of 2035, we take that $450.12 and apply that to the projected 2035 population of about 132,000 and change to give us an allocated investment through 2035 and existing of about $59.6 million. Moving to the forward-looking side, when we look at the total planned future investment in Parks and Recreation through build-out, that, again, accounting for an estimate of inflation, that comes to about $236.3 million in total projects and facilities, and that includes expansions and upgrades, new facilities, new parks, special use facilities, trails, and so on. And then from that $236.3 million total number, we're then pulling out from it or netting out against it about $9.2 million in grant and other funding sources. So that's a total net investment, planned future net investment of about $227 million of project cost. Again, taking the same approach I mentioned on the prior slide, since these are very long-lived assets, we're taking that future investment, dividing it through by build-out of 230,000 persons and change to get an average cost per person on the forward-looking side of about $986.74. So then to scale that to 2035, we're taking the $986.74, again, times that 132,000 persons to get a total planned future investment through 2035 of about $130.6 million. So now we have that $59 million and change that I mentioned on the prior slide, and then the $130 million I just mentioned to give us a total that you'll see on this tabulation here of about $190 million of total planned future investment and existing investment in the Parks and Recreation Department, net of, again, grants and contributions and funding from other sources. So then taking that whole bucket of cost, if you will, of $190.2 million, dividing out through the projected population in 2035, again, because that $190 million is scaled through 2035, that gives us an average cost per person of $1,436.86. Then, since that's the cost per person and we're trying to bring this cost on a per dwelling unit basis, that's where we use the 5.2 persons per dwelling unit that we talked about a little while ago on the fire side, again, from the Census Bureau occupancy data. And we take the $1,400 and change times the 2.52 to give us a fee of $3,620.89, and then we just round it down from there to the $3,620 that you see at the bottom of that tabulation. So in terms of the increase level, like I said on the front end, it's a significant increase. We're going from a current fee of $1,820.01 to $3,620. That's a change of $1,791.99, or about a 98% fee increase. So it's in the same kind of ballpark as fire that we were seeing earlier. Now, in terms of the comparable here, again, it's the same surveyed communities that we looked at. And you'll see you're on the right side there with your existing fee of $1,800 and change, and it would put you at the highest one there on the comparison at about the $3,620 level compared to the surveyed average of $1,438. A couple things I wanted to note here, aside from what I had mentioned previously about these are snapshot points in time. You don't know what the full fee level was for these other communities or how long they've waited to update theirs. These can vary much more, I don't want to say wildly, but there's a lot more variance in terms of these comparisons. And what I mean is I have some clients on the southeast coast, and there's some other comparables we look at if we look broader across the state. Recreation fees can go as high as City of Miami, I believe, is almost $6,000. It's like $5,900 and something. Boca Raton is like $4,000. Coral Gables is almost $5,800 per dwelling unit there. So you can see these big swings. I wanted to mention those just as a part of this, even though they're not as local to you. I wanted you to at least see the breadth of variability in residential fees for this type of thing. And one thing I would note here, again, the fee level here is at least in part a representation of the capital cost of the facilities that you're wanting to bring into the community and offer to the community and to new growth. So one thing, at least, I'll say this anecdotally, and I want to be cautious to how I say it, but at least in my experience on these types of projects, what I've seen, and again, it's not a scientific observation, but it seems to be the trend that the communities that seem to have higher impact fees still have a very healthy level of growth. And part of the reason for that is that the higher that the fees are, it's a representation of the investment that the community is making in that particular service. So if you're having higher impact fees, let's say for parks and recreation, it's generally a function of you have maybe a higher level of service. You're providing 8 acres per thousand. Some communities provide 2. So there's more that's being offered there. So I guess I say that to say, we've seen a number of communities where it's come up, the concerns about the fees impact to growth. And there very well, can be an impact there. I don't want to diminish that. I would just say, our observation has been, an example comes to mind, I believe the city of Winter Garden wrestled with this very issue, and they still experienced quite substantial growth that was able to fund a lot of the capital needs for the community in that period of time where they were having significant growth. In terms of implementation considerations, same idea as before. This is a significant increase above the 50% cap that's built into the statute on the standard process. It's an increase of about 98%. So again, there's the option, of course, to stick with the statutory implementation method of 4-year phase-in up to the 50% increase and cap it there. Again, the fees would be under recovering in terms of the costs, but there could be some adjustments to projects and so on. Or you can pursue the full increase through extraordinary circumstance implementation to get that full fee level implemented in one fell swoop as opposed to phased in over time. In terms of the circumstances, they're essentially the same as what we talked about on the fire side, because it's the same issues that you're encountering. You have very high population growth historically and in the near term, and you have significant population growth projected in the near-term horizon. Again, historically at that 3.8% level for the past few years, and going forward at that 2.1% level on an average basis over the next 10. So again, significant growth there, and that growth is requiring these other facilities to be brought into service. Again, you're also encountering significant cost inflation to actually construct these facilities. Similar to what I mentioned on the fire side, it's been about just in the materials index, it's about a 40% increase in the index since 2019. So there's very significant material cost increases that are being felt here as a part of these projects. With respect to the fees, and if no fee increase is implemented, and assuming the same project load is to be accomplished, then there would be essentially a deficiency of about $17.8 million in project-related costs that would have to be recovered from existing residents, as opposed from the growth-related fees here through 2035. If you go through the phased approach through the statute, the 4-year phase-in capped at 50%, then that shortfall of the 17.8 would go down to about $10.1 million. That would have to be recovered from existing residents. Well, in conclusion, it's the same recommendation that we had on the fire side. Based on our discussions with city staff and everything, we believe that the city should consider adoption of the fully calculated fees for recreation using the extraordinary circumstance approach. You'd still want to maintain compliance in all standard forms with the Impact Fee Act requirements, accounting and compliance affidavits and so on. You want to review the fees in 4 years, again, to account for how growth actually came in to the community as opposed to how it was projected, how those capital costs actually materialized compared to what was projected, and adjust and fine-tune the fees accordingly at that point in time when the statute allows you to get another bite at the apple. And again, the discontinuation of the indexing practice we mentioned on the fire side, and making sure to have that 90-day grace period built into the adoption process.
And Vice Mayor, City Council, I just wanted to kind of elaborate a little bit on the background. The city has had an established Parks Master Plan since 2008, while the one that was presented to you today was a little bit newer. That's because we partnered with Flagler County. They did not have a Parks Master Plan, and so we worked together for them to have one and then establish a county-wide level of service, but mainly it was reaffirming the public's input about the facilities that were in our plan. So many of them carried over from the original Parks Master Plan in 2008.
Thank you for that. All right, questions or comments? We'll start with you, Councilman Gambaro.
None of this time. Yeah, thank you for the brief.
Councilman Sullivan?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Have we ever used ESL funds to purchase lands for parks?
ESL?
No.
You
no,
can,
we can.
Long Creek, I think half of.
We'll look into that. I know
Long Creek was half county, half state.
Right. So we have a state grant for Longs Creek Nature Preserve, but we'll look into ESL.
Way of,
sure.
for future saving a little money,
right.
Another source of funding.
Because the state's grant does have requirements, and that's why the Nature Center is there in the projects for you today.
Yep.
Anything else? Okay. Councilman Miller?
Yeah, I just had the similar question that I had on the other studies. The 9.2 million that's deducted based on grant-funded projects, is that specifically, it's on 31, I think.
Yeah, those, we have 2 current grants with fine for Waterfront Park.
Right, yep.
And this, I'm not sure if the Long Creek one, because we finished it this fiscal year, if that's part of it, or if it was prior of the previous grant dollars. These are future grants. And we have current design money for Grand Swamp from DOT, and we're seeking construction dollars for the second part of Grand Swamp Trail.
So does this 9.2 million include a kind of like a placeholder for what we can expect to get, or is
yeah,
it
would
just
be for the
stuff
construction. We have 3 grants existing, and we have 1 future grant for construction of Grand Swamp.
Okay.
That's like $7.5 million, I think.
I just wanted to. Okay, so we have one for 10.5 million.
7.5 that we're hoping to get for Grand Swamp.
And that's included in this 9.2?
That's yes.
Okay.
So the bulk of that money is a hopeful future grant.
I just want to make sure we're being accurate with what we expect based on historical, right? When we talk about fire, it's okay, that doesn't happen that often, but I feel like for parks, it does happen a little bit more often. We get bed tax money, we get all sorts of things that we've used in the past to try to fund, whether it's fined or state grants and things like that.
Yeah, with the Grand Swamp being on the Centrail network, it gives us 1 more bucket of money to go after for funding.
Okay, I just want to make sure that this 9.2 is accurate. If it needs to be adjusted to kind of match what we've seen in the past we get, so that we're being accurate with that and not trying to, take it out of somebody else's pocket when we're going to get it from the state or somewhere else. Right. And I know we can't predict everything.
That best projection right now, I think it's a good number.
Okay.
Just to follow up on that, the Tourist Development Capital Improvement Program, every 2-year program, it's kind of in abeyance right now, but there was money that came in for the Southern Recreation Center. It was like 700. I forget the number.
Yep.
So does that take? Is that where that would be included if there was?
It would come off the top of our existing investment because that was past dollars. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're projecting, like, if in the past we've gotten $800,000 a year in random grant money on an average over the last, 5 or 10 years, whatever the case may be, are we putting that into this number forward so that we're not asking somebody else for that money when we're going to expect to get
grants are difficult to get. If we do get some, they're usually small dollar. Like Long Creek was 300-something thousand. Waterfront Park, you're talking a few $100,000. So we were safe. We are seeking like historical dollars or other dollars for conversion of Fire Station 22. But from what we've found so far, we may get 50 grand potentially, possibly, but same with Long Creek. It's a very historical site. We're going after some, some big dollars there, hopefully, but we never received them. There's not a lot of money out there for those types of projects, so we didn't account for those dollars. We're going to seek dollars, which will help bring the cost down as we move forward, with the projects, which would probably be outside it would be in the next rate study. So right now, our best projections are until we get to the next rate study, then we do updating on the grants.
Okay.
So I have kind of the same type of questions as the other studies, which is number one, well, let me confirm, is the amount that we have in the current impact fee fund 3.1 million, roughly?
Oh, hold on, I have that pulled up.
It says fiscal year 24 carryover 3,111,000.
Okay, are you reviewing the?
I'm on the spreadsheet in the presentation. It doesn't have a page number.
Okay.
Well, some of those dollars might have been encumbered already because we carry over the POs that go with that carryover.
Yeah, what do we actually have in our impact fee fund right now?
It's not much. Right, Helena, we're probably $1 million cash maybe in there. That's not unencumbered. That's unencumbered potentially.
Okay.
But Helena can confirm that.
Thank you. For the projects that we got grants for, do we already have our match funded?
Program the match in there for Waterfront Park. That's our next project that would have grant funding match.
Okay. So
that would be next fiscal year.
For the other projects that we have in this presentation, have we figured out a way to fund the current resident match, or proportion, I should say? And I ask that because, again, if we're going to contemplate a phasing and approach, is there any point in collecting impact fees that we, shocking the system, so to speak, to collect impact fees that we may not be able to use for a few years? In other words, would it have been okay to collect those same impact fees at year 2 or year 3 rather than year 1 because we don't have our current resident match yet?
Well, so I'd say yes and no. For some of the near-term, smaller projects, the parking at Indian Trails, the lighting, the Y match, those smaller dollar projects, yes, we've accounted for that coming from the Capital Projects Fund or from CRA, depending on where we can use those funds from. Well, the two big projects like the sports complex, that's in there for big dollars, Long Creek. Both of those are going to be a big, match for the city. So, building them up over the 7-year timetable is what we're projecting, at least on the rec impact fees, because if you wait to start collecting, you're just pushing the project further out in time. But to start saving for existing citizens, again, this competes with the MOC. So, it all depends which one you want to phase in first. Do you want to slow down the MOC, completion, implementation, or do you want to slow roll some of these projects? Is really the question, or find another funding source to pay for these.
Yeah, I think I look at this a little bit differently than traffic, because I think we heard from the traffic study, really other than State Route 100, which we arguably should not be paying for ourselves, FDOT should be paying for it, we're not seeing the need to expand right now. Whereas with parks, we see a need to take some action pretty darn soon. We know we need the aquatic center yesterday, according to our residents who have been asking for either upgrades or a new aquatic center for quite some time. We know we need to expand parking at ITSC. We know we need some lighting upgrades. We know we need more fields right now. So to me, there are some pretty serious park needs that we could really start to use impact fees for sooner rather than later. Whereas for traffic, I feel like we've got some time to build up the fund before the need becomes a little bit more immediate. And I don't want to be working from behind the curve, right? We want to be as proactive as possible, but also, again, keeping in mind the impact this will have on affordable housing. So that's just kind of my overall high-level thoughts on this specific study. I know our strategic action plan is coming up again, and I think this specific study is relevant to that, because for me, I really want to prioritize the why. I really want to prioritize the sports complex. I also kind of, in looking at track 17, if we have $8 million in this current study based on land acquisition, but we end up saying, hey, it would be better to use track 17 for that purpose, then you're changing the funding in this as well. I don't know if there's an appetite to consider that, but I think as we're talking about these things together, it's at least worthwhile to discuss. I don't think I had any questions other than the proportion question. Do we know what projects we are really looking to budget over the next, like, 3 years?
It would be Waterfront Park, Indian Trails, parking and lighting of the current baseball fields and the future courts, and the Y.
Fire station.
And the fire station conversion and additional parking at community center. Forgot
That's
about
another
that
one of mine. I really want to make sure that gets done, yeah.
There's
And
a lot
that
in
parking
there.
needs to get done quickly as well. I mean, we've been busting at the seams there for quite some time.
It's been on City Council's strategic action plan list since 21, 22.
And are those that you
Sounds
just,
like the
thank you
TPO.
for that, City Manager, are those that you just listed, or have those been placed in the capital improvement plan budget to happen over the next handful of years?
Yeah, in the backup, we show projected years based on projected revenues coming in. So, you know, it's hinged on those revenues matching what we're projecting.
Right, and going back to the strategy for the capital projects fund, if those revenues aren't matched up with our projections, then the park projects get slid further down the list and the priority is to the MOC.
Right. Okay. Any other questions or comments from the dais?
And, you know, I know you guys earlier mentioned about the millage, and there was at one point in time a dedicated millage to capital projects that was in for a period of number of years, and it did, you know, council did at that time take it away then during the downturn, you know, when revenues really dropped. But there was that dedicated source to help with that existing citizen match, you know, of a dedicated millage.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, so I have some overall comments now that we've seen all three, but I don't know if you want to go out to public comment.
Yeah, I
first.
think let's go out to public comment on this specific one and then we'll come back. Public comment?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tony Amaral, Palm Coast resident. My concern of this is we need parks. I mean, we're known for parks. We've got green space. That's a selling feature for the city of Palm Coast. Our current level of service is at 10 roughly. Once we implement all this in the next 10 years from what I'm seeing, 2035, what will be our level of service at that point if every project goes through? Just curious about that. We haven't been provided a report yet to back up all this, so we're still waiting for that, which would be nice to kind of be able to check numbers. The neighborhood parks, and this is why we're asking these things, neighborhood parks, do we own the land already? How many acres? What's going to be the level of service there? Are we talking about just swings? Are we talking about just green space? We have a number, but we don't have any other details. The skate park, we have no location yet. So the cost that is implemented, is that already including land? Or if we put it on another park and the land's already there, are we developing that land? Our sports complex, I gotta tell you, that was a surprise. Based on the location we were told, it'll be in vicinity of the proposed PPP that we're talking about in the westward expansion. So they'll be kind of competing for each other. Not to mention that just that level at 65 plus or minus 65 acres, will provide quite a bit of residents, just that park alone at the current level of service, not mentioning what we'll be at in the new one. And then the cultural arts facility, I just can't see a capacity increase in putting a cover over an existing structure, which is just, I mean, impact fees by law can only be used to increase capacity. Putting a cover, no additional parking, no additional anything, I would be hard pressed to see where you're gaining capacity by adding a cover to that. And at the end of all this, we're increasing the cost of the houses. We're increasing our assessed values on those houses because it is based on cost per square foot. We are asking our citizens that are coming in, our residents, to pay the impact fee, to pay the extra ad valorem taxes, and we're shouldering all this because I would love to hear what's going to be the cost per year to maintain these facilities. I mean, can we have some numbers that kind of dictate, say, hey, we're estimating a bunch of stuff, but I've yet to hear anybody estimating how much is going to cost every citizen, not the new people. Well, they'll pay for it also, but every dollar, because Indian Trail sports complex, you got one field that's basically shut down on the regular. We don't have tournaments there anymore like we used to. We want to build 2 new sports complexes or to add on. I just fear that we're going to have a bunch of dead grass and nothing there to justify it at the end. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You changed that beeping. It's very aggressive now. Anna Maria Long, Executive Officer, Flagler HBA. Tony covered most of the issues that I have, but just the overarching issue here, I believe, is that when you're looking at 3 impact fees together, claiming extraordinary circumstances, which I still disagree with on all of them, at this point in time, you need to look at your totality and see what do I want? What do you as council want for your citizens? What's most important? And in that, I think that it is important, the next important thing to do is to look at your time range on this, which you've all brought up during each discussion. In transportation, you've said, why are we going all the way out to 2050? What actually needs to get done in X amount of time? On parks, you've just said, in the next, I think, 3 years, maybe look at what needs to get done in the next 5 years. What are the actual plans? Here on the slide in front of us, it says your build out and looking at a population at 2035. We've been planning for build out for as long as I can remember, and we should have been at build out like 40 years ago now. Not really 40, probably 25 years ago. But the market always changes, something always happens. And I'm not a betting woman, but I don't think we'll be at build out at 2035 because something's going to change, something's going to happen, just like it has every other time before. So choose wisely on what you're going to put into, or what dollars you're going to put in. As Vice Mayor said, what you can actually match. Every time you collect an impact fee, it is a promise to the resident you're collecting it from. And if you can't keep that promise, you have to return the funds to them. That's the state law. So just keep all of that in mind and consider the housing affordability, and that you would put yourself in a chokehold. And if you don't have the businesses and the people, then you're not going to have the impact fees, and all this is for naught. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. I did have some questions based on those comments, and Councilman Miller alluded to this earlier today. Have we looked at the ongoing costs, City Manager, of maintaining these new facilities? Because Parks and Rec comes out of the general fund. So the maintenance, the personnel, all of those things, general fund for the residents that are listening, that's tied to property taxes. So as we do bring new facilities online, or we expand current facilities to create more possible maintenance and personnel, have we looked at what that financial impact will be to our general fund obligations every year?
Yes, we are looking at some future costs and staffing expansions. In our Parks Master Plan, it also tells where operations and maintenance should be. We're actually under our level of service for parks maintenance staff. It's saying that we should have at least 9 more additional staff, and we don't. So how we're operating those facilities at the level of service now, we're doing very well. But for next year's fiscal year 26 parks cost, those are all already established facilities. So Waterfront Park is just expanding the shade covering. Indian Trails is just adding additional parking and lighting. So none of those are really increased in maintenance costs, although with the lights there will be some electrical costs. So not asking for additional staff in next year's budget, but just understand that we are under the level of service on our Parks Master Plan.
Then with regards to, and we had this conversation, City Manager, but if you could respond to the inquiry about the Cultural Arts Center and how that can be paid for in part by impact fees, or Carl, either one of you.
It's very similar to how we're using park impact fees for lighting and additional parking, because it's expanding capacity use of that facility. Anything else you want to add to that, Carl?
Yeah, it adds to the ability to use a facility more, and it would be, audio, lighting, and there'd be some site work tied to that as well, storage, those sorts of things. So it does add capacity to the facility in its use.
So for instance, lights allow you to use it at night.
Right.
Right, so you have more hours that users can use the park.
Correct.
So a cover allows you to use it during inclement weather.
And at night.
And increase the overall capacity.
Mm-hmm.
And can I just answer the question based off level of service and park land? So yes, we do have also in our Parks Master Plan, it has an inventory of all of those facilities. We do have land for all of the neighborhood parks that was either gifted through ITT or Flagler County. And when you look at the inventory of land and on the slide for level of service, that is, they're comparing acreage, but what's included in your plan here is actually building upon that land that already exists. So it's kind of not apples to apples.
Understood, thank you for that. Any other questions based on the public comment?
Did you want more clarification on the neighborhood park?
Sure.
We do have land for Quail Hollow on Belterre Boulevard. It's at the entrance just south of north of going into the Airport Commerce roadway. So that site's picked. We have several sites on the north end of the city for the Matanzas one. We don't know which site that would be on yet, but a neighborhood park would be less than what Ralph Carter Park is. What exactly elements go in there? We'd have
minus the lights.
Minus the lights. It would be an in-between park. It's more meant to be a neighborhood park. Existing actual program elements would be community outreach meetings and input, and those that would be factored in. There'd obviously be parking, restroom, playground, whether we have a basketball court or field space, and those sort of things will all get sorted out as we move forward. So we kind of took some dollars of developable land for a neighborhood park from the Park Rec Master Plan on what those dollars should be for development of that size acre site is how we came up with the dollars.
Yeah, and can I answer Ms. Long's point about total build-out? And it's a good reflection about the previous impact fee studies that we've done for Parks and Recreation. And most recently, the last study showed an existing or future resident portion was at 70% and current resident portion was at 30%, roughly, those numbers, right? And since we've had this increase in population, now the future resident we're getting to about 50-50. So yes, we are getting closer to the total build out because that methodology is changing where it's more of the existing residents' burden to build out some of these future park facilities.
Yeah. And I will say, with regards to the paying for the overhead and the ongoing costs as these new facilities come online, in theory, your future residents would still be contributing largely to that because you've got new residents coming online, paying more taxes and things like that. It's the same concept as with utilities. We have new users that come online and then contribute to the overhead and the operational because they're now paying user fees. So same kind of concept. Your new people that are moving in are still going to be contributing to the ongoing operation once they're actually here, right? Obviously the impact fees are at the very beginning, but then you've got your end users and residents that are here and paying continuous property taxes into the general fund, which again then goes to fund the operation of these parks. Have we had in the last few years, we'll say the last 5 years, or well, let's just say since the last impact fee fund study, have we had any circumstances where we've had actual capital to build parks, but not enough impact fees?
Yeah, at Holland Park, when we did the rehab, one, it was an R&R project and capacity, so it was a split type funding project. That one, we didn't have the impact fees in there, so it was fully funded from Capital Projects Fund.
Yeah, let me just elaborate on that. When the previous city council wanted to move forward with construction of the community center and Holland Park, the first phase, they advance money from the capital projects fund or sales tax because the impact fee money did not keep up with meeting its share. They wanted to go ahead and build those facilities. There was the need, and so they advanced that money, and then the impact fee had to come back from some of those costs.
Okay, and so, but obviously it's done that at this point because now we've got over $1 million in the impact fee fund, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, I don't think Holland Park, it's programmed to be paid back this year if the revenue's there. If it's not at the end of the fiscal year, then we'll move into next year.
And those facilities were opened back in 2018, 2019. And so the dollars would have come back, would have been advanced in 2015, 2016, around there.
Okay, so it was quite a while ago, but still. Okay, any other questions?
And that's one point Murray was talking about is sometimes you have more impact fees, so you're paying for the bulk of the project, the impact fees, and then the citizen share. As long as the overall plan proportionate is correct, some projects are more, some are less, as long as the average is out to be correct is what we're looking for.
Sorry, I do have another question. What is the proposed timeline on our sports complex that's in this study?
I think I think we had land acquisition in the 5-year and then the development in the 6 to 10 year. We obviously want to do it quicker. It's just that the dollars aren't there.
Yeah, well, I guess, I mean, when I looked at this, and I've been a big proponent of adding fields, doing something to help our, many of our sports leagues, obviously, but I do look at this $19 million price tag for a sports complex when we know that there's a private entity in the county that's working on something that is of larger scale, but still would hit a lot of the needs that this is discussing. And I think it would go along kind of the same timeline. I mean, if this is looking at land acquisition in the next 5 years and then starting build out 6 to 10 years, that if you were to tell me, hey, we want land acquisition next 2 years and then we want to build by year 3, okay, I could see that, but
we push this further only because we're doing so many phases of the mock here in the next 5 years. We don't have the capital fund match to move forward on some of these park projects. And the activity center is a completely different animal. Right now, you talked about dead sod at the sports fields because their fields are overused. We have too much demand and too little fields. And in the activity center, if they're talking about 50 tournaments a year, every weekend there's going to be tournaments there, and all our local clubs, our local teams, just our rec leagues, they have no place to play, no games, because the activity center is going to be booked out. So these are really for your local use, your practice. You can rotate field usage, because you don't want the activity center used 100% of the time either. You want to rotate those fields. So there's a need for both, because there's two different parameters and uses for those field types.
Well, if we're going to have that discussion then, and I don't disagree with you, but if that's the theory behind keeping this in the budget, then we shouldn't be talking about a PPP for the sports complex out west, because the theory there was, well, if we have a PPP, then we could garner public use out of that sports complex. But if we've got this and we're going to say, we're going to put tax dollars and impact fees into this sports complex, then let a private entity do whatever they want in the westward expansion. So I'm just having a hard time reconciling these two things, because it seems that we're saying two different things when it's convenient for us. And I don't know that you're wrong, but I want to make sure that we have the same vision here, and I don't know that the vision is clear. Well, and when we're talking about tax dollars, and whether it's current residents or future residents, it's all money of theirs. I think we need to come down on the vision here. What's the vision?
Well, can I jump in? I've got some thoughts on that. I mean, first of all, it's $19 million, and Lauren, wasn't this sports complex discussed before the discussion of the westward expansion came along?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think this is a previous concept before the idea of the public-private partnership came along. And so, but it's where are we going to get $20 million from a very high impact fee? You know, it is a need, and I'll be the first one to help sod the field myself, to get lights turned off at Ralph Carter so we can put the capacity out here. But yeah, I'm not letting it go. I drove by there the other night. And
hey, I think I can get consensus for lights at Burroughs, though. That's my neighborhood.
I'll give you consensus to go out there and sod.
Neighborhood consensus.
Not afraid of work. But, okay, well, maybe we can move those lights, and you can enjoy the illumination till whatever time. But in any case, I mean, the big question is just where are you going to get the $19.1 million? And I think, Lauren, correct me if I'm wrong, that was the question, right? Where are you going to come up with that kind of money? So, and the county's having a discussion. I think there's other discussions that we still need to have. I think we keep this as something that we understand is still a requirement. If we can move faster on it, if we find the money, if we figure it out, then let's do it. But let's also take a look at, let's see what the county does first. And if they're able to move in a timeline that's acceptable for us, then great. You know, we don't have to spend $20 million. But overall, I just did some quick, beer math, back of the napkin math here on the overall fees that we discussed.
Can I stop you for a second? Because I have a question then. Would council feel more comfortable, since Carl said that in the next 5 years we're looking at land acquisition for the sports complex, and we know that that's around 8 million, I think you said 8.5, putting 8.5 in
8.4.
8.4, thank you. 8.4 in this study, and then when the next impact fee study comes up, saying, okay, now we'll look for the other 12.5. Is that more appropriate?
So just for clarity on kind of the phased funding that we have in the plan, it's got 8.4 for it looks like land acquisition, and then in FY29, and then FY30, 1.725 for design, and then it looks like the 31 through 35 block is kind of construction.
Yeah. So, I mean, you could even say 10 based on that, so acquisition and design, because by that time your next impact fee study is going to come up. So I don't know how much it will change the numbers, but again, this is going to be another extraordinary circumstances argument. So are we properly including the right numbers that we need to be including in order to come up with that bottom line figure? So I don't know what you all think about that, reducing it down to either 8.4 or to whatever that land acquisition and the exact number for the design is.
But if we go down that road, are we signaling that we're not going to participate in the public-private partnership for the sports field?
No.
Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm not suggesting that. Not suggesting that by committing to keeping this in the study, we're saying, oh, now we're not going to do the public. It's not even up to us. It's the county that has that in their court. So we don't even make a decision on that. But my point is, part of the argument in saying, oh, well, the benefit of this public-private partnership is that if we do it this way, the city can also then use the sports complex out west for public use. But if we're going to use our resident dollars for this sports complex, then why do we need that place out there for public use? Hey, look, I think that that complex will be great for tourism, to bring in tournaments, to bring in conferences, it'll bring in hotels, it'll be an anchor for so many other things that will bring in a lot of economic dollars. No argument from me there. The question is, do we use our tax dollars to help fund it? And I don't think the answer to that is yes, if we're going to use tax dollars for this sports complex. But I don't know, because I don't know what the county is thinking or doing.
I think it's two different conversations. I think, and to your point about, I view that really as an economic development project,
yeah.
not a let's build a park, because it's not ours. And honestly, we lost all say in how that's going to run when we didn't get the bond amendment through. Mm-hmm. So we can't enter in those partnerships. So it's not in our court, so to speak.
Yeah, that ball's in the county's court at this point.
Again, this has always been a need, and I don't think, this specific project may not even cover our shortfalls. To say that the point is that potentially both of these things help get us to where we actually need to be. Some participation in the private, in terms of usage during the week when they're not doing their revenue model, kind of, the tournament thing. But then our own helps fill all those other gaps and gets, teams off of fields that are in the middle of neighborhoods and things like that. So I think there's probably many different things we need to do to fill the gap in terms of sports fields and complexes.
Yeah.
I don't think there's just like one project and we've got it all solved.
And that's if we decide on a rate that they recommend, right? That the teams recommended here. I'm ready to go to the next discussion, because if we look at the Parks and Rec difference in funding, so if you look at the overall, so Parks and Rec, fire, which we all agreed that we're going to move forward with 97.7%. And if we were just to do the transportation piece with residential impact fees, which I think we said we're going to put the commercial aside for now, we're looking at a $7,000 difference per single family residential unit. Okay, it's going from about $5,700 to $12,774. And I just used the numbers that were on the bar charts that you guys provided. And if I'm wrong, jump in, but this is how I'm seeing it. It's about a $7,000 jump overall from all three. Do we want to fund the impact fee for residential at 137%? Do we want to fund Parks and Recreation at 98%? Because I think those are the big strategic questions. Like, for example, if we did the transportation residential piece at 62%, so let's say 50% increase with 3% over the next 4 years, gives us 62%, whatever. That puts us at $7,919 versus $12,000. So overall, where do we want to adjust the levers to make the proposed increases, which we need, and the data shows it, but where it's reasonable? I don't know if having everything maxed out at all the percentage rates is reasonable on these impact fees. And if it's not reasonable for Parks and Rec, then, which projects are we doing? I mean, we've all agreed that the YMCA, the community center expansion, the waterfront park, my unfiltered cigar club alone fills the parking lot there when we gather. The Indian Trails expansion, okay, that we need, and having a field to rotate that at least allow some grass to grow on one of them. I think that's kind of the bigger discussion that will help us make a decision on an overall sports complex that we all need. So I just did some quick numbers, but we're talking about a $7,000 increase in impact fees. And I've recently bought property and had to put 20% down, and on new construction, whatever the case may be, and I'm fortunate enough that I'm able to do that. But if it's my kids, no way. And so it's I think this is where we're at. I think we all agree that fire, public safety is our number one mandate, right? So 97.7%. The 137% on the transportation piece, we know that our roads need improving, but is 137 the right number? And then I don't think 98% on parks is right. I mean, maybe over time, and I mean, some of these projects are they're $19 million projects. I know we need a skate park. We're just going through this. But the ones that are in our legislative priorities and our strategic action plans are the things that are right in front of us that I think we could fund, maybe at a lower rate, we could still cover the cost.
Keep in mind though, Councilman Gambaro, so you have to look at it, because I looked at the phased approach, right? But for every home, let's say we cut everything in half right now for the first 2 years, because I was kind of thinking, oh, what if we collect 50% for years 1 and 2, and then we tag on the rest for year 3 and out. And that's just one scenario I played with. But during year 1 and year 2, for every home that pays the discounted impact fee, those are monies that we're not collecting, that other 50%. But in addition to that, more homes are coming. You're messing with that percentage you're increasing what the current residents are going to be paying eventually versus what future residents are going to be paying. So not only are you collecting less up front, you're also increasing what your current residents will be paying as we have more capacity. So it's just something to keep in mind as we really look at the payment plan we come up with. Because I have the same concerns you do, but just want to make sure that consideration is out there as we make this decision.
I also wanted to mention that in making sure that the potential additional funding is accurate that I've mentioned on each of these, it should impact the calculated rate on the transportation at least in some ways. So there's already, based on that direction, there's already a little bit of movement in these. So, and I agree, I added it up to it's $7,009.48.
That's right.
So it's a huge impact, but some of that's already shifted a little bit. And then we can, I think what we'll get back, my assumption is what we'll get back is based on that direction, we'll get some new numbers here that may affect how we want to look at it as a percentage versus the original number, because some of it has slightly changed. And the transportation portion is really the driver here of most of this cost. So I think handling that in the right way is really what's going to get us in the sweet spot in terms of maintaining economic growth and things like that, economic development, not shocking the system, not causing unaffordable housing, all those things. So yeah, I'm willing to work and try to figure out the right spot here.
Yeah, and for me, the priority work is, fire, roads, and then parks and recreation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for me, when we talk about all the things that we need to fix with our infrastructure, the very first thing was the utility, right, in terms of funding. That's done. The next thing is roads, right? That's I think the gap there. So it is a high priority. We need to make sure that we can also match that funding appropriately because it's a lot of money that we're going to have to put into it. So yeah, it's a big deal and it's important, but we also have to take everything into account, I guess, so that we're not tipping things out of proportion.
Yeah, and again, so $7,000, that's just single-family residential, not multifamily, not the other pass-throughs we've got coming through,
Currently, I think the totals are somewhere around $20,000 for all total impact fees when a new home comes online. So you're basically shifting that from 20 to like 27 now, which is a pretty large increase.
So that's where I'm at. I just think, what's the right answer? I don't know if 100, all the recommended points are the right answer. I think it's probably somewhere in between, but from my perspective, I think you're right, Ty. I think tackling the transportation piece will be the big piece, but I don't think we need to be at 98% on parks and recreation. I think we can cover the YMCA, the waterfront park, Indian trails, and even, finding funding for Fire Station 22.
So what is your proposed, we can't just say, we don't think we're at 98%. What would be your proposed alternative?
So what's the requirement cost for the YMCA, the community center, the expansion of Waterfront Park, Indian Trails? What's that dollar look like? And set the percentage accordingly.
So can I just
Impact fees.
help just a little bit here? Is that a lot of these project costs are based off future facilities that are not, it's not what you're talking about right now. Carl's already told you that we have the funding match for the fire station, the Y, and all of those within the next 3 years, right? But a lot of these projects, to get to your big total number, is where we need direction on. Do you want us to save money for these future facilities? You're really not making a current decision. You're making a decision for saving money 10 years down the road, right? So do you want us to take projects out that you don't believe in philosophy-wise, right? Or a duplication of efforts, right? Do we need to have money in for a Y and an aquatic center for our residents? Do we need to have money for a cultural arts facility, or will that be provided by somebody else? Or I'm just throwing out ideas that have the big dollar value in the future long range. Do you see that as a city service, right? Because you're saving money in these fees based off of a plan, a parks master plan, that your residents support, but do you support them being as city services that you're saving these monies for in the long range? You're not talking about anything current. Is that helpful?
Yeah, and thank you, City Manager. I think that for me, that's my concern, is if we say, okay, well, we're only going to include in the study these most 4 or 5 projects that we see as coming online or starting to come online in the next 5 years, then after 5 years, we're left with 0 potentially and likely in the bank account to start to save for some of these larger projects. And one of the reasons, I think a very large reason people move to Palm Coast is for the quality of life, and a huge part of that are our parks. So this is a staple for the city of Palm Coast that right now with this decision, and as we finalize our ordinance, we are putting at risk if we don't make sure it's funded correctly. Now, I am a big proponent of making sure that the numbers are right, which is why I'm harping so much on whether or not we need to include the full 20 million for this sports complex in these specific numbers. And any other numbers that anybody thinks, hey, this might not be right, or this seems off, you know, nothing else jumped out at me. But I think we do need to save for these parks.
Yeah, I was going to say the sports complex to me on this Parks and Rec is the key. Have we decided that whether or not there's a westward expansion commercial sports complex or not, we still need the sports complex $19 million one that we're talking about here. Have we made that decision that either way, we still need the city sports complex addition?
I think that's what we were talking about, yes, yeah.
Is that true? I don't necessarily agree with that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to me, that's the big chunk of money that might affect what we do.
I think there's a couple things that go into that conversation. So one, if it's, you know, to the point that we're not involved in that PPP, but we could be potentially a future user / tenant.
Yeah, the people,
us, the city.
The people who use the stuff.
Well, we would have
don't worry about it.
We would have to pay them essentially to allow our public to use their fields, right? And so that would be the only potential relationship that we have with them forward, but we'd be paying for it one way or another. So if we're paying for that, but we can't use it on the weekends, which is when, you know, all the games really occur for the most part, then where are we going to source those fields on the weekends when they're using the fields for these travel tournaments and things like that? So I feel like there is a need regardless for expanding our capacity because we know that we're very short on it. You know, to what extent we want to pay for that, whether it's $20 million or piecemealing it or whatever, you know, I don't know what that answer is, but I would say that we definitely need more of our own fields.
We need to just pause on that right now, leave that out right now until we have a little better idea of what's going to happen.
Well, that was why my suggestion was
Yeah,
to maybe
to
cut
move
that
it
in
backwards,
half.
yeah.
Because we know that in accordance with what staff has presented to us, we really only, in the next 5 years, we need about 10 million. We don't need the full 19. So do we scale that back, like kind of like we did with traffic? We scaled some things back. And is there anything else, looking at it that way, that we can say, hey, a portion of this we won't need potentially until 31 or 35 to be a little bit more concrete with what we would need now. I only see fiscal year 25 and into the future, and I get the point of saving. I also want to save, but I want to be reasonable with the numbers that we're looking at as well.
I get it, but I'm going to go back to what you said, and I'm not advocating either way, just trying to help you guys get through the discussion because I know it's really difficult. I'm just going to go back to what you said, Ms. Pontieri, is that in the future, if you reduce those expenditures now, then the current residents are going to have more of a burden for the other side of those costs by the time we get to the next recreation impact fee study 5 years down the road. The methodology will change because more people have moved here and the build out is getting closer.
State will have restricted it more.
Just if I can add to the clarification. So if we take the sports complex and we move 10 million of it beyond the 10 years, it won't drop the fee because the fee looks at the ultimate build out of the park. So you'd have to eliminate it completely out of the plan to reduce the fee.
That's why I said, are there projects in here that you don't see us having anything to do with a city providing that service in the future? A project, a specific thing that we can take out?
I want all the projects.
I do too.
I can't help
Just
you.
need money for them. I mean, to me, there's not something that's out of character for what we provide in here. So it's not like this just doesn't jive with our culture. Easy to cut.
If we price out our houses to where people are not going to move here, I mean, we've looked at a lot of projections. We're not going to have the money anyways. I mean, we just got to be careful.
Oh, I agree. I think we're looking at that right now, trying to work to that goal. That what can we remove in order to make this not such a huge impact.
And we don't have to make that decision now. I mean, I think we can think about it. We've got a couple more reads, and we can continue the discussion.
Well, no, we need to at least we need to give direction because we've got a first reading. We can make tweaks, but I don't think that we can say this isn't our current proposal. We need to give something.
I mean, how's this going to be? I didn't look through the ordinance examples here, but is it just a number, a dollar amount that we're setting?
Well, I'd be personally interested in if we took the sports complex out totally. Well, how would that? What would the impact fee be then if we did that? What would the impact? What would be the impact on the impact fee if we took the sports complex out?
I think you need to probably look at several of those projects to make a big dent in.
Big one, this one. Right.
Well, there's other ones because what you're looking at is really the future projects, right? So whether that's,
You got like 200 million, I think, in future projects. So you take out 20 million, 10% maybe, right?
I can tell you I won't be on board with that. I mean, I've been a really big advocate for these leagues and these teams, and I mean, really, truly, we're losing a lot of sports tourism money now because of these guys not being able to attend.
Population has not gone up.
No, it's around 13.
Going down.
Yeah.
What?
No. A lot more people are choosing homebound and charter schools and things like that.
And no matter, I've been on that board, and the latest numbers was 500 down.
What's the number now? Because it was like 13,000 when I sat on the school board.
Under 13,000.
Yeah, but we still have a current need, even if I mean, kids are still going to continue to age, obviously, but right now we still have a need for fields. It's not like we're projecting a future need. We have a need now for fields, and we have for at least a few years.
So why don't I make this recommendation to you? Because you seem pretty deadlocked. So what if we kind of let the parks team go. You hear from economic development and some of Craig's thoughts, and then we come back and have another impact fee direction. That way we can get through economic development, because I know you're kind of hinging your decisions based off that presentation. So maybe hearing that presentation and you guys be able to work through it, then we might be able to get somewhere with the direction on impact fees.
Well, to that point, City Manager, I would say we need to go through SAP as well then.
Okay.
Because SAP is going to, I think, more clearly define what our actual priorities are, which could then have a direct effect on this discussion.
Happy to proceed that way as well.
You guys okay with that? Okay. All right. Thank you, Steph. So then we will move on to presentations, item E4, economic development updates. I'm comfortable. Somebody else is fine.
Gotta get blood in my legs.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Jason DiLorenzo, Chief of Staff, and Craig McKinney, Economic Development Manager. Craig's pulling up his presentation here. Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, City Council. Craig McKinney, and always a pleasure to connect with you and talk about some economic development. Today's agenda, we're going to do a quick run through a recap of where we left off last time and some recent updates, and then we're going to really drill into incentives, leads, and next steps. And although we have these last three bullet points kind of separated, I think we're going to see that they are components of a much larger conversation. So quick recap of where we left off last time. Coming into this role, my three pillars were sites and buildings, workforce development, and collaboration, with sites and buildings really being that primary need that we got to get to put us at that next level. The updates from last year, of course, the target industry feasibility study. The website has been an ongoing process, which we're going to touch on again in just a second. Amplifying our social media, specifically to LinkedIn. Starting the first business retention and expansion program, and hosting the first workforce development roundtable. Recent updates. As I mentioned, the website is always a continuous process. Roughly a month, maybe 2 months ago, we relaunched the homepage. This was a great collaboration between my team and about 4 folks in IT. We made just a fantastic improvement to the homepage, and now we're going back through a second run through all the ancillary pages as well. Last month, we had our first ad as a city in Site Selection magazine. Again, this was a collaboration between my office and communications and marketing. Very happy with the way that it turned out. And I believe that some of you on the dais are already familiar with Site Selection magazine as really being that premier publication for site selection consultants. So again, we're really happy with both the collaboration and the output on that. Most of you know, City of Palm Coast has started to engage for the first time in trade shows as an exhibitor. So starting in January, we've been to SpaceCom in Orlando, Satellite 2025 in DC, MRO Americas in Atlanta, and 2 weeks ago, I also attended the Florida Economic Development Council annual conference, which in itself was not a trade show, but obviously an example of a conference and some time well spent. As we've continued on, again, the business retention and expansion program, much like the website, always an ongoing process. But a couple of highlights recently, and in the first 5 months of the year, we've had 2 outstanding meetings with local employers where we brought in both CareerSource and Daytona State College. The first was at Alema, which is a high-tech manufacturer of medical wire with about 150 positions. and they are a subsidiary of a large European global conglomerate. And we had a second meeting at Ground Up Motors as well. The purpose of these meetings is where really business retention and expansion and workforce development overlap. On the business retention and expansion side, we're really trying to reach out to our existing investors, the folks that are out there creating good paying jobs in the city, and let them know that the city is here as a partner for them whenever they need us, and that we're certainly happy to support. On the workforce development side, especially in the context of the ALEMA meeting, which is really kind of a textbook meeting of how we want things to go. On one hand, we're bringing in a career source who's coming in with grant funding to hire new employees with about a 2 or 3 week turnaround on those reimbursement funds. And then we're bringing in the Vice President of Workforce Development from Daytona State College, who is one, bringing in ideas, but two, we're making that connection between Daytona State and a local employer and creating that funnel for a company that's hiring for about 25 positions right now. And when we make that connection, and then Daytona State leaves ALEMA and they're very impressed, well, then they go back to their campus and they start funneling those graduates to ALEMA. We also did another first, the email campaign for Town Center. This was a design that we did in-house, sent to 442 targeted commercial brokers. And when I say targeted, that means that my team went and we scraped that contact information personally. Very successful open rate on that, 36.5%. And our goal primarily is to do this quarterly, but a little bit more importantly, we're going to really try to tie it to sending it out when there's something worthwhile, a big announcement, to really create that headline and get those brokers to click a second time. Speaking of Town Center, recently we hosted a promenade event. This was an event hosted by Persimmon Capital that we did here in the community wing. That was on April 29th. The primary audience was local commercial business owners, brokers, and healthcare professionals. Very successful event, I think, by all who attended. And after the event, attendees had the option to do a walkthrough of the Promenade project. Transitioning on to incentives.
Craig, can I stop you for a
yes,
second?
Yes, ma'am.
So I definitely think that Town Center and the Promenade needs to be marketed, pushed, et cetera. But this is privately owned, right?
Yes. They reached out to us, and we were happy to kind of
to give them free advertisement. I would guess so.
Oh no.
So my question was, how are we working with the private owners to help them market their property rather than us just doing this? Because we don't do this for everybody, obviously.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We would be happy to help anyone expand their business for sure. The owners of the Promenade reached out to us. They asked if we would have a room available for them to host this so then they could walk the folks over to the project. We also worked with invitation list, local invitation list, restaurateurs and bankers and some medical professionals as well. I think there's some representatives from Advent were here as well. But they have a whole marketing team up in Jacksonville that did the invitations and all the primary work, did all the planning. We just were organizing it on the local side here.
Okay, and then what about the email blast? Because I'm looking at this as obviously staff time and things like that, and we should not be doing this for private companies. I mean, like I said, I understand wanting to help with the economic development side of things, but there's a line. So I'm just curious, what have we put into this? What's the future for this look like? And what has that relationship been with this private landowner?
It's actually a SAP priority to market the town center. So we were just working off of that priority, but it was generic, right?
It was generic. So while the Promenade event, right, obviously we worked with Persimmon Capital and their broker. The email blast, there was no interaction with any companies, landowners, and it was just a way for my office to try to catalyze some additional growth in town center, especially as we transition it through the presentation, it being one of the few land assets that we have, but we'll touch on that in a few minutes as we continue through the slide deck.
In the email blast, who does it say to contact? I see it down here. It says to contact you. So that's why I'm just.
Yep. So we did that. So that was just kind of a audible call. That was an attempt for us to get some kind of gauge of the response in addition to the open rate. But certainly, any broker is going to be able to look up a site and see, who the listing broker is if they saw a property in that email blast that interested them.
So I guess my position on this is the Chamber of Commerce's job. This is not the City of Palm Coast's job. We have a chamber to do these types of things. Craig, you're a one-man shop for the most part, and I mean, our economic development team has been rather small, at least since I've been on council. So I definitely value your time. I know that everybody up here values your time, and so I just want to make sure we're not doing what other entities and other groups should be doing, because truly I look at this as something that our chamber should be doing. So I think we just need to be really careful. I agree, town center is a huge asset. It's something we've been trying to really feed into for a while. But maybe let's reach out to the chamber and say, hey, it's time, they've broken ground on the promenade. It's time for you guys to do what the chamber does and pick this up and carry this forward. Because Craig McKinney for the City of Palm Coast should not be fielding calls from brokers for the promenade at Town Center, not in my opinion. I mean, to me, I have an issue with that when the taxpayers are paying your salary. So I agree that we need to, do what we can for business owners in the community, but there's got to be a line. So I don't know what the rest of council's kind of thoughts on that are, but this just struck me as just going a little far.
Sure, and just to clarify one thing that you just said there at the tail end, right? I'm not quite sure when we did it as seeing it as helping out business owners. I think it was a means or a way to stimulate investment and not help existing business owners, but to create CapEx in town center.
But where's that line? Where's the line? So I think we just need to relook at this maybe for future campaigns, maybe have at the very least, a different contact down here, maybe put somebody who, I don't know who the contact would be to either rent or buy out of this space, but something to put the onus on somebody else other than your shoulders.
Sure.
Our job is town center in its entirety as opposed to specific units in town center.
Right, yeah. I mean, this looks like it would come from a brokerage, to be honest with you. So.
I agree to the extent that there's two ways to look at it, right? We have like strategic areas, right? So this and say the employment center out west, whenever that comes around, and things like that we're going to be marketing, the industrial sites that we have off of Hargrove and things like that. Like, hey, somebody owns it, someone's going to stand to make some money by selling it to somebody else, but we're also investing to try to get some of this tax money and jobs and things like that. So it all comes into play, and I guess to the point, I agree that there is a line somewhere. I'm not sure where that is. Yeah. And so it's just whether we're willing to do more and invest more, or whether we think there's a point when we shouldn't be doing that. I don't know what's right. I'm not particularly, put off by this, but I could understand your thought process with it as well. So, I'm comfortable going either way with it.
I think we've just been saying at least I have been hearing and I have been feeling that our chamber should be doing this type of thing. And so I really think that we need to get the Chamber of Commerce more involved. And even if you reach out to the chamber and say, hey, we've got this awesome email blast going out, who with the chamber can we have these people contact to then help facilitate this relationship. That is literally their job. So I would just say maybe we pull the Chamber of Commerce into this and get them more involved so that the city of Palm Coast isn't spearheading the full lift of this. That's just my suggestion.
So I have a couple thoughts. I think these gentlemen are operating off the last orders given, right? So that's what good troops do, all right? Secondly, I don't know what it is we have to do as a council and as a community, but whatever the heck it is we're doing, some of this, it's not working. We don't have commercial business just busting down our doors. So I agree that, you know, continued and enhanced partnership with the chambers is important. You know, the town center, CDD, whoever we need to, but let's not put up barriers so that we're not innovative and trying to reach the goals that we all share. And that's my only concern going forward. So,
just to be clear, you know, this is just an update of one thing that we've done in the past 6 months in terms of being a driver of what my personal or professional goals are, or how that time is spent. You know, I wouldn't stay on this slide too long. It was something that we were happy to do. But again, this is just a single update of one thing that we've done over the past 6 months and not all we've done the past 6 months.
No, I know. And I don't mean to make it seem that way. And I don't mean to, we can move on. I don't want to harp on this anymore. But I think my frustration comes for, I've continuously said from this seat, where's the chamber at? What's the chamber doing to help this along? And I've continued to feel like we are doing the job that the chamber should be doing. So I think the chamber needs to get more involved and take off of your shoulders these types of things. So maybe just get them in, pick up the phone, get them involved, and have them do a lot of this with our landowners.
Yes, ma'am. All right, moving on. Jumping to incentives. So incentives have come up a couple times over the past, say, month from the dais, including today. So we thought it would be a good time to, one, look at the city's current incentive package, two, look at what companies are looking for in incentives today, and three, not as recommendations, but just as conversation starters and getting direction from City Council on what potential expansion of those incentives might look like. So the current incentive that the city offers right now is the Recapture Enhanced Value Grant. And essentially, after a company pays its property taxes to the city, well, first of all, obviously, there's an agreement, right, between the city and the company, and then and that is for X number of years, and to return a X percentage of that company's property taxes that they paid to the city. So as a company moves through the agreement and they pay their property taxes annually, the city then cuts a check back to the company for that predetermined, agreed upon amount as it moves through the years of the agreement. And the main thing with the Rev Grant is that once a company receives that percentage of its property taxes back, the company is required to use that money in several ways that are up to the company. One would be reinvesting it in their facility. Another would be hosting a regional event, supporting Flagler County schools, particularly in STEM and career and technical education programs, supporting and promoting safety programs, or sponsoring a city event. So that is the current incentive package that the city has right now. And there's one company under that agreement right now, which is Ground Up Motors.
How long have we had this program?
2019.
And how many companies have taken advantage of it?
One. There was almost a second one. All the framework was in place. Was an existing company that was going to move the remainder of their business from California to here. Mm-hmm. And we ran into COVID and yeah.
Is there something in particular that we can attribute the lack of utilization of this program to?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, and we're gonna get to that. It's gonna be sites and buildings as far as a spoiler alert goes. So when we, moving on from the REV grant, right, we gotta talk about incentives, right, and what companies are looking for right now. And the name of the game, since COVID, and since there's been such a huge spike in manufacturing investments in the United States over the past 5 years, a lot of the premium sites have been picked off. And right now, companies are looking for speed to market. They're looking particularly, in most cases, for buildings that are ready to go. For me personally, in my vernacular, when I say sites and buildings, I also mean that infrastructure, right? That power and that water going up to the building. And if they're not looking for a building, if we're talking about just a pad-ready site, they're certainly looking for utilities going up to that site, and not something that's going to take 2 years and X amount of money for utility to extend service to that site. Companies are also looking for immediate capital relief. One stat that I heard from the Florida Economic Development Council conference, from some site selection consultants that were on a panel, is that the margin of error with companies as they forecast costs for investment can be as high as 60%. So companies are looking for speed to market, and they're looking for capital relief when they're looking for incentives. Additionally, they are looking for fast track permitting, which doesn't require obviously any specific monies on the city's part, but it does mean that we have to have a permitting process that really walks the talk. And if we advertise fast track permitting, we need to make sure that we're turning that around, and if there's any issues with that paperwork, that the company knows immediately and really get it back in their court.
Can you expand on what you mean by fast track permitting, Craig? Because that's one of the largest complaints I hear. It takes forever to get anything permitted in the city, from the business community, and not people here local, but for people that are interested in coming in. What does that mean? You're talking not like 4 Commerce Drive, but you're talking a new facility, correct?
Yes, or in more cases than not, yes, sir.
Okay. So all the traditional permits that have to be done in order to get a certificate of occupancy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we have the capacity to move fast?
Yes. And part of a larger conversation, just a little bit of pushback that we're pretty quick, and I can show you the data.
Okay.
But what Craig is talking about is you go to the front of the line and you get your hand held from start to finish.
Okay. That's answering my question.
And so we would have kind of like qualified criteria for that, right? Like if you're bringing X amount of dollars here, we're going to prioritize you, right?
Yes, correct. And Craig's going to talk about some criteria here.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
So right now, just as we move off the slide, companies are looking for site and building availability, speed to market, infrastructure, and immediate capital relief. So I think the conversation from here transitions, what does the city want to do as far as potential incentives go? One, and I think probably our first option, but of course that's up to council, would be to take that REV grant and essentially keep it the same, where a company who is considering locations, either in Florida or in other states, and Palm Coast has made that short list, based on their CapEx, the number of jobs, and the wages of those jobs, right? The city enters into agreement with the company to essentially refund, right, a portion of their property tax for X amount of years. And I think our first steps that if we're wanting to enhance our incentives as a way to attract companies here, well, the first thing we would probably want to do is drop that requirement to reinvest into the community. certainly it makes sense for the city, right? It's great to have those dollars circulating back into either the facility itself or through other programs in the city. But, really, a company is looking, if they get an incentive, they want to do, what they want to with the money. And certainly their presence here, their investment here is already causing, a certain amount of capital to circulate through the city. So I would say, if we want to look at enhancing our incentives, one, let's take it step by step and not go too fast. And I think this is a great first step for us. Impact fees, right? We talked about that a lot today. If we're looking to even go to a next level for creating and promoting incentives, we can look at impact fee contributions. The numbers that we're going to look at over the next couple slides are not recommendations. They're just placeholders for us to walk through some examples. So for impact fee contributions, one thing that we could consider, again, these numbers being placeholders, are eligible businesses may receive a contribution from the city of up to 75% of their city levied impact fees. The specific impact fees that would be eligible include the transportation impact fee and the fire and rescue system impact fee. Much like what we were on a previous slide, this would be a tier-based format based on CapEx, number of employees, and wages. And obviously it would be a formal process where there's a pre-application meeting, a formal application with staff review, and a recommendation to council. We talked about tiers with the impact fee contribution. Again, specifically these numbers are placeholders. A tier 1 could be up to 50% of an eligible city impact fee. And as placeholders, we could look at something as 15 new full-time jobs with a wage that is at least 110% of the most recently published average annual wage for the county, and a CapEx in this example of $2 million. And then if we look at a tier 2 credit that would be up to 75%, then those jobs, the wages, and the CapEx would need to be increased to the examples that we see here to meet that 75% contribution.
Craig, can I stop? You have a couple questions
Sure.
here. So I like the concept of this overall, but I'm curious as to whether or not we should flip the 50% and the 75%, and here's why. I feel like any company that can afford 30 new full-time employees and a $5 million investment doesn't need a 75% impact fee credit. They may not even need a 50% impact fee credit. I look to you for how appealable that is for companies, okay? Because like, for instance, I'm thinking in my mind, Walmart. Does Walmart need impact fee credits? Probably not. I wouldn't imagine Walmart needs impact fee credits. But does Walmart look for impact fee credits in the places that they go? Do they care more about rooftops? I don't know.
Well, great question. A couple things there, right? A lot to add to that. One, if we talk about big box retail, right, are they going to meet that 125% of the wage, right, to even qualify?
Sure.
Two, it's staff review, right, with a recommendation to council. So I don't think that all of us as a group would be really high on the list for incentivizing a project like that. And two, and we're going to touch on this in a minute, but it's a great time for you to bring it up. When we talk about incentives, right, we don't need to lead with incentives when it comes to what we promote in our economic development as a city. We have some fantastic assets that already put us, in my mind, in play, with the exception of us not having sites and buildings. But, we have the East Coast busiest interstate cutting right through the center of us. We've got a high quality of life with the parks and trails and the ocean. We're surrounded by a fantastic network of higher education partners, which creates a workforce funnel. And we're in the northeast part of the state and not the southwest part. so we are closer to the rest of the country. And so with that, when we talk about incentives, in my professional experience, we don't want to lead with that. And incentives, whether it's a community or a company, should really come into play after they've shortlisted 2 or 3 cities, right? And then if all things are equal with those sites, then, cities should start, or pardon me, a company should start looking at incentivizing or looking at incentives as a difference maker.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I feel like we may be leaving out I don't want to call it mom and pop, but maybe we'll use Firehouse as an example. I think we've used Firehouse as an example from this dais before. We've got 2 in the city now. What if a third one wants to go open up on 100, for instance, or US 1, for instance? Are they going to meet all of this criteria? And probably not, but they're the type that might actually need the incentives.
Well, again, we'll always operate at the direction of council. But, certainly one thing that I would be looking to do if we were to move forward with any of these potential ideas is, any project that is incentivized should be in one of our targeted industries.
Okay.
Yeah, and I want to draw a differentiation here between, I want to call it welfare, right, for business or something like that. But to me, the goal is to get companies that so far have been listing us as 2 or 3 on their short list instead of 1, to get those companies to finally pull the trigger on us, right, and build a tax base and those things. And while developing small businesses is important, I don't think this is what that is, right? I think those are 2 different things, really. And so trying to attract those, space adjacent industries or precision manufacturing or arms, things like that, those are different beasts than kind of like our mom and pop or small businesses or things like that. I think we can do both, but separately.
Well, the problem that I'm having is I need to know how successful this actually is in other places because we have to budget for this money.
No, understood.
So, yeah. If we budget $2 million, but what we're trying to attract doesn't really care so much about these types of incentives because they have the financial means where this isn't that deal breaker, then we're setting aside money that we could be using elsewhere.
Well, like Amazon, right? One of the largest companies in the world still routinely leverages incentives to build manufacturing plants and distribution centers and things like that.
If that's the case, then great, let's do it. That's what I'm looking for. I don't know.
All those dollars add up to these companies, and it's just a number, and they're just doing math, right? So, any $1 million, if they get $1 million here or $1 million there, that's $1 million, For as a percentage of their budget, it's small, but overall, it's still a lot of money. So they look for it.
So Craig, when I look at this, so as a businessman, right, if I wanted to move into an existing facility, any incentive that I would get if I met the criteria would be within ad valorem taxes, not impact fees, right? Because I'm just moving into a new building, even if I buy it.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So
right, because once the impact is paid, then there's it doesn't get paid again.
All right, and we have some warehousing here that is up for sale that people could move into, kind of pad ready, if you would, if they chose to do that. But that's a significant investment. So so that's one. I think the Vice Mayor asked a good question on where else have they been doing. I've used this example before about Brevard County with Cocoa Beach, Melbourne, and all the different gun manufacturing. Caltech, Lift Free Armory, Diamondback. I can go down the list. But they have kind of an incubator, and these are guys that are not putting together upper and lower receivers that they buy off of open market. They're machining this stuff, precision stuff that Councilmember Miller just talked about. What are they doing that's working? What are they doing? Is it the incentives? Is it the space that they're offering? I think that would be a great place to benchmark. To see what works. If you guys, with consent of the rest of the council, I think that might be a good place because it's been within the last 10, 15 years, and it's continuing to grow. And they're providing arms all over the world, to include the Ukrainians, right? because they're firing their weapons and their barrels are melting and because they're getting stuff from elsewhere. But good American-made quality products that are providing manufacturing jobs, good paying manufacturing jobs, I think would be worth benchmarking.
Vice Mayor, if I may. Councilman, we'll look at those other communities and see what they're doing.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to go back to your question about flipping the incentive. But we're going to look at it because I think what you're saying is really interesting. We've landed nothing, basically, right, or very little, right? So honing in on maybe that smaller operation, right, hitting a bunch of singles, okay, instead of hitting a home run like we were trying to do with the airline manufacturing. Maybe that helps. So we're definitely gonna look at that and see if there's
small ball.
Yeah.
I think there can be two versions.
I don't want to get in the middle of the sports report here, but
but that's later. Yeah, no, I think there can be two versions of this, so to speak. The problem with, obviously, more attainable singles, right? But we need 200 of them instead of 5 whales or whatever. And we got to do both. I think that's the winning recipe, is try to get some big manufacturers here, but also continue to just wear away at adding some of the small guys as well. So it all adds up over time.
In Japan, they call it just-in-time supply system. You got a big manufacturer, but they have a whole bunch of little people who every day, provide parts for the bigger company and things like that. So those are examples of, but it's called, just-in-time supply, that kind of thing. So I don't know if we have much of that in the United States or not.
Oh yeah, that's
sure.
Yeah.
It's a lot of Japanese business strategies have been incorporated into the U.S. Strategy. They were crushing it in the 90s and caused everybody to kind of look up and see what they were doing, because they were doing everything really well, especially their vehicle manufacturers. But and we're talking about these incentives. Do they need to meet all 5? Is that what we're saying, or is it just whether they meet 1 or 2? I know you said it's staff reviewed, so potentially there's some wiggle room there. But I just didn't know what the thought process was. Was it, you got to meet all these things?
Well, I would say, certainly there needs to be a baseline, even if it's a pretty low floor for each category. And, where my previous employer, right, was at the state level, and our flagship program, okay, was only 10 full-time jobs and $100,000 in CapEx. And that's because everything gets reviewed, right, and looked at. So that number as a floor is not one that it's important, but when you see how low a criteria is for the state level, and in 2022, I mean, we did what, 11 billion, and I think 15,000 jobs. It's really more about, okay, having that expectation of CapEx, jobs and wages, and then staff and city council really get together and seeing, is this a project we want in the community, and how much do we want to incentivize it?
And I would just add that also a review if you're going to cannibalize some existing businesses, right? So maybe you're not going to incentivize someone that's in your same position that's just going to be competing with someone you already have, right? So you're going to be looking for that as well.
And I also don't want to be subsidizing a company that was going to move here anyways. Like, we should have some criteria that separates that, right? If I was going to open a business, but I see that there's an incentive program, then I go and apply for that incentive program just to try to get some money back, claw some money back, but I was going to do it anyways, then that,
How do you figure that out, though?
I know. To the point of like having 2 businesses, or a business that has 2 locations and then it's opening up a 3rd one, they probably weren't going to geographically go to Melbourne if they've got 2 locations in Palm Coast, right? So, they were probably going to expand within their local footprint regardless, whereas like a business that, say, has a plant in Georgia and a plant in Tennessee, now they're looking for a 3rd location, that would be different because now they've got a wealth of options to kind of choose from. So I just want to make sure we're not like subsidizing or providing welfare for businesses that are already here, or intend to be here already because of the local, whether they live here or whatever the case may be.
Well, I think that would come, because all of these have to come before us, right? So that would come during
We'll have the chance
analysis
to review that
process.
stuff.
I also was curious, well, two things. Number one, somebody mentioned already having some warehouses. Obviously, those impact fee credits or incentives would not be available to a company that comes here into an existing warehouse. So what's the alternative for that business? Ad valorem?
Tax
Okay.
abatement, or Craig has some other strategies he wants to go through with you as well. Just going back to your previous discussion, Astor Defense, we did not provide an incentive to. They came to our door with a lease in hand, right? They were ready to come. They just needed us to help them connect up some of the pieces, right? So we didn't offer and they didn't ask. But that's one way you know, right? How far along in the process were there? If you're competing with another community, then that's probably when you're a finalist with another community, that's when you're really getting into this part.
Gotcha.
Right? Not before.
Astor Defense, is that considered foreign direct investment because they're a UK company?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then they get all their stuff out of Vietnam anyways, so I'm familiar with these guys. So
sounds like it.
Yeah. Okay. So it does, and I mean that's another piece. I mean, President Trump right now is really kind of showing us how, you know, a masterpiece on foreign direct investment, right? And I think we're open to that from what I understand, but I just want to make sure this council is good with it as far as, you know, overseas companies coming in and landing and putting Americans to work, right?
Sure, that comes up. So foreign direct investment is great. It's fantastic. And again, Astor Defense was a great project for the city. You know, I think the only thing that people want to stay away from are the FCOCs, the foreign countries of concern, which, you know, probably wouldn't get a lot of traction with any of us to begin with. But in terms of FDI, sometimes maybe people who aren't in the game might be quick to associate FDI with a bad country, and it's really not like that. A perfect example, Astor Defense.
Yeah, and the State Department wouldn't let us engage with them anyways.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good with that. I mean, either way, it's an investment in our community. You know, I think some of my biggest thoughts on that are negative are when it's adjacent to U.S. military bases or strategic assets and things like that. That's when, you know, you start thinking about whether they should be here or not. You know, that's not the case in Palm Coast. So, you know, it's money coming in, it's employing locals, it's money staying within our community. So I'm all for it.
Yeah, I mean, for example, Town Center, have we marketed to any foreign investors? Have we done that? Or has the landowners? I don't know what the answer is.
I'm not familiar with any specific.
Nor am I.
Yeah.
Okay. Just curious. All right, thank you.
And then as we proceed, again, today's presentation was meant to be more of a Kickstarter about the topic of incentives. You know, depending on, you know, to what extent the city really wanted to get out there and look at additional incentives beyond the first two that we just went over. You know, certainly, you know, we could do a deeper dive, job creation for targeted industries, you know, wage threshold bonuses, infrastructure assistance, things like that. I don't believe any of those are particularly on anyone's radar at the moment, but certainly wanted to just put those out there as potential other ideas based on the direction of council.
Any thoughts on these?
I mean, to me, all of it, to the point that was made earlier, you know, if there's a track record of these types of incentives being successful, then I agree with them. I don't know what that looks like, whether that's been, you know, explored fully or this is just different options. But really, it's what are other people doing that are being successful in this space and trying to do that. And so if that's what this is, then I'm for it. You know.
So my thoughts on these, I definitely think the fast track permitting is something we should do. I know we do move quickly. I know there's been a little bit of a stigma because the companies that come through and have a hard time always, seem to get a lot more traction as far as notoriety and their experience than the ones that move smoothly through and everything, is perfect and they open their doors and there's no issues at all. But let's definitely, I think, I'm definitely in favor of fast track permitting. These others, I'm not a really big fan of, to be honest with you, because I feel like we're getting into subsidizing the running of business expenses. I also think that there's ability for abuse, kind of fudging on numbers or whatever it may be in order to kind of meet these qualifications. So I don't, particularly the first three, I think obviously the green build grant is a little bit different. You can't really falsify that. It is or it isn't. So I'll leave that up to you all as far as what you feel or what you think there. But the first three, not a fan of those. Definitely fast track permitting, and then I'm open to the green build as well.
So for the site development one specifically, I mean, whether we're giving it back as an incentive or whether we're actively pursuing it from our budget, to get utilities and infrastructure up to site ready, paying for it one way or the other, or we're not at all. So to me, that one's kind of, we're paying it one way, whether it's, we're trying to develop sites.
We have some site-ready places planned, but if you will only lease and not buy, in other words, companies want to be able to have a future, get in, get out if they have to, and so they'd rather buy the land. That gives them an option. If you do a 20-year lease, 40-year, 50-year lease, it's a problem for them nowadays. I would think the opposite, but it's not. They'd rather be able to buy the property so they have full control.
Yeah. Another thing that the concern, which was brought up by a resident as well, is, you basically give people incentives for several years, and then as soon as the incentives dry up, then they pack up and they move to the next site that's going to give them incentives. So how do we couple these incentives with some sort of guarantee that when the incentives stop, they're not just going to leave? And I know you can't dictate the business environment.
Make it longer. Instead of 5 years, you do 10 years.
Right, but then what happens if you have a recession in between? They're stuck existing and paying the taxes and all those things.
Well, I think that, certainly there are examples of incentive chasers and perhaps companies that do leave once a certain incentive is up. And while I don't have any data on this, I'd be willing to gauge that, certainly that isn't the case with most companies. And that, once a company has sunk a certain amount of CapEx into a property, and as long as their revenue is looking good and they're good on workforce, that, most companies wouldn't say, well, we're just going to close up something that's going well
just because of the
down another incentive package.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense too. I just want to make sure, and I like to the point, it's probably, those that do it is probably a small percentage, right? It's not the norm. Just want to make sure that, we're not continuing to give a ad valorem incentive every 5 years to a new company in a warehouse because we can't keep them there for more than 5 years. And then we're never actually seeing the benefit of that tax-based growth,
And certainly a big component of that is, if we have companies approaching the city for whatever incentive, right? A big thing for me is right out of the gate, although you don't want to ask it too fast because you want to seem rude, but how is your project capitalized, right? And show us how your project's going to be capitalized. And, you get a good feel for, who might be really trying to hang on to those incentives and who isn't.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Again, incentives are an important tool, but we don't need to lead with them, and they should not be, our complete play. More importantly than the incentives, though, as far as what I wanted to impart today, is that we need product to incentivize. So there's nothing linear about leads that a economic development organization receives in terms of the frequency, how often they come in over a certain period of time, the asks. But this is an example of the leads that we've received since January of 2025. It's 15 leads, and the average ask per lead is 145,000 square feet, and the average job of each lead has been 160 jobs. Currently, as of right now, in terms of a building ready to go, the largest that we have is 11,000 square feet. Right, we're going to have, it looks like another 17,000 square feet come up in a different facility in July. And Jason, Ray, and myself have been talking to a developer who's looking at doing something roughly, just to put a very round number on it, in the 50,000 square foot range.
For reference, how big is BJ's?
BJ's is about 150,000.
Okay.
Roughly. It might be a little more, a little less, but it's roughly
what the average request would be.
Thank you.
And so, you know, as we move forward through the rest of the presentation, you know, this is really something that kind of, I mentioned the last three agenda items on this presentation are going to kind of tie together. And while incentives are important, when we talk about the biggest thing right now for companies looking for sites is product availability, speed to market. And when our average ask, just as an example, since January is 145,000 square feet, then if we really want to get in play for some of these bigger projects, not necessarily elephant projects at all, but bigger projects, then we have to really start looking at our site and building inventory, which is where I left off in my previous presentation to council. So with that, our current inventory for an existing building is 11,000 square feet, another 17 looking at coming online. There was a building that was roughly 30,000 square feet of IND1 with another 7,000 square feet of office space. But that building has gone off the market and not necessarily to an investor, but that building's not available at the moment. And that's as of 2 weeks ago. So with that, right, there's a lot of talk about Track 17. Track 17, right, we all know it's about 110 acres of city-owned land. And what we really like about it are the strategic assets that it already baked into it. It sits on a 4-lane divided highway with direct access to 95, and across PV grade is a FP&L substation with 10 megawatts. That 10 megawatts is kind of a unsung hero, especially right when we're talking about early in the presentation, if we're talking about not an existing building, but a site. Having 10 megawatts going right up to Track 17 is certainly an asset for us that we like a lot. And in addition to that FP&L substation, of course, is the city's water and wastewater right next to that. So with that, I know a couple times, either in conversations with individual council members or from the dais, there's been talk about Track 17 and the entitlements on it and the right of first offer on it. And Jason is going to help us kind of walk through that.
All right. So, like Craig said, there's been a lot of conversation around Track 17, and we wanted to try to clear up a little bit and give you the whole picture of how we got here. So, in the Palm Coast Park DRI, 74 acres of recreational land was contributed to the city for a regional park. That was for the city to build a regional park on that land. When you heard Carl earlier today talking about the MOC, as we were looking at the locating the MOC for future growth of the city, we realized that the parcel that we had that was contributed for the regional park was the best place to locate that. At that time, there was still an obligation for the city to build a regional park. So we purchased Track 17 and some other portions of land around the MOC to complete the lands that we needed for both projects and to still have a parcel available for a regional park. And that purchase was $5.4 million at a 39.5 an acre. So subsequently, after the Matanzas Woods Parkway extension was designed, we had another corner of land that we weren't going to use anymore. We sold that back to the original landowner at the original cost as well, and we recovered $40,000 back towards the project. In 2024, City Council amended the Palm Coast Park DRI, and among other things, they removed the requirement for the city to build the park from the DRI, and then also added industrial uses to Track 17 and also Track 5 as well. So looking forward towards the potential for this site, as we discussed earlier, it's 103 acres with about approximately 65 acres of uplands. It's not a cleared site, so it would still require clearing, the site work, environmental permitting. One thing Craig did budget for and is currently underway is the wetland delineation for the site right now. We need entitlements for the site. So when it was dedicated as parkland, there wasn't a need for the entitlements. They were considered as part of it. The parkland and the industrial or commerce park would have a different set of trips. So we would need to acquire the transportation entitlements for the parcel, which are estimated at $3.5 to $4.5 million. And as Craig mentioned, and as most of you know, there is a right of first offer on the site, which means that the company has the right to purchase the tract back from the city by matching an offer received by the city. City staff has looked at several layouts for the site, and they're listed there. We had some planning staff lay out some buildings, and it's just some rough work, but we have an idea of what can fit on the site. It's fairly significant. Up to 500,000 square foot could fit there in a single building. And we asked a couple of our continuing service providers to give us some estimates on site work, and that's the dollars that you see there. That's site work alone, not building construction. That would just be for a pad-ready site for someone to go vertical on. Correct. So looking forward, the site is being marketed by FPL as part of their Florida First sites. We're one of, I think, 10 or 12 sites that the FPL is promoting. As Craig mentioned, we have the substation right nearby, and when Craig receives RFIs for projects, requests for information for projects, first thing they ask about is the availability of utilities. Electric, water, sewer, gas are always the first things that they ask about. We are working on creating an RFP for the site, and we're going to be looking for a little guidance here, City Council, but we've met with an industrial developer to help us look at the needs assessment for the project. How can we have a successful RFP? And he helped us refine the proposal, and he suggested that the closer it is to pad ready, the more successful we are, and that's why we're doing the wetland delineation, which was relatively inexpensive at $25,000, I think. Right. So we have kind of a fork in the road here. Should we invest in the entitlement so we control the whole process, but that comes with a high cost? But then also it removes the variables which that industrial developer told us would help us be more successful, because that would be settled and then we can move forward with the process. And I think either myself or Craig has been at this day before and discussed with you some of the ideas we have, if that's a takedown schedule to lower the upfront cost for a potential developer, something that we will write into the RFP as some guidelines, but we're really looking for, we're not industrial developers, so we are really looking for what proposal do you think will be successful. So we're interested in providing some ideas, but also we want to leave it open so it's still can have a creative process put to it and help us get the best for Track 17 if you continue down this path. I can tell you, it's not an easy decision. I'm not sure which is the best way to go. It's a lot of money. However, it would clear up a lot of stuff, and it would allow us to put together a cleaner RFP that doesn't rely on someone else getting in the way of a successful proposal, if that makes sense. I'm sure there's questions.
So I know there's only 2 slides left. I would, if you can get through those, and then we can come back to the
Sure.
truck, because that's going to be a longer conversation, I think.
Sounds good. And so really just, Jason teed it up perfectly, right, in terms of the cost and everything that we're doing from an economic development standpoint. Right now, we see the annual budget for economic development, and we see that it's 1% of the city's annual budget. And that kind of, again, I think Jason used the word crossroads a minute ago. Where do we want to go as a city, both from our property tax standpoint and from our job and wage standpoint? So 1% of our budget is currently what we're investing in economic development. If you look to see what other mid-size cities are spending in their budget, it varies. It's everywhere from 1% to 5%. As you do research, a common number, the most common number that seems to come up is 2 to 4%. So with that, we really want to look at, I think now's the time for us to decide where we want to go. But I can tell you that if we don't invest in economic development, we're going to fall behind. And also I can tell you that if we decide to invest in economic development, we can look to be an overnight success in about 10 years, right? And that's why it's critical for us to make these decisions today so we can get this going or resolve it, whichever way to where economic development isn't such a hot topic. But now's a great time to get into the game. In my previous slide deck, I had a graph that showed that spike of manufacturing investment in the United States. The graph went from 2012 to 2022, and you saw that, or 2023, and you saw that huge spike in 2020. In my opinion, right, I live and breathe this stuff. We are still early in the book as it relates to manufacturing investment in the U.S. Florida is a great state for investments, particularly in aviation, aerospace, and defense. And we are looking at a time where next generation technologies and next generation manufacturing, particularly as it relates to aviation, aerospace, and defense being a targeted industry of ours, is really about to hit that next level of technological advancement. So the more we can do from a site and building standpoint, yes, an incentive standpoint, but also really leaning into that workforce development standpoint, the more aggressive we can act in those particular 3 sectors that I just mentioned, the better we're going to be teeing up ourselves for success. And so with that, the road to success, continuing to invest in strong economic development, again, investing and preparing in quality sites and buildings, continuing to work with our partners and leverage resources to market Palm Coast, grow and train our workforce, and continue those marketing efforts that really highlight not only what will hopefully be a site and building inventory, but all those built-in assets that we already have with our location. And with that, my slide from last time, teamwork makes the dream work. Forge a unified vision for Palm Coast that prioritizes collaboration among citizens, government, educators, and businesses, and build on that site development and education and placemaking while implementing a forward-looking industry recruitment strategy that leverages regional strengths and focuses on 21st century supply chains and generates high-quality jobs with competitive wages. And from there, we can go to Q&A.
Thank you, Craig. I appreciate it. So I'll bring it back to the dais. I'll start down here at the end. Councilman Gambaro, your thoughts? Any questions?
Yeah, Craig, thank you for all the work that you do for the city and just trying to break through, to bring, you know, investment and business here to our community. And thank you for the presentation. Jason, thank you as well. When I look at track 17, is this not what we were considering for the sports complex? Is this the location? So I see Lauren shaking her head up and down. So if it is, you know, I don't see, you know, I think the priority for me would be to develop this out, to have sites and buildings and pads or whatever we need to invest business versus putting a sports complex here. I mean, I just long-term community, not that having a sports complex is not a requirement for our community, because it is, but if this piece of land is best suited with all the requirements, you know, power, water, gas, you know, that we can access it off of a major highway, even if they needed to rail something, right? And take it down to a rail spur, move it out from there, and then access to the interstate. I think it's a good site for bringing in business. So that's where I stand on this. And you know, for the right investor, they have the opportunity to move forward on you know, a different, you know, varying of options of configurations for large square foot buildings, right? Large, I mean, if the average ask is 145,000 based on those 15 leads, you know, for the last year and a half, this site can accommodate, you know, one of them, or maybe a combination of, you know, a little bit less. So I think that's great. So you think, so the estimated cost to the city in order to have this thing ready to go is somewhere between $3.5, $4.5 million?
That would be to take care of the entitlements, right? And that's why this is such a complicated topic, is because there's a couple layers of cost here. Just personal opinion, right? We've got to resolve the entitlements first and get that off the table one way or another. But then, right, let's say we get that done. The name of the game is speed to market, and that's, I just brought up the numbers again. These are pretty recent estimates, I believe, roughly say 6 months old, for what it would take to basically get the site pad ready within these three options. Obviously, I think everyone would agree that option number 2, which is the 120,000 square foot building and the two 100,000 square foot buildings, are going to offer us the most flexibility. Again, you know, just to get ahead of it, right, a question that's come up in the past is, well, what's the ROI? Much like the leads, right, there's nothing linear about it. 100,000 square feet can generate 80 jobs or 250 jobs. That CapEx can be, you know, a huge range as well. But, you know, my thoughts are, you know, when we talk about ROI, we're talking about math. And the only certain ROI is whether it's track 17 or something else. If we don't invest or encourage or one way or another get some site and building inventory online, then we're not going to get any of those jobs for that CapEx.
What year did the city purchase the property? Let me go back to the history.
Which parcel?
2021.
21.
21, okay, so 21. And we haven't had any bites.
Well, we don't market it. Well, no. The answer is no.
No entitlements.
Yeah, you can't do anything there right now.
Right. Okay.
You can just build a park.
Just quick, who do we pay the entitlements to?
The declarant of the Palm Coast Park DRI.
That's Burn Dog, right?
Yes.
Say again, Liz?
Or associated with Burn
okay,
Dog.
yeah.
Okay.
So we didn't take care of that when we bought it?
It was because it was purchased as a park, to be used as a park, so there was no need to pay extra for the entitlements for industrial.
It's going to be a while to getting
Correct.
back that money.
Yeah, it's, you know,
If you
because
get
it
a
was
company-
to be used for something else, so we would have been overpaying if we had paid for the entitlement, so it was a smart move at the time, but things have now shifted, and, so we don't have those entitlements.
Yeah, so I can provide a little bit of history. So when, I think it was not last year, but the year before, the Palm Coast Park DRI came before us, and I had talked at that time to Barbara Theodore, who was our previous Economic Development Director, and her and I talked about the same things that Craig was just saying, is that the strategic assets or infrastructure availability for this tract were so valuable that we thought we really need to make it possible to put industrial on this tract and to really start investing in it. So that's why we did that. And now it's a matter of, is there something that can be negotiated to either get the price of these entitlements down, something else that could be negotiated within the Palm Coast DRI? I kind of leave that up to staff. But ultimately, if we were going to do the option 3, say, the minimum we would have to invest in this tract is $10 million. It's a lot of money.
Right, we're talking about 4 plus the 6, right?
Right,
Something like
yeah,
that,
the purchase of the entitlements plus the
And I was gonna ask
site
about
work.
option 3 as well. Does that, when we're doing that 140, we're gonna build it in a way that later we can also do some smaller buildings, right?
Correct.
It's just, we'll get started with a little bit right now, and then once we get rolling, we can do more.
Correct.
Okay.
You'd do something like, you would do all the stormwater, but then just the pad for.
Right,
Right.
gotcha. Sorry to interrupt, I just wanted to clarify
okay.
that, because I wanted to make sure that that would allow for more opportunity on that site later.
Well, then the other question is, though, I mean, is there any value in trying to purchase the entitlements, but then just marketing it without the site work, right? Because now at least you have the entitlements, and you can say, we've got this strategically placed, awesome industrial tract where we can clearly fit at least one 120 square foot building and 200 square foot buildings, or, you know, so is there value in that? I almost feel like that's kind of the way to go, rather than dumping 10 million into it.
It definitely opens up more possibilities.
Yeah.
And certainly what you just said is something I just suggested to Jason about 2 weeks ago as well. Well, you know, as we talk about the track, you know, if and when we do get the entitlements resolved, you know, to our advantage, right? Does it make more sense to try to RFP it out and kind of chop it up as they develop it? Or are we going to have this luxury of the entitlements and that right of first offer being off the table? And now, I think as Jason said, you know, we can really control our destiny more and go and market the entire track without us having to stick any costs into it. Now, the thing with that is if we did go that option, which is something we should consider, you know, I think we would really need to give it about a 9-month run of us just trying to sell that track for the uses that we want it for, right, of course. But I don't think we could market that track for 60 to 90 days and, you know, get a real feel for whether or not it was a good idea. I would think it would probably take, you know, some marketing dollars, and even more so than the money, probably, I think 9 months would be a good idea, and the right amount of time for us to just kind of put it out there without RFPing it out.
And you're talking about going, marketing it after the entitlements are purchased, right?
Absolutely, 100%, yes, ma'am.
Another question I would have with that is that, you know, obviously companies and people scoop up land that's valuable, but they don't currently have a plan for it. So how can we limit that sale in a way or require that there's some actionable development of that land fairly quick?
Right.
Because I don't want someone to buy it and then it just sits there for 15 years.
Well, that's a problem, because that's happening right now.
Yeah, I know.
On 100, or on US 1.
I mean, it happened in Town Center for 10 years, right?
So, I mean, the only way truly to prevent that is to go with option 1, 2, or 3. And so then we're back to spending at least $10 million. Otherwise, the option would be to try to sell it. But then again, we run into will it sit there, this very valuable piece of property, and not earn us any more money for another 2 decades? So.
I mean, I think, Vice Mayor, we'd need Marcus's help, I think, a little bit, but, you know, some sort of reverter clause or buyback clause, or, you know, if we, in my mind, I see if city council decides you want to move forward and get entitlements, right? I would say we do an RFP, right? Let's see how many bites we get at this RFP, right? Let's understand where we are. Are we even marketable, for a project? And then, depending on how that process goes, then if it doesn't go well, or we don't get what we're looking for, because the RFP would allow us to control the most things, including a timeline to go vertical, particularly if we're holding back on, right? You don't have to pay up front, or something creative that helps us incentivize the property, right? Well, if we're going to incentivize it, we also have the opportunity to put some rules behind those incentives, right? Some criteria. So a timeline for going for horizontal development, a timeline for vertical development, with clawback provisions if they do not meet those timelines. So I think we can write all that in. That would provide us the most protections, but also maybe you don't recover the dollars. It depends what your goal is, right? I think our goal is to have people working on Track 17, right? And getting there with the most creative way we can, I think, is our best way to protect the investment and be successful. But if we're not, we can always have this fallback, let's put it up for sale. I mean, the entitlements are a commodity. They're not going to go bad. It's almost a savings bank. It depends on, what the remainder of the economy does and what you ultimately sell that property for. But we're in a good shape. We're at $39,500 an acre. The property behind it, the industrially zoned property behind it that was recently discussed, is on the market for $11 million.
What does that come to per acre? Is it?
It's
$100,000 an acre.
$100,000 an acre.
2.5 times. Yeah.
Right. So we have room in the market. We're not in a bad position. We just need to solve for the entitlements or not.
So is it worthwhile then, council, to give staff kind of the liberty to try to negotiate the entitlements? We don't need a budget for that right now.
No.
And just, you all see what you can do, and let's go in that direction.
Yeah, let's see what we can get out of it in terms of reducing those costs.
I mean, if that's the direction, I don't want to negotiate and then us not be able to have the money or hold up our end of the bargain. I mean, if we're serious, do you want me to, we're in budget season. If you guys are wanting to lean this way, then we would also.
Well, could there be a takedown for that?
Yes, we worked towards a takedown previously, where I think it was around $2 million up front, and then it was over time. There was some interest in there as well.
Any type of million, we need to make sure is in the budget. Sorry.
Agreed.
So
that starts with
a cool $2 million.
Sorry. Yes, let's, if that's the direction that you're wanting us to go, let's make sure it's being considered in our current budget. And because I think the last thing we would want is to go negotiate and then it's, okay, we need X dollar and we're further behind because we don't have X dollar.
I hate to even say it, but you just borrow the money against the value of the property. And so you don't have to come up with all the money. You just borrow the 3.5 against the property. And then you have the entitlement, you have them, and then when you sell it, you just end up with whatever the net result is. So you don't have to put the 3.5 in the budget. You just borrow that money against the value of the property, and then sell the property for what you think you can get for it, and you pay off the loan, and what you have remainder is what you have left.
That could work, sir. I'm not sure we have enough equity in the property for that, but we can definitely talk to finance about that.
Well, you just said the neighboring property is listed at 2.5 times, so
yeah,
even if that's not a realistic number, we should have a lot of equity in there to cover that, I think.
I don't know. I just.
No, that's a good idea.
Yeah,
Thank you for bringing it.
I think it's worth having a conversation.
It's definitely worth having a conversation, for sure. The other thing we need to give direction to staff on is what are we going to allocate out of the budget for incentives? Because right now at 1%, I think this council made some pretty clear priorities, which were infrastructure and economic development. So if we're going to make a bold statement towards actually doing something about economic development, it's my opinion that we need to increase this 1% to 3% and get a little aggressive on some of these incentives.
So just to piggyback off that, is that F-card? F-card?
F-card.
Not
V-card,
V-card.
V-card, that's right.
They had a presentation on economic development at the Hilton one morning, and a gentleman from the University of Florida, so he's obviously very smart, came and told us that at a minimum, the expectation should be kind of baseline is 3%. So I would argue that 3%, yes, and then, you know, if we're talking about making a splash or doing above and beyond, then it would be higher than 3%. So, but his suggestion was that 3% should be kind of the baseline standard for anybody. And he specifically called us
how
out.
about we do 2%, see how that works, and then do 3%. You know, in other words, we haven't been able to spend the 646 this
I understand,
year.
yeah. I mean, obviously, if we're changing the incentives,
maybe, you know, kind of walk before you run.
Right.
And so maybe try 2% next, see how that
Well,
works.
to the point though, if you've budgeted it and you don't use it, then it's not like you lost the money, right?
Well, yeah, it rolls over.
It rolls over, but I mean, I'm hoping that Craig talked about removing some barriers as to why maybe some of these economic incentives haven't been as successful.
Right.
We're only going to use all those incentives when we're being successful at this job, right, of getting companies in, so.
Yeah. And marketing that, I mean, you know, being able to kind of market these incentives as well. I don't know how you do that in your world, but I don't know how we've been marketing the Rev Grant versus how we could market some of these.
Well, you know, first it would be a multi-layered answer, right? What would be the incentive program that the city decided upon to start looking at, right? We looked at a couple of examples. But for me, just to try to keep us right on focus, it's really about having that inventory for us to incentivize, promoting the incentives, but making sure that we're leading off with some strategic assets that I like a lot, especially if we're talking about Track 17, you know, as it relates to I-95, lower cost of living, high quality of life. And really, Palm Coast is, you know, center to, if I'm not mistaken, the second and third hottest job markets in the United States right now, being Jacksonville and Orlando. And then you throw in, you know, all the activity in Volusia and the Space Coast. So, you know, when we promote, you know, we want to promote great site and building inventory, all the strategic assets I just listed, and make sure that we're including incentives in that conversation. But certainly, right, I think a couple times today, the topic has come up of not wanting incentive chasers. So with that, and when it comes to marketing, you know, I think we start talking about incentives once we start getting a project, you know, that's real, but making sure that we already have that incentive program already in place, right, to get that hook in them. But, you know, instead of going fishing with incentives, you know, let's get some companies that are well capitalized, really looking for a site and not just tire kicking, lean into our strategic assets, and then once we know that we have a real project in our hands, again, creating that incentive program first, but then really starting to talk about how we want to incentivize the project from that dollar standpoint.
So then, Craig, what do you recommend? What's your recommendation for us today?
Well, the short answer is, instead of, to be honest, you asked, right, instead of focusing on incentives, which are important, we have got to get ahead of the site and building inventory. Otherwise, we don't have anything to incentivize, right? I mean, we could come up with incentives where we're throwing money at the company, but if we don't have a site or a building for them to come into, well then, you know, we don't have anything for them to come into. So, you know, honestly, again, I live and breathe this stuff inside of work, outside of work. You know, I came here from a high-performing team of about 65 people that worked pure economic development, and we did about $11.2 billion just in 2022. So I follow this stuff all the time. And it's sites and buildings. And when I say sites and buildings, again, I mentioned it in the beginning, just for the way I speak, right, infrastructure is included in that phrase. But the name of the game is site and buildings. You know, again, I just went through the strategic assets that we have. We do have nice cards. You know, we're not in the middle of someplace so far out that we need to try to promote incentives as a first tagline just to try to get someone's attention. We're in a hotbed of activity, but we don't have the inventory. And even if today we decided to, okay, we are going to commit either X amount of dollars to inventory, or we're going to resolve Track 17 before dinner, we're still looking at time, you know, to get that resolved. So to answer your question, I didn't mean to digress there, but it's an easy answer, and it's focused on our site and building inventory. Now, how we get there, right, a lot of financial complications, we just walked through it. Or the short answer is sites and buildings.
So step one is Track 17.
Yes, sir.
And then past that, continue to focus on sites and buildings in other locations.
The other thing you know, there was a big section here about impact fee contributions, and I think that can help you take that step to additional sites that are not owned by the city, right? That can be helpful because you're trying to reduce some of those upfront costs, some of that gap that you Craig mentioned, where they're estimating but they're coming up short of their needs, where you can directly assist. Even if that company isn't ultimately successful, you still have another building in your community that someone else can move into, and you've contributed to getting that opportunity. You know, so I think that strategy has some merit to it. It's expensive. That's the only thing. You know.
My biggest concern in terms of some of this stuff, right, the site work and things like that, is ROI on that. And, you know, the variability of whether, you know, it's, as you put, a 20-job company with X amount of CapEx, or it's a much larger investment that's going to pay itself off quickly in terms of our ad valorem revenue and things like that, job creation, et cetera. And so I think through the RFP process, we can kind of vet that as well, right? And say, you know, maybe you're not right for this site because it cost us $20 million to get it here. We're going to need to have some kind of return on that investment in order to feel good about the money we sank into it. Right. But, you know, a lot of things are unknowns until you get the offers, right? So obviously we can work on that as they start to come in.
Vice Mayor, I think we should do all the above. Market in the way that you're saying it, right? Palm Coast is awesome. Come work, live, play here. Let's have the incentives package, whatever we decide that percentage is, so we can have that tool in our tool bag, right? Let's get the entitlements so we can facilitate bring the people in that we need, that we think will, you know, it'll bring us up to the next step to recruit companies that will engage, and then lastly, you know, not market us, but I mean, let's you know, these incentives will have an impact past city property that we own, the other private land that's out there, that those incentives I think will ring true as well. So yeah, and then it doesn't hurt. I mean, it does cost money. It'll cost us some money, but it doesn't hurt to do an RFP, just like on the golf course. Let's see what we can get and let's figure it out.
I agree.
So then do we want to set aside $1 million for the impact fee and or ad valorem incentives?
Vice Mayor,
we need direction as far as budget goes.
Yeah, for tax abatement, it's in arrears, right? We have them pay in advance, then we review we review their performance, and then we provide the rebate. So you don't really have to budget for that until you get. Because of how the calendar works, you don't have to budget for that in advance, the tax abatement portion of it. You would have to be prepared to budget for it when, you know, a tax abatement agreement comes in front of you. You'll have to make sure.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So once we get the tax abatement agreement, we would need to budget for it.
Yes, and those come back to you.
Yep.
They come back to you for approval.
Yes.
Okay. Can I just, I got everything that you, just in essence of time, I don't know if you're trying to be here past 5 o'clock, but I had everything that Councilmember Gambaro said, also with get the chamber more involved, so maybe they can help with this additionally. And then let us put together the budget, and then if you see that more money needs to go to economic development, let's give you that option that you see some additional monies can be set aside for that. But we don't know where our numbers are gonna land yet. We're a little early, it's only just right around the corner, but let us put together those numbers, and then when we're going through the budgets line by line, tell us, hey, no, we got a little extra money here, let's put it towards economic development.
That's fine. We just need to make sure, is everybody in agreement with the incentives that were laid out, the criteria? Was there anything that anybody wanted to change? I think those were recommended by staff, but I want to make sure we're giving clear direction here.
Pull that. Job creation, waste.
So it was, there's the 2 tiers, remember, and then one was the create minimum of 15 new jobs, the wage, the capital investment, and then the financial stability.
If it's helpful, Vice Mayor, ground up was 20 or 25 jobs and a $5 million investment. And we are in the 4th of a 5-year abatement, REV grant. And their taxable value on their building has increased by 35% since they purchased the building in 2021. And our investment in that company total when we're done with the 5th year is going to be about 60 to 70 grand, depending on next year's taxes.
Okay, thank you for that.
And Vice Mayor, Council Member Sullivan mentioned 2%. Because I know the city manager's trying to figure out the numbers for the budget. Is that acceptable, or do you guys want to go to 3%?
So the caveat that, obviously our tax monies is a limited resource, right? So, the money that we're spending for this is coming out of something else, right?
Right.
Most likely. So I'm okay to work with it, but I really do feel like we need to start putting some money into this.
Well, I think you put the 3% aside, because if you don't use it on the, it's economic development, right? So whether it goes to entitlements or it goes to incentives or whatever it is, we can earmark those dollars for different things. But if we're going to make a statement and say we're here to actually do something about economic development, then I think we need to do at least.
Right. I don't want to be here in 2 years talking about 92% and 8%.
Right.
We've been talking about this for like 8 years now.
Yeah.
Let's fix it.
Is that the direction?
Well, I'd at least roll over whatever we roll over from this year, subtract that from the 3%.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, not
That'll be
adding
the starting
3%.
number.
But
I'd still say 2%, but
3% total.
3% is what people want. But I mean, we've been doing this for a long time, whether it's at the county, whether it's at the city, it's Flagler County. And we haven't been successful.
Yeah, well,
Not been successful.
we're putting faith in you, Craig. Let's go.
I'm assuming that our this year's budget for economic development is probably our highest ever investment in economic development.
Yes, it's grown each
So-
year.
So to the point of us not being successful, we really haven't made a real effort at it. We're already at 1%, which is 2% lower than what the industry standard would be, and that's our best effort ever, right? And so.
Well,
Vice
there
Mayor.
have been other efforts. in the past.
I could be proven wrong.
I mean,
Have been before, plenty of times.
We had
so.
a,
wrong service, man.
10
Well-
years ago, we had a $500,000 budget in the county for economic development.
Well, here's the thing. So the budget has to be approved by us. When we get the full budget, if we say if we drop the economic development down to 2% because we need this 1% to go to a different project, we still have plenty of time to do that.
Okay.
But let's be conservative. Yeah. Let's be conservative, put the 3% aside, and then we can tinker with the numbers as we approve the budget.
Madam Vice Mayor, just one thing. We haven't gone out to public comment on this yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Do we have public comment on this issue? All right. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Is that the direction? Thank you, Marcus. I appreciate it.
I have it.
Stamped. Moving on. Next item is item E5, Fire Department Overview Presentation.
Chief Berryhill needed to leave. If you don't mind, can we table this to the June 10th workshop? It's
Absolutely.
not time sensitive.
Okay. So we'll move on to presentation E6, strategic action plan.
Jason, do you mind just putting it on, please? Vice Mayor, City Council, the changes that were made from your April 22nd workshop, we took your direction. These are prioritized. I'm going to go fairly quickly just because we need to give some direction on the impact fee analysis. And I was trying to get you guys out of here by 5 o'clock. That being said, we've included your changes from your workshop. You have the presentation? Okay. Can you click? Okay. So this is infrastructure being number 1, and we are prioritizing projects to anticipate future growth. We've encompassed wastewater treatment plant 1, ensuring the MOC is still a top priority, the community center parking, repurpose of Fire Station 22, and then keeping up our robust communications efforts for informing the public about those capital projects. And all of these projects, with the exception of the wastewater treatment plant, were discussed today as it relates to the impact fees. Seeing no questions, I'll move to the next one. The next one is priority number 2, which is implement a citywide plan for better swale maintenance and performance, including a specific, stormwater maintenance and including a specific focus on swales. This is a reoccurring priority. Not much has changed from the tactics, but we did move it up to priority number 2.
And to be clear, when we say focus is on the swales, it's the performance, not the appearance.
Correct.
Yeah.
And move into number 3, which is design and implement a citywide plan for road repair and road safety. Again, this didn't change much from what was pre-existing. It's just moved into priority order, which is number 3.
Where is the citywide turn lane analysis?
That would be under 3.2, identify arterial and other roadway for safety corridor studies, prioritize segments accordingly, and pursue grant funding through FDOT, DOT, and TPO.
Okay.
I'm going to move to number 4, which is economic development. Again, talking about track 17, much of what you discussed today is including in this priority. It's just moving from year 1 to year 2 and putting it in priority order number 4.
Any questions?
Okay, number 5 is implement the Parks Master Plan. Again, not much has changed, just moving it into priority order number 5. Okay, moving to number 6, which is design and produce a technology improvement plan focused on technology for city government. This one was modified in its tactics to include the Palm Coast mobile app. It was under a previous priority for civic engagement. So that priority was removed. The app moved into technology, and it is in priority order number 6. Next is number 7, which is continue the Saltwater Canal Dredging Initiative, and this was modified to include funding for phase 3, which was that $500,000 mark, and moved into priority order number 7.
And that was the design?
Yes,
yeah.
Design.
400. How much was that?
It's like 460, 480, but those were 2022, 2023 numbers. They're old, outdated numbers. We'll get a new quote. Oh, Jason, sorry, can you go back? We did also add in here, create a seawall standard that can be enforced by code, because you had previous conversations about including the code enforcement element. So that is included. Thank you. Then number 8, which is identify diverse dedicated funding sources for arts, culture, historical activities, and facilities. Nothing really changed here other than it's in priority order number 8.
Didn't we already do this through the commercial impact fee that we imposed?
Yes, it is. It is in, this is just saying that we want to continue along in those initiatives. Do you want to move this to operations, or do you want it to be included in your priority listing?
Well, I think the only thing left for us to do was to ascertain how we were going to, like, who was going to run it. I think right now Parks and Rec is managing this fund, but then.
So the ordinance creates a public arts committee under the BEAC, not through Parks and Recreation.
Okay, it's under the BEAC. Got it.
Yes.
What else do we really need to do from a SAP perspective on this?
Nothing really from a SAP perspective. It's just a future visioning that we want to include these things. I mean, it is emphasized in the Parks Master Plan, but oftentimes gets overlooked whenever we're looking at the need for sports and neighborhood parks and et cetera. There's not a special emphasis on arts, culture, and history.
Okay, then, I mean, it's my position that we've already identified the dedicated funding source. I mean, unless we're going to look for more dedicated, because it says sources as in plural. But if keeping this or prioritizing this as something that we need to, keep the forefront of our brains of how to further arts and culture and history in the community is kind of one thing, but the fire station isn't even in this. It's in a different priority, so.
It's under
It was under priority 1.
Right, but under 8.4, which is pursue diverse funding opportunities, including grants, private partnerships to support arts, culture, historical projects identified through research and community input, and that's specifically related to Fire Station 22 and the stage.
I see, okay. Yeah, I mean, we can leave it. We have it in the impact fee, so if we want to try to also find funding sources for those specific things. I guess I was just a little thrown off by the title is all.
Sure, we can just retitle it if you'd like.
I agree that I think it should stay because there are still things that we need to pursue, right? Like the continued development of that area in town center to be kind of a destination, right? Things like that. I don't want it to become not a priority because it's just not on our mind.
Right. Okay, we'll retitle this, but keep a special emphasis on moving forward with the arts, culture, and history initiatives. Moving into number 9, which is a new objective, quality of life for essential workers. You guys discussed several of these things at your last workshop. This is completely new. We just added in the various tactics. So we were looking at a comprehensive salary survey, looking at a cultural assessment. Not only are we making sure that we have different programs inside the organization as it relates to other municipalities, reviewing existing programs, we're just trying to meet the expectations of this new objective.
Yeah, I think 9.1 is really, really, really important, especially for our first responders that, arrive first on scenes and things of that nature. I mean, it's a lot to process, right? So,
yep.
Yeah, I support that.
Okay, moving into number 10, which is also new. This is continue moving forward with the risk and efficiency analysis. Any questions there?
Questions. Are we still waiting on people to review the RFPs for this?
No, not this one.
Okay.
It's this one we did award to a company, and we'll be bringing forward that contract at a future agenda.
Okay, so we did award it, and it just needs to come back before council.
Yes, to approve the contract.
Awesome. Okay.
Next is create a charter review committee, which I'm not sure if you want to keep this one on there just because it's already moving forward. We've started receiving applications, just didn't want to have one and done type of priorities. It's going to be budgeted per your, it's kind of operational is what we're doing with it.
Or we could just say advanced charter review.
Yeah. Until we basically have amendments to present, we're not done with that job, right?
Pretty important.
Yeah.
Okay, so leave it on there.
Leave it on there, maybe change it.
Yeah, advanced charter review.
Okay.
Or whatever, yeah.
Okay, and it's number 11, and that concludes, and so we will make a few modifications based off today's feedback, and then we will update your June 3rd agenda where you will officially adopt, and then we will bring back to you in July any related budget items for these priorities.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll bring it back to the impact fee
Public comment?
discussion for
Public-
Parks and Rec.
Madam Vice Mayor, you gotta do
I'm
public
sorry,
comment.
public comment. Jeez Louise. Any public comment on the strategic action plan? None. All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any last comments? Now we'll bring it back to the impact fee discussion on fire and Parks and Rec.
Can I just give you an update on Parks and Rec? I did ask Sean to work out a few scenarios just to try and help facilitate the discussion. So just trying to define what the goal is. Is the goal to lower the fee, or is the goal removing projects? So I asked him to run a scenario that would, one, remove the DRI projects and the units that would be associated with those. We as staff included them because we're getting really close to what that's going to be, and we forecast something in that conversation within the next 5 years, right? So that's why we as staff initially included them. But you have the option to take them out because they will be discussed at the time of the MPD, right? So if the plan is to annex in additional parcels according to the comprehensive plan and then review MPDs and the previous DRIs, at that time you could negotiate what was going to be in the MPD as far as requirements, right?
Talking about the west.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the two DRI projects, Township,
Yeah.
which they also haven't been included because per those DRI DOs is that they're responsible for putting in those after the first 2 years after the first residential dwelling unit has gone up and that they've never been activated, right? So if you removed the DRIs, the new fee would still be at a 91.6% increase. So you're removing the DRI projects and you're removing the DRI's units. And then that's going to bring your current residents' obligation to 54%. So it's 47 now, and this means that future residents pay less than current residents. Does that make sense? Okay. Then I asked him to run a scenario that included taking out several of the projects because not sure where City Council falls on future policy or vision of the city building or operating these facilities. But if he ran a scenario that removed the DRIs and took out the event center or community center, we're going to call it Palm Harbor Clubhouse, a recreation center, because that could now be your contribution of a Y, not only a pool, but also a gym space, right? Because the city doesn't have a recreation center that has its own gym, if you will. And you took out the cultural arts facility. I know that's kind of backtracking what we just said in our strategic action plan. We kept everything as far as the stage, like lighting, the awning, etc., but a future building for cultural arts. If you remove that, those projects and the DRIs and the units, the fee would be 63% increase at $2,981.
So wait a minute, what are we removing? What projects are we removing in that second scenario?
A recreation center, a cultural arts center, and the Palm Harbor Golf Community Center. And the DRIs, their projects and their units.
When you say a recreation center, what was the plan for that?
A true recreation center that had multi-purpose rooms, a gymnasium, very similar to what's going to be in the Y, a fitness room, etc.
Okay, but this doesn't touch the Y.
No.
Okay.
And then a third scenario is keeping the DRIs in, but keeping those projects out would be a 73.19% increase, and that's $3,166. So all three scenarios that were ran are still the parks impact fee is over 50%. I tried to try and get you guys some additional information. If you want to provide some more direction, but I just don't know if you see the city operating or constructing any of those facilities.
Do all three of these scenarios bring their current resident obligation to 54%?
Yes.
No, it wouldn't,
wait,
because
current-
the third one wouldn't.
Oh, no, the third one wouldn't. It would be, it's 47%.
The current resident obligation.
In the third scenario, because the DRIs are included.
Okay, so, and that third scenario brings it to 73%?
Yes.
I don't think that we can take out the DRIs because we know that future growth is coming in before 2050. To me, it doesn't make any sense to remove that.
The only question I would have is that, would we be able to capture that in the next study?
Well, I'm sure we would, but I mean, if the whole premise of this is to be able to plan and save for beyond this impact fee study, then I don't know how you can in good faith remove those DRIs.
No, I know. I guess my point is that if you're going to build some parks out west, I don't want the new person moving into Seminole Woods basically paying for it, so to speak. And I know we can't really control that, right? But collecting it now is definitely basically putting the onus on kind of older residents, right? They won't be super old residents. They're ones moving in now, right? But by the time there's homes out there to enjoy the parks out west, we're talking 5 to 10 years from now. So these people will have been paying for the last 5 years into a park that's going to go way out west. And we have the opportunity to negotiate things potentially to where we're not footing the whole cost there in terms of some of these parks and things like that.
Yeah, I think you're always going to kind of face that with impact fees.
Yeah,
though,
I know it's true. I know I'm making
Yeah.
that argument and thinking in my head, well, I can't ever necessarily dictate where that money's
Right.
coming from and
No.
how it's going to a specific location.
But I mean too, like if you excuse me, if you build a park, you're going to be relieving pressure from another park.
Right.
You
No,
know?
that's true.
So I mean, I get what you're saying, but I just think that the DRIs have to. Now I do like the possibility of the last scenario, but my question would be, if we go that route, is council willing to say, okay, we're willing to go this last scenario route, but we're going to impose it all now because we're dropping it by a great amount, but we need to start collecting on those monies. So I would advocate, if that is the direction we go, then it's, look, we've been willing to give on these 3 projects that are important to us, but we want to start collecting that money now.
I think that's a good trade-off. What are we talking about? If we're talking about, what is it, 70 what percent?
73.19. I think the difference is like $300.
Okay, so it's going from like $1,800 to $1,500, and difference I think is.
No. It would be
3620 to whatever.
I have the difference written down, right, between the previous and the old, so
Yeah.
the difference was what, 18?
1791.
Yep.
So this left in the sports complex, it left in the trails, it left in the neighborhood parks, kind of those things that are,
They're core.
right, and then it's an expansion at the Southern Recreation Center. Trying to keep going down. It keeps in the stage additions.
Yeah, I mean, the stage to me makes sense, especially with the Y, because that's going to create like a nexus of a couple things happening at the same time.
But the sports complex not on track 17.
With
correct?
lights.
With lights in your neighborhood.
Yes.
And then you're
All
gonna,
those things.
Yeah, and then you're going to come back and say, it's not okay. Yeah, but
I'll be
all
the one
seriousness,
person at the
I'm
council
not on
meeting.
track 17. I just want to be clear. Because we talked about track 17.
Yeah,
earlier.
no.
No, yeah,
This is just in general.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so your proposed parks impact fee is $3,620.
Right.
And the scenario that I gave you was keeping the DRIs in, but removing the golf course, community center, a rec center, and a cultural arts building, and that would be $3,166.
So 360?
So your current dwelling unit is 3620, and then this is going to go to 3166.
So we're still doing the sports complex then at 19 or 20?
Yeah.
Well, it's way out there on the plan.
Yeah, it's something we have to save towards. That's the theory.
There's
Mostly be older people using it, my calculation, the way things are going.
We'll see. All right, so I thank you, City Manager, for presenting some different options for us.
So what's that final percentage?
73%.
73.19%.
and it maintains that
DRs.
And
future residents are paying more than
Correct,
current
which is
residents.
very important. That's really important.
Well, that's better than 98%, so.
Yes, but I agree to the point about the phase-in. We're making some concessions here, but we need it now.
Starts 1 June or
90 days.
90 days after 1 June.
What are we doing to the golf course, just so I know?
There was like a community center built in there for that.
Right, the
not
current
gonna happen,
golf
okay.
clubhouse is a triple wide trailer, and it's kind of falling apart.
And that
so-
might not,
But if council's consideration is an appraisal and looking at the future of selling the golf course,
that's what I'm
then
thinking, yeah.
It's kind of,
Makes
we're
sense.
variable
the
right now.
only one is it just contradictory of the arts, culture, and history initiative. Do you see that an issue with removing a?
But the stage
Facility.
would still stay.
The stage would stay, it's just no facility, right? We did a town center master plan where we had an event center of about 30,000 square foot, $77 million.
But we're still going to do the cover and stuff like that.
Yes.
I think that's the most important.
Okay, so cover, that'll be the future vision of that area. And then if there's land there, so if a private investment came in, that could be where they could go.
We'll always take a private investment
Yeah.
to help the community.
Yeah, between upscaling the stage and then Fire Station 22 remodel, I think we're covering a lot of those cultural things in the short term.
If that's council's pleasure, I just have worked with the arts and culture, history people for many, many years, and that's been their vision of having this type of facility. So, I mean, it's just hard.
And we're doing the concert series starting this week, as a matter
Thursday,
of fact. So,
yes.
bringing attention and
Hidden
visibility.
Signals, right?
That's right.
Hidden Signals.
Yeah. All right, so do we need to talk about this in conjunction with transportation, or are we good on Parks and Rec going this direction?
Okay, the only thing what was your final direction on transportation?
We haven't gotten it
So there was one thing with the change in the potential additional funding that should have, that's a variable in the calculation, so I don't know if they've, gotten any of those numbers back, but that would have shifted it slightly as a baseline for where we can start talking about it.
I did not get anything from Fong or the consultant about what the number would be when you doubled the state contribution from 25 million to 50 million, and then you also asked to remove US 1. I didn't get any
correct.
recalculation from that.
I do know, and maybe I can work it out myself. I do know what the rate changed to by adding that. So before it was 600 something was the rate that they presented. Let me see if I can find it.
No, so.
No, on the transportation for residential.
It wasn't the actual impact fee. It was the rate that they were using. It was like
Oh, I see what you're saying.
which had that formula, which was the total amounts minus the additional funding plus this divided by the number of people, et cetera. Here it is right here. The vehicle miles of capacity rate is 621.68. And so I know that by doubling, based on this formula, if you make this 50 million instead of 25 million, that the new number comes out to 504.54, which I think is about a 19.8 or something % reduction.
From the 137.
Yeah, so I would assume it would be directly proportional to the impact fee as well. But I don't know where the formula goes from this rate to the impact fee, because it's not documented on this. So
does City Council feel comfortable with your direction from the workshop that will be in your agenda packet for the 3rd is transportation, removing US 1, and doubling the state contribution to 50 million, and then whatever rate that is what we will put in for transportation? Now, it is just first read, right? It could
right,
change.
that's what I was going to say.
Right.
Is that
we'll
have the opportunity to discuss.
I mostly have a problem with going over 100% on any of these, but the transportation one looks like there's no other way. But.
Well, part of the problem too is that it's 6 years, right, instead of 4 that it's been reviewed.
I know that doesn't sound like a big deal, but if you can make it 99.9, I mean. That's okay. I understand.
We're over 50. We've dropped off the edge of the cliff. So
I guess once we go over 50,
yeah.
Anything over 50 is extraordinary.
Yeah.
But yeah, so because we don't have those numbers back from them, I'd be interested in letting it ride and then having this conversation then.
Well, we'll see.
When we see what that number looks like.
I would still like to see, like, once we finalize where we think we're at, like, what's the total, with everything, with all the different types of impact fees included. What is the new home buyer? What is that
How much
extra
is
money
going
getting
more?
passed
Oh,
along?
Fong's come back.
Oh,
He's listening.
he heard me.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful to just at the end of the day know that number, so we could.
Or everything.
Everything. At the end of the day, what's getting passed?
You just
along.
want to know, before with 100% adoption, we were talking about 7,000. You want to know what it looks like once we have our adjustments in.
Yeah, and that 7,000 was just like for single family resident. What about the multifamily? Yeah. What that breakdown is.
They already are broken down differently.
I'll explain it to you.
Okay.
There we go.
So the fee schedule that you have there calculated 2 additional scenarios. So the first scenario is basically we were looking at reducing US 1 and 100, 50%, but still keep intact the 25%, 25 million in credit. So that's the rate that you will see if you compare it to the second column, or the third column, which is the existing transportation impact fee. It will increase by, for example, single family will increase by 42%. And if you just take 50% of DOT and then remove the 25 million, anticipating the reduction, then you would have an increase of 86%, which is 6,500. So that in effect would be similar to what you just asked us this morning to remove US 1, which is about 33 million, and then bump up the 25 million to 50 million. So the number will probably come out to be similar to the yellow column. So that would be an increase of approximately about 86% for single family. We're going to true up the number and the percentages for you because we have not do the calculation yet. And of course, the far right column is the one that was at the maximum defensible number.
So Fong, let me get this straight. So I'm looking at the far right column under single family detached. All the way to the right, we had it 137%, and then it was 82.95. Okay.
82.95, yes, sir.
So if we go to 53.5 million in funding, that's removing what? That's US 1. So the yellow column to the left of the blue column.
Yeah, the yellow column is based on, because the prior scenario that we were basically anticipating that council may want to ask us.
Okay.
Is basically because we need approximately 50% match in order to receive the other 50% from DOT.
Right.
So we reduced the 106 or 105 million down to basically 52 million. So that would fall under the yellow column. And
So
that
yellow would represent 52 million instead of the 50
Correct.
that I suggested, right?
Right.
Because we're using 50% as the
But it
threshold.
drops the fee to 86%.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, so.
But City Council this morning said, increase it to 50 million. So roughly 50 and 52, the number is going to come out to
Right,
be
this is
about the
very
same.
similar to what
Very similar
asked
to a
about.
column two, yellow column.
Oh.
That's better than 99.9.
Works for me.
Okay. All right, this is very helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you for this. So I'm looking too at some of the non-residential. So if you look at manufacturing, which again, we're trying to increase economic development here. It decreases that impact fee by almost $1,000 per 1,000 square feet, which is a pretty good amount. And then of course I brought up the daycare. That drops it by almost $3,000 per square feet, per 1,000 square feet. Hotels too. I mean, hotels are a really good source of tax for us. So that it drops that one by $1,200 per 1,000 square feet. So I think from a non-residential standpoint, this scenario helps our efforts to increase economic development and bring in, I shouldn't say economic development, but bring in more commercial.
We also look at the quick around some of the close jurisdiction around us here, just for comparison purposes, but we'll provide a table for you next week to show you that. But for example, single family detached, some use a tier approach based on the number of square feet.
Mm-hmm.
So we look at around approximately 2,200 square feet of single family housing units. So you look at anywhere between 6,000 to about 10,500. So with the increase of 8,200, which is not way off base at all, we would be right in the middle somewhere. But we'll provide that table for you.
So there would be different rates for different sized single-family homes? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, you could do that.
Yeah.
You could do a different tier, let's say.
I think that also addresses the affordable housing issue with it too, right? Because a smaller home that's affordable would be less impacted by the impact fees.
Right, I've seen a jurisdiction, they have a tier approach or step-up approach. Let's say under 800 square feet homes has a different impact fee, and then from that to 1,200 square feet, and then 1,200 to like 2,000 square feet, and 2,000 to 2,500, and then above 2,500, for example.
Right,
So they
so
have like 6
a
different
large
categories for
family
single
home,
family.
right.
Mhm. You can do that.
So I guess the last question for us is, I think we want to make sure I understand everything we agreed on. So the fire and the Parks and Recreation, we're going to execute right away, no phasing, right?
That's what I would like to see, yes.
Okay.
What we just said.
Yeah, I want to recap, but moving to this, on the transportation piece, where do you guys stand on, if we were to drop to the, let's say the yellow columns, do we phase it or do we start?
That's so, to that point, potentially we could phase it. The weird thing about that law is it says between 25 and 50, it needs to be phased 4 times. If we were going to adopt something as drastic as what was presented, I would definitely advocate for a phased approach because that's a lot to bite off in one chew. The yellow reduces this impact a little bit, right? So I have less of a fight in me to fight for a phased approach because of that. So I'd be interested in hear everybody else's thoughts and think about, being influenced by that, so to speak.
I think my whole argument early on was let's try to find a middle ground based on numbers that we can actually see and digest. And I think, Fong, this is very helpful.
This was helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then so the overall number, I guess for me, at the end of the day, it's going to be what's the overall number that's going to get passed through that home builder developer to that
And buyer?
that buyer, that young school teacher and firefighter that want to buy a house. What does that look like? And
So to answer your question, Councilman Gambaro, if we went with the current figures, it would be $10,544 per dwelling unit. That's single family.
Right.
And that's single family detached. So that's not considering townhomes and things like that, which are going to be a little bit less. It was $12,771, so it's a good chunk less than what we were looking at the beginning of today.
And even depending on the size of the house, if we do the.
You do the tiered.
Right, so even further or lesser.
You got to make
impact.
sure you still have enough, adjust the tiers, so people with a 2,500 plus square foot house is probably going to pay more. Then.
Yeah, people that can afford the 5-bedroom house can afford the extra $2,000.
Yeah, so I'm with Councilman Miller on this. I think with these adjusted figures, we should start collecting immediately. I would be open to looking at the tiers as well, though.
Yeah.
The tiers for the amount of housing, to be very clear, not the tiers on a payment schedule. These should be paid up front if we're going to make some of the concessions that we've made today.
I agree.
Just want to give you an update on the existing bills. There were 4 bills introduced in the legislature. One of them defined what extraordinary circumstances are. Those 3 bills have been withdrawn. So the only one that's surviving is a 1080, which basically changed a little bit in terms of extraordinary circumstances. It changes from supermajority or 2/3 to unanimous. Yeah. But that's not going to be effective until October 1st if the governor signs it. And then the other one is it has to be phased in. So if we adopt it prior to that, then we are not under that requirement.
Okay. Thank you for that.
What do we need for the vote prior to?
We just need a supermajority.
Super, 4.
4 or 5, yeah.
And it doesn't matter who's here, it's 4.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. So are we good with that direction? Are you on board with that, Councilman Gambaro?
good with it.
Okay.
Do we need to open it up for public comment again? We already did this, right?
Fong, are you clear on the direction so you can relay back to the consultant for updating the report?
Yeah, so I just want to repeat that, if I may, is that you want to increase to 50 million, which is similar to column yellow here.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the other one, and then the other one is removing US 1 improvements from the equation.
Correct.
And then you would possibly want to explore the single-family residential in terms of square feet. Like a tier approach, we may introduce 3 categories or 5 categories, and for you to consider.
Yes, please.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
We're good with that?
Good.
All right, awesome. So with that, we will go out to final public participation. Any members of the public that would like to discuss anything that was not on the agenda?
I almost don't want to.
Good early evening, Mr. Davis.
Hello again. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Jeremy Davis. I want to start by thanking this council for stepping up and finally taking action on the issues I've raised. It's encouraging to see movement after so much time spent waiting for change. Your willingness to engage has not gone unnoticed. But while I appreciate these steps, I want to emphasize that the broader system, the departments, the processes, still need to be held accountable. This isn't just about one decision. It's about ensuring that mistakes like this don't happen again, and that the residents don't have to fight for years to get problems fixed. This is an opportunity for the city to show its commitment to accountability, not just in my case, but across the board. Thank you for hearing me, and I hope we can continue moving forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais regarding matters not on the agenda from our council members. Councilman Miller?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. So just wanted to thank the staff specifically for the Memorial Day event. You guys did a great job and, allowed us to highlight something that's important to our community and important to us as a council. So just wanted to thank everybody for that. I'll give my sports update. So Gators softball made it to the College World Series over the weekend. So they won their super regional series. So final 8 teams playing in Oklahoma City. An unheralded team, Gator golf team, which is a 5-time national champion, made it to the semifinals. So they made it to the final 8 teams, and now they started match play, so individuals against individuals, and they won that match today against Texas. So now they're the final 4 teams that are left playing for the golf national
California.
championship. I'm not sure where who they played there.
Carlsbad.
Yeah, I'm not sure which course it was, but I don't know if it rotates either. I think that's it.
All right.
I have them, I'm beat from the day's work. So
It was a long day. Councilman Sullivan.
Right. Again, thank you for Memorial Day, especially all the residents who
Yes.
came. And it was very nice, very interesting, and some very, sorrowful things have happened over the years, which we celebrate Memorial. We're not really celebrating. We're talking about people whose lives were lost in the various conflicts we've had. So I thought it was well done, good speeches, and weather held.
Yes, it
And
did.
the other thing was, I did attend the dedication of the 23rd, I believe, turtle over on Colbert Lane. The little park there is interesting. That is not a city park. That is done by the people in Grand Haven, have taken care of that. And the people who paid for the original Quilty, who was in the park, the turtle was in the park, paid for the new one. So they've got about a $10,000 investment in turtles. So it was the same couple who did both of them. And there's still a $5,000 reward if anybody ever figures out who stole about 2.5 years ago now, the original. That's it.
Thank you, Councilman Sullivan. Councilman Gambaro.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I echo everybody's thoughts on Memorial Day. It's always a tough one, for sure. Vice Mayor, thanks for doing a great job in hosting. You did an outstanding job, so I want to thank you for that. And then thanks for a great meeting. These are tough issues, and I think we're showing our residents what right looks like, and I'm thankful to be working with the 3 of you and the city leadership and everybody in the back. We recognize all the hard work you do. This is not easy stuff. And it's not easy because our residents expect, a superior level of service that we're trying to provide, and we fight through it. But there's priorities and there's hard choices that we got to make every day, and I appreciate Lauren with your guidance and getting us through some of these tough topics. And then the last thing, just not now, but Lauren, whenever you could just give me an update on when you think that RFP for the golf course might come back for us to review and make a final decision on that moving forward. But other than that, thanks for a great meeting.
All right, thank you for that. I will echo the comments on Memorial Day. I also want to say thank you to Melissa Trumbull. She was absolutely beautiful voice. She did a great job out there. To the Matanzas ROTC, to Mr. Giuliano for the bagpipes. As usual, wouldn't be an event without his bagpipes. Everybody else who just contributed to a beautiful ceremony, thank you so much. And yes, thank you to the residents that came out. It really is special when our community comes together for that. I also want to thank you all and staff for the meeting. Like you said, a lot of really tough stuff. Thank you for some creative problem solving on the fly, city manager, and Fong as well. Is he still in here? No, he left again. He just comes in and out to deliver presents. But really appreciate it because, yeah, this stuff is tough, and there's been some respectful dialogue, and so I appreciate that. So. Concert series on Thursday. Don't forget, it's the first one. I think it's at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. at Town Center Stage. I think that's going to be a really cool thing that we do over the next several weeks, so definitely come out for that. With that, we'll take it to our legal counsel.
Nothing, Madam Vice Mayor.
Awesome. Thank you so much. City Manager.
No comments, thank you.
Great. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.